we know? Because it says so on his heed.
Says on my head. Specially tattooed for a day. No, it wasn't.
Permanent life tattoo. Definitely should get that done.
Scone.
Scone.
See ya.
You too, buddy. Fucking cunt.
Hey. So, what's happening in the day, Parky? I'm sitting there, I'm looking at the table, I'm thinking, I can't see me no little men.
Today, we shall be attempting to become mighty heroes.
Skull! Odin!
Travel the world, our little area of the world, and adventure, and do mighty deeds in the name of Beowulf.
In other words, what he's trying to say is we're doing some role-playing today.
Yes.
It's Nick's GM, Mr. Underwood. Thank you, Nick.
Nick.
You won't see him on the video, you'll just hear his voice.
His voice of doom!
Dun, dun, dun! So we're using the Pendragon. What version is that? That's a second edition, isn't it?
Fucking clue.
I think that's the second edition.
It's the edition that he's got.
That's the second edition because now they've got a newer version out and they don't use any of this.
No?
No, they've got rid of it. Oh, I'm like, fuck that, don't want
So
it.
I'm not going to be playing that then.
No, we don't like it. We like the trait system because it works really, really well in the game, and I think it just adds a lot of fun. So you've got me and old Ballbag here. We've got Chris and Stick on the end. Say hello, Chris and Stick.
Hello. Stick.
Yes! There's always one, isn't there? So we're a bunch of Nordic people.
You nearly said Norse, and I
nearly
got
said
very
Norse.
angry because
Nearly.
I don't like the Norse.
We're not Norse. No, we're
Ooh.
Scandinavian.
You know what I say about the Norse?
Gay ats.
Yes.
You remember how you were supposed to read Beowulf, right? You are a gay
I
at.
thought it was Geats.
Oh, those geeks.
Well, I'm going to pronounce it gay at, and given I'm GM, it's going to be
You
gay
are
at, right?
the gods.
Well, fuck you then. So, we're going to turn the other camera on, so you've got those other couple of monkeys on the end plane, and ook ook. And we're looking forward to this. We're going to see how this one turns out. I'm sure it's going to be wonderful because Nick spent a lot of time writing. He doesn't normally, so we're in shit.
But you ain't got any maps.
Yes. Oh, fuck! Give me an A. So we've got some soundage, which we're using. The tabletop audio thing, we're using that, and we'll be probably using some bits from Sirenscape as well, so I'll be mixing and matching it as we go. I'm going to be like the DJ. Wiki, 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 wiki. But fortunately I've done it, so
Universal sign for DJ. If that is sign language for DJ, I'd be amazed.
Fortunately, the computer's out of the way, you can actually sit on the camera, which is awesome. It's like I almost planned that.
Almost.
I almost had another tablecloth for this. I've got one that actually looks like wooden planks.
Oh, nice.
So it looked like an old table, so I was just going
to... Deep cut, yeah?
No, this is an actual... This is a like fucking huge, like, picnic sheet.
Oh,
it looks like an old tabletop. You just throw it on like...
By the time we get to the game, you know, your historical period will be modern day.
This is what's called introductions to the game, you fucking bell end.
Talking about tablecloth.
Oh,
yeah.
It's a nice tablecloth.
Lo, we did slay many to acquire this tablecloth.
We are getting old, we like tablecloths.
Getting.
Fuck this, kill me now.
Getting.
Right, so we're gonna keep this camera going. We're just gonna run straight through. So, Nick, if you press play on that one, and we can be. Hold on, just before we start, where are we starting, mate?
You're going to be getting a message, and then we'll fast forward to the first feast.
To what?
Where are you starting? You're starting.
I mean, music-wise.
Music-wise, no. You can go quiet. There'll be a feast, and then I'll tell you when it's going to get exciting.
Okay, cool.
Is that going?
Yeah, that's good. So I'm going to do just a quick clap to get everyone, so I can sync it all up with the thingy in it.
Okay, you're all at your residences doing your thing. Ryder comes in. Same for everybody. He's got the colours of the king, and he hands you a note. And the note says, actually, he doesn't hand you a note, you can't read. The king has a message for you, his old friends, and he says he's having a feast for his daughter, who's coming of age. Everybody is invited to the feast. When you guys come, because you're his old friends, he wishes you to undertake one more trip for him. So bring your bag. And the feast will be in 3 days' time at the capital.
How long does it take to get there from my little farm?
Bad day.
Right, so that gives me 2 days to get all my gear together, which basically means grabbing my bloody dirty axe off the fireplace, giving it a clean, and all my gear, and then getting the two kids, sitting them down and saying, look, I have to go away. You're in charge, pointing to the daughter. And obviously there's a couple of older
Yeah, of course.
hanger-on family members that know what's going on. So, and then there's that rolling of the eyes as you suddenly realise, when was the last time I saw everyone? When was the last time we saw each other?
It would have been a good couple of months ago. Basically, you generally meet up these days. Now you're getting on a bit. You generally meet up for feasts. The king does a good feast.
Yeah, well, it'd be good to see them all again.
So, you move along, and this is where we'll do character introductions. Here is the Hall of Hrothgar the Fair. He's got very pale hair, as we said. Don't confuse it for anything else. Hrothgar has been lucky in life. He's got 2 sons and 2 daughters already married. He's got good alliances with several of the surrounding tribes. This is his youngest daughter, Gisla. You've all known Gisla. She's quite a bit younger than the others. It's her coming of age. She's a nice girl. She's quite bright, good looking, but she's a bit weird. She's got this thing about horses, and you're like, you all like horses because you know.
They pulled a plough.
And you cut a slice of them, they taste good. But she actually likes sitting on them and moving about on them and stuff, which is a bit weird. But you know, each to their own. But this feast is to celebrate her.
To be fair, you know, Odin likes riding horses.
An 8-legged one.
So done for the local.
So can we do character introductions then, gentlemen?
I am Halfdan. No second name, just Halfdan. He's a big chap. Obviously, he knows his way around a fight. Scarred, but not as scarred as some people I could mention. Bald as buggery as well. Generally quiet, unassuming until something pisses him off. And when something does piss him off, he does have a tendency to go a little bit ballistic.
Just like real life.
Just like real! Oh yeah. Scott.
I'm Knut, son of Magnus. Most know me as Rev, which means fox, for my what was once luxurious red hair.
It used to be very nice red hair.
It used to be. Now it's greying and thinning as I have come into my older ages.
Your twilight years, as it were.
Indeed. He has been around the block more than once or twice. He has travelled near and far, traded with various other folks, raided.
The same folks.
Up until pretty much about 3 or 4 days ago, he was pretty maudlin because he felt like he'd been there and done it, and that was it. There was, you know, he's got his son and his grandson. He's got his legacy, and that was like, well, now I'm just going to get put out to pasture. But now he's kind of eager. He's kind of renewed life.
That note has just fired.
We're like, oh, we're going to go out and one last hurrah with the boys. You'll know that he has been quite generous throughout his life. If maybe one time you lost a pig in a particularly bad winter, well, in that case, you have one of mine, you know, or often doing things like that, you know. Oh, you need this.
And that's why your boy's sniffing round my daughter, just because you gave me that pig one with her.
Well, I would never call in a favour. I would never intentionally force you to be honourable. I would assume that your honour was your own, that you didn't need me to remind you of such things. Ha ha ha!
Here's my big axe.
Fights with a sword and shield. Has taken a few battle wounds, so needs to strap his shield on rather than just carry it around. Definitely not as speedy on his feet
Anyway,
as
the
the
marriage
other
isn't up
guys.
to me, it's up to her.
Definitely notices things often when they're whatnot, and also in stories when he's talking about his friends or the raids they used to go on. He's very, even though he might have been just in the line as everyone else, he's generous in stories as well. Like, oh, you did this thing. Remember when you did this? Oh, I remember when you were there and you did that. And he kind of doesn't necessarily feel the need to push himself forward. He's more about inspiriting his friends, his mighty lads into deeds. And that is Knut, son of Magnus. That is Rev.
And I am Liath, son of Ivar Jorgen, who is a priest. I'm the third-born son, but I have chosen not to follow in my father's footsteps, but instead have been sailing around. Not as much as my fine companion here, but more so than other fine companions, I'm sure. I have had not much luck with love, should we call it. But I have 2 beautiful children out of my circumstances. You know, I am still yet to be given a nickname. They seem to.
Don't you worry, I've got that in hand.
They seem to come fleetingly.
Needle.
The people that
Needle. Ah,
Okay,
yes.
Because partly because you're the surgeon, and partly because you use a spear.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, my nickname has now been allocated to me. Usually, my nicknames were fleeting because the people who gave them to me died. Yes. But yeah, as mentioned by that voice over there, I am the surgeon, or at least I have some expertise in healing, and I fight with a spear and shield. And looking forward to this damn feast.
Hello, I'm Upkill. I've got 2 kids. Unfortunately, I've got also a massive scar across my face and down my nose. I'll fight with a sword and a spear and shield. Yeah, I'm basically like a big fight. Hate the Danes because that's who gave me this. And yeah, loyal to my family and want to make sure they have a good life.
Hrothgar invites you to his hall. There are people, obviously you know just about everybody here, it's lovely. You've got old comrades, you've got the new generation of fighters coming in. It always makes you laugh a little bit because you were like that once, all keen and bright-eyed and, oh, tell us another story. And as you pass into the hall, you can't help but look up at the wall, and there it is, it's still on the wall. It smells a bit now, but it's been there 100 years. The arm is still on the wall. It hangs above Hrothgar's head. Hrothgar is his champion Froga greets you all. You know Froga, he's about your generation. He's been with you, he's fought with you, but mainly what he does is watch Hrothgar's back. And he's the reason why Hrothgar's an old man, because Froga's a tough bastard. Gisla's there, she's very excited, she gives you all a kiss on the cheek, she's very happy to see you all. She thanks you all for attending her coming of age and for the presents that you've no doubt bought her. And she goes and sits back down again. And then, you know, it's all sorts. You get Hrothgar dedicates the feast. He has got a Scotf, Ragga, an old poet. The old poet is good. He will obviously obligatory. First up, let's talk about. He doesn't actually do the whole Beowulf saga. He'll do an element of it. So we'll have an element of the Beowulf saga. Probably because it's a good, you know, the drinking a bit, we'll get into the arm ripping element or something like that. Because then you can point up at the wall.
There's much blood.
And yeah, so you have the feast starts. It just starts off as a normal feast. He welcomes everybody. He welcomes you all by name. He thanks you all for attending. Everybody's made to feel good. You know, you're all sitting reasonably close to him. There's one guy there you haven't seen before, foreigner, definite foreigner. He's in a reasonably top position. He's sitting. He's not, you know, right hand or anything, but he's on the top table. It doesn't look like a combat foreigner either. He's not wearing armour, and he looks more like a merchant.
Foreigner, you don't mean like local as in Saxon Norse or whatever, you mean like properly foreigner?
He's definitely not a gear. He's, you know, you haven't seen him before, so no, not sure.
So we all sitting close to each other, aren't we?
Yeah, you'll all be on the same table.
Good to see you all again.
See others, yeah.
How's the family?
Hilda.
Any more?
Not yet, although with any luck, I'm sure they'll continue without me. My grandchildren, I mean. They'll create more. The line will carry on.
You're trying to take over the world?
Wow. Not intentionally. But I'm just glad it doesn't need me to do anything anymore.
Who's he?
I don't know. It doesn't look Norse, doesn't look Saxon. Further out, maybe. Maybe that's why we're here.
And why's he sitting on that big table?
Maybe did Hrothgar a favour back in the day. He doesn't look. How old is this foreigner?
He's about your age.
Oh.
He's not a young man.
Maybe it's.
You mean his age?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe it's from the way back.
I'm sure we'll be found. told.
So,
Otherwise,
Earthkel, you found yourself a wife yet?
I've been married for 8
Oh,
years.
yeah, who's the one? Oh, it's
That's why they call him Needle.
you all look the same to me. No wife yet?
No,
You have your
once bitten, twice shy.
you have your you've sort of go through your first courses of
coming
food
of
and
age.
plenty of booze. He's sprung booze. I presume you're all drinking.
Oh yeah.
Your
Yes.
refilled horns as soon as you empty him, sort of thing. Because it's a proper feast, he's actually got slaves in here serving. When it's a polite little thing, he has his family and that do it, which means you don't put hands on the serving girls. But because it's slaves, it gets a little bit unrighteous. So yeah, you keep getting your booze topped up, not eating all that much, and it reaches the point about halfway through the meal, and he bangs on the table, and eventually people shut up, and he says, "Right, Gisela, as you all know, my daughter here, we've decided to do something because she's coming of age, but it's a little bit more than that. As you know, I have tried to marry my children to strengthen our house and to strengthen our give us that good allies. My daughter is to be married to a priest of the Pechenegs, king of the Pechenegs." And you're all like, "You Pecheneg, rings a little thing in the back of your neck. Think you might have heard of them." The rest of you like, gobbledygook. They are a tribe in the mainland, in the continent, over to the side. There is a big tribe of them, very warlike people, and great horse breeders. And in fact, if you saw my daughter's latest horse, that was a gift from them, and she has had this very fancy horse. So we are going to sail. Sadly, I can't go. You are going to sail and take my daughter to her future husband. No!
That's the quest.
Sadly, I can't send a huge ship because I understand you've got to carry it some of the way. So it's only going to be a small ship. So I'm looking for 30 souls. I've already got the leaders of this group worked out, and he points to you all. He says, "These four, these four will be the people who will lead the expedition, and then." "Is there any other men in here who'll take part?" And the whole hall erupts. Like, "Yeah, I will. And everybody, and there's all sorts of people shouting that. He said, "Right, Mundi, the priest." The priest comes in, he goes, "We need a sacrifice, a good sacrifice to Odin. Gisela, go bring the horse." And she goes, "Okay," and everybody then funnels outside, because you don't like kill a horse in the hall, because it's going to be messy.
Yeah.
And she...
Is this a new horse?
She goes off. And everybody funnels outside, and there's benches, and this is where they slaughter big stuff because there's the blood goes here, and that's how it works. And the priest is there, and he's stropping his knife, and she comes out with his horse. Does anybody want a perception check on this one? You're all a bit drunk. Do a perception check at -5, please. Awareness -5.
Perception, awareness. Where the hell's it?
Oh,
It's not one of
easy.
skills.
Easy.
Awareness -5.
Yep.
Puts me
Same boss.
Not
Not
a
the
chance.
same horse.
Did everybody do that?
I did it. I did.
I'm too busy keeping up.
Not a -1.
Is that bloke that was on the top table? Is he out here?
Yeah, but he is out here, but he's not. This isn't his thing. You looking at him, he's not the sort of person. Most of you are like, "Great, a sacrifice." He's like, bit.
I am keeping an eye on him. That's why I obviously failed that role, because I'm like,
She brings the horse up. You will notice that.
It's not. I mean, it's a horse.
It's a horse.
but
It's
not
a
the
horse the same colour as well.
Okay, cool. It's not a cow.
And she's leading it up, and all these guys, and the father sort of like pats her on the head and
I'm
runs the
sorry,
horse over.
nothing. It's not my
And
business to say anything.
the priest sort of says, just holds it, and he cuts its throat, catches some of the blood, and there's all sorts of mess and gore and everything. Rip the horse open, dedicate its organs to Odin, throw the organs on the fire. And then basically people drag the rest of the horse away, and the main course will be coming along pretty damn quickly because it's
gonna be
just
horse.
going to be seared horse steaks. There's a bit of arguing going on between the priest and Hrothgar.
Yeah.
There's definitely some squabbling going on, and in the end, Hrothgar just basically is like, "Do what you're fucking told." And Mundi goes, "The omens are good! The omens are good!" And everybody cheers, cheers. And you go back into the hall, another couple of rounds of ale, and then you start getting lumps of horse brought out, because it's a fairly good horse feast.
Don't. What you do? Don't go to the stables.
why?
No reason. I'll tell you when we've started setting sail.
It's a
Better to worry you then than now. Enjoy your meal while you can.
Nom 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 nom.
it's a great feast. The food's good. Everybody's in a good mood. And you lot are great because all the young guys are now like, pick me, pick me, pick me, and you're like, we're not allowed to pick. It's not us who picks. We trust our Lord to give us 26 the best of you. Obviously, if you're not the best of us, sorry.
That's what's for you.
And if you're not picked, then you got to pull your finger out and learn to be better for next time.
Do you think I could ask our Lord to have my boy come along? He's come of age now.
I say, already.
Yeah.
Hi.
Or do you
Why not?
think it'd
Why
be
not?
a bit hard to
You could
ask
ask.
If you think that he's strong enough to handle it,
Can he pull an oar?
Or
Obviously, why not?
If you trained him to fight, he must be good. So, I see no problem.
Did you bring him to the feast?
no.
Imagine not bringing your
Your son, who's just come to age.
I know
yeah.
he'd have been chopping a bit when he got on.
Let's just hope he's better his father at dodging very large axes.
This
They'd be
is
laughing, but also then taking a really big drink.
We've probably joked about that for years.
Like every time.
Every-
Use a large axe.
I do indeed.
Swinging it around, you never know where it's going to end up.
Oopsie.
It is. He starts. You can see this mission taking shape as people are drinking,
Chris, you're just moving a little bit.
and you're looking at it, and you're feeling pretty chuffed. You're looking at the people he's picking, and you're like, "That's a good crew." There's that. I mean, there's Albert the Golden. Yeah, Albert the Golden. He's the most
He's
handsome.
always gonna get
He's the
picked,
most
isn't
handsome
he?
Viking. You know he was going to get picked because he's going to give Gisela something to look at while she has to get to be on the ship. And the annoying thing is he's actually a nice guy and everybody likes him despite the fact he's really one of these handsome people you want to punch in the face repeatedly.
With a big axe.
And he again gets well with all the girls. There's Bengt Birkin, who's big, chunky, and basically could pull the shit by himself. That's why he's going. Hal's the Handed, who fights with a sword in each hand. Sibba the Sly, who can sell you a ship even though you're standing on it. You've got someone for everything. It's how we've gone. We've got big, we've got
He
strong.
sold me that pig.
The pig I gave you.
He sold me the pig that I never got,
Oh, the pig that you...
that was lost, and then you happened to give me another.
Anyway, I hear somebody calling my name over there. Yes, here I come.
I'm sure there's much contest of strength.
Yes,
and stuff. People
obviously
arm wrestling
there's arm
and-
wrestling, there's you, at the beginning, early stages, you'd even be playing your game because you've all got gaming skills and you would all be playing your game. And then later on it's drinking and telling stories, the two greatest things of your life.
Hopefully, we'll get a chance to all sort of sit and chat
Can
to each other
I'd
because.
quite like to go have a sneaky chat with Munda, the priest, if I can. Munda was his name?
Mundi. Basically, he's muttering, and he says, I told him, not fucking spring. Wait until summer, I told him. Wait until summer. Oh no, it's got to be in bloody spring, hasn't it? Well, just be careful, eh?
Okay. Is there nothing else you can do?
That's all he's just muttering. No, you'll probably be alright. She's going to make it there. So stay close to
Well,
her.
she does.
Yeah,
That's where we're going.
yeah.
I'm less concerned about myself.
But I told him bloody summer. You won't fucking wait. It's the problem. Bloody man, he's too impatient.
Hrothgar the Fair.
Gisela, when she comes around, she'll come around and she'll chat with everybody. She gives him an extra hug, you will notice. She's a little bit warmer to him than she is to the rest of you. Just a little, possibly even whispers thank you in his ear.
What gift did you get her?
I actually got probably some horse-related
No,
doodad.
it's the fact that she noticed that you saw that it wasn't her horse.
Oh, right. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say anything, am I?
Well, I didn't know whether one of you might say
The
something.
only
But then the
reason
problem
I
is she would have
would've-
been on a quest with a girl who fucking wants to slit your throat every
The
day.
only problem then is, like, does it bode ill if we didn't sacrifice the right horse? But then it was...
But the priest,
It's still a sacrifice. Like,
It's a horse, isn't it?
but
but
it's
said-
not from whence the blood flows.
It's a great feast, and you will feel really good. I mean, mainly because you're at least half cut, if not 3/4 cut. You got all these young guys wanting to be on
Is
your ship.
he serving mead or beer?
But it starts off beer, but as it goes on a bit, and people
Does
start
it-
passing out, you move towards the smaller.
He starts bringing out the mead.
Yeah,
Does he? Oh, he
bring out
means
some
it.
You're going to be sailing in 3 days' time. You need basically time to recover.
It's not really time enough to get home and then come back, is it?
No, what it's time off is to sleep off what you're going to be feeling like tomorrow. And
We're hard wedding professionals. We can do the drinking and the feasting and the crawling
We're
around
also
tomorrow
old.
on hands and knees for a day or three.
Doesn't matter how good we are at drinking, we're old now.
We better go see what the boat's like as well. I still want to know who he is.
Well, he's one of the petricles, Petrnegs.
The people
Well,
around.
maybe we need to have a chat with them and find out what they're like because we're delivering Gisela to them. How far is it? Have we thought about that? How far? How long?
When
It does,
you're
that's how long
sort
we're
of
going to be
musing
waiting.
about whether you should take your son with you.
Yeah, I'll
Right,
go on.
and you're sort of talking about it. You
You're
spoke
waiting
about it with
forever.
him, and you said, "I take my son
That's
with
it.
me," and the priest says, "No,
Priest tells me no.
no, don't take your son." With you.
Oh.
And I say, okay, because, priest is...
Yeah, I mean, he's a grumpy bugger, and he sometimes sort of is a bit weird about what he says, but he doesn't fuck about. If he says something, genuinely means it.
Yeah, I'll go, alright then, maybe the next one.
Oh,
Yeah, next
is
time.
do you have a word about your son coming?
Yeah, I've sort of been told by the priest not to take him, so
Oh,
the priest says
oh.
maybe the next one.
Draw one of them. Show me what it is. Can't trust these priests all the time.
And everyone died!
Oh no! Can you have his own boat? Ulfcar will be in a rowing
Not
boat.
bringing him?
I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't bring him.
That's what the priest said, that's what you
I
said.
definitely wouldn't bring him.
Like I said, he's coming off
Look,
age.
Odin didn't hang from the world tree for 9 days for these for nothing, you know. If these and the priests say no, leave your boy at home.
And I'll say, I'll say,
Don't
yeah.
say no.
I said he's only coming of age, so the next one would maybe be best for him anyway.
Oh, maybe raid somewhere close at home, or at least a raid. But this isn't a raid. This is a. Right, I want to find that bloke.
Babysitting.
I want to find that bloke.
You're basically.
I'm grabbing him. I'm grabbing him as well.
Yeah,
Come on, we
this
can find
stage of
that
the evening, you are a bit too drunk, and he's not here anymore.
bloke. Oh, we need it.
Where the hell would you have gone?
He'll have had quarters somewhere. Where
To
he's
find
not in
him
a
and
hall.
say, "Tell us about your tribe."
Right.
Because we need to know about the tribe. And how far is it? Have we got provisions? No. I remember the day we wouldn't even think twice about this. We'd have jumped on a boat straight away. And now we're old men.
We are jumping on the boat straight away.
3 days.
Well, I'm jumping. Oh, we can do it tomorrow.
Very good sail
They said
When we
give it 3
were
days.
young.
He may not seem it now, but Halfdan, he was a mighty oak tree when we ran up the beach, and his axe was twirling in the wind. It was like an oak tree being blown
I missed
in
it
the
at one point.
breeze.
I missed the target at one point. I hit something else. I don't know what it was.
And the great branches of his struck down men left and right. And
I was very good, wasn't I, in my younger days? We could never fight during the battles, though.
That's because I was telling everyone, all you plebs, what to do.
You were always busy. I've only got so many kids. I just don't know if this is going to be a clever idea going on this journey, you know.
Look, if it's our fate, so be it.
What's the worst what can happen when dying glorious battle?
The worst that could happen is we could drown.
That is very
I'm-
bad.
Let's
I'm
not
not
talk
worried
about
about the drowning.
I'm not so sure it was a choice anyway.
I would have just liked to have been able to, I'm going to have to get a message, one of the messenger.
He kind of didn't really ask us, would we like to go?
No, you're his trusted.
No, I understand that, but I would have liked to have had a little bit more time to prepare, you know, the old joints take a bit much these days, and I would have liked to have got a message back to the children, to at least let them know I was going for one last hurrah with the boys.
Well, you can send a runner.
Tell that already.
You did tell them that.
You
I
did.
told them we was coming to this feast.
Yeah, but you told him you were going to be
No, no.
away, and she was in charge. Remember?
His memory's not what he
I
once
had one
was.
He's already
You
forgotten.
didn't have one last night of passion with your wife before you left.
The one who's been dead for 10 years.
You never not have you know.
that's distasteful.
Yeah, it's pretty distasteful.
Yeah,
Look,
it'd be quite a lot like that arm on the wall.
Sorry. I was there. Like we had 3 days before we had to leave. 2 of them, I was.
Producing more children.
Mind
Well, then you're like-
maybe we can find someone else a wife while we're over there.
Right. Maybe we could get you one of these Petchneg women.
I thought you were going to say a pet pig.
Is that where my pig went?
Would I know anything about the region these people are in?
Basically, you know roughly where you're assuming. It's down the rivers. There's settlements of almost your kin, of your folk, along the rivers. Inland, there's whole different tribes. And some of them are supposed to be really horrible peoples, and some of them lived by the rivers and in fact were displaced by the spheres to form settlements there. So yeah, it's something. It's basically where you live. You know, you've got the islands, you've got the small lands, and then there's this dirty, great big fucking continent off to one side. That
So
nowadays,
she hasn't even met her betrothed.
you will see at one
She's
point.
excited because it's horses.
Yeah, and also she's given this her dowry as well as being her. There's this gorgeous set of silvered mail, and it about fits her because she's a proper Viking girl, and he's only a non-Viking, so he's not going to be as big as her. So
She is going to rip the pins out of him.
She split that little man in half.
She's going to kill him.
But so would I know that the area we're kind of heading towards is where the spheres are?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so I'm going to be in a grumpy fucking foul mood.
Yeah, because basically, sadly, anywhere in that direction is spheres, and that's where you're going.
Who's upsetting?
The spheres.
We're going to have to be going over to them. Fucking pains in the
I can't
arse.
remember why.
Why did he suddenly start eating them? I can't remember.
You have all fought them at some point.
Yeah, but they're not to worry about it.
Yeah, it's not like the Danes and point to my face.
Yeah, or the Norse.
Danes,
could be
yes,
really bad.
yes, it was definitely Danes. I remember
Them
that.
fucking farmers.
Definitely them. No farmers. It was definitely them Danes. That you in the
Farmer
face.
chasing a pig with a giant
It was
axe.
definitely, it was definitely Danes and not half Dan. Hang on a minute. Half Dan, Dane. Dun dun dun.
If that turned out to be the case, he would have been on the other side of my spear and not that fucking Dane who done it.
I'm sorry, your spear. Since when have you been good enough to take me? You couldn't take me when we were youngins. You can't take me now.
Right. Okay. Anyway, at some
Do
point,
you want a head?
wrestling.
Do you want a head start?
at some point, pass out over the tables like most of the people do here. Come morning. Everybody sort of. There's a lot of sleeping, snoring bodies. It's all pretty messy in here. It does not smell
God,
nice in
I
here.
have not felt this bad in a while.
I know, it's wonderful, isn't it?
Oh, I have missed it.
There's-
I've missed seeing you guys as well.
There's slaves going around bringing you some watered down, slightly weaker beer for breakfast and solids if you can handle it. You are told at some point late afternoon when you can basically stand and walk.
We can see out both eyes.
The king would like a word with you for.
What did he say last night again?
Something about we're going on a trip.
Yeah.
All right, let's go see what the king wants.
Right,
My
so
lord.
this is basically there's Hrothgar there. There's this guy. There's a sort of small guy with him who's obviously some sort of servant of this guy, and there's Froger who you know. And Froger sort of looks at you all, ushers you into the room, and then basically goes and stands outside it, which is
Nod to him as he leaves and sort of half raise an eyebrow.
Hrothgar's a little bit hungover as well, but not quite as rough as you or you lot. And he says, "Right, guys, you need to know. Okay, so you're going to take my daughter to the land of the Pechenegs, but there's a bit more to it than that. This is Rolf. He's a merchant. He's sailed up and down that route, and he knows the lands. And the guy speaks to you and greets you, and he's got fairly accented language. He's probably a mixture of races. He's definitely some Varangian, so he is some degree Norse. But
So he's a guide.
I will be your guide. Yes. The ship you have would be small enough to take. It is a complicated route. We sail across the Gulf, and then you have to go to the land to Nien, and then to a Lake Ladoga.
How long is this journey?
Falls well 3 weeks.
Not as bad as I thought.
Very reasonable.
It's hard work. You have to move the ship, carry the ship at least 2 or 3 times. But the rivers,
We have someone that can carry the boat.
the rivers are safe enough. You have to be. There are Khazars. The Khazars are bad people. They will fight you in the marshes and around the rivers when you're moving the boat. And you have to watch the merchants in the towns. They will rob you if they can, and there are slavers everywhere. But it all can be done. And Hrothgar sort of says, anyway, right, important thing.
My lord.
So spheres. Okay, we can cope them all. We've got all these. The spheres are setting up colonies all the way down that bloody river, which I suppose is good for them, but we don't like the spheres, so it's not good for us. They've got colonies, they've got cities down there, and there's this big bloody city at the bottom of the river. I can't remember its name. It's Byzantium. Byzantium, yeah. Apparently, there's going to be this whole alliance thing going on, whereby Byzantium is allying with these sphere colonies. And Byzantium apparently has got all sorts of clever gadgets and soldiers and things, which might mean that they bring them up here to fight for us, against us rather. And the spheres have always kept their eye on us. So
we sack Byzantium.
no. It's
Well,
more.
We raise it.
It's more
We
subtle than that.
sneaky take stuff.
Pechenegs are a new tribe that's coming in. They're a fierce tribe. They're horse archers and stuff. Weirdy people.
Horse.
They sit on horses and fire bows. Yeah.
How do they not fall off them things when it moves away?
I think probably because they've been doing it since they were 3. I don't know. It doesn't mean anything to me, but this is what.
Okay. One of us is a bowman. You said one of us can use a bow.
Yeah,
right. So when it was a horse on.
Yeah, I could understand you could pull it, but to hit the target must be bloody hard. You know, you take your pull back, you take your aim, but why it's moving, you're moving. That's different.
They're fierce people. They're enemies of the Varangian settlements, and they're enemies of the Byzantiums. So I want them to be our friends. My enemy's enemy. So you take Gisela. She marries some prince out there. You exchange vows with the Pechenegs. We will help them in their fight. They will help us. And then you come back, and when we see what happens. If it works, we'll go there again. We'll lend them soldiers against Byzantium. They can lend us. We'll have a fighting alliance against Byzantium.
So you want us? We're acting as ambassadors.
Yeah, in a way.
To.
They are expecting you. It is a genuine thing. They are going to. We have met this guy. I can't pronounce his name, but he by all accounts, he's a nice young man, and he's going to be good to my daughter. And he's.
He better be.
Yeah.
Probably.
Well,
So
no, I'm on the run, my dear, because no one brought mead.
First did he, and then didn't.
Don't know.
thank you.
So these colonies, if we come across them, we just eradicate them as we go, or is it not?
We're one boat.
They're
The
quite
small colonies. I meant the colonies on the river.
I don't think
on the way.
that's-
I wouldn't, because basically this is me being subtle. This isn't a raiding trip. I'm not sending 10 ships down the river because I'm told that the river's not big enough for big ships.
Yep.
And I don't mind them having colonies out that way, because that's out that way. That's fine. If the Seviers want to spread inland into this great continent,
Not to the seas.
yeah,
it's
good.
ours.
They can do that. But what I don't like is them getting powerful and getting help from there and then coming back against us.
Okay.
So that's what this is to stop. So everybody knows we're going on an adventure. All the men know where we're going, but I don't want it widely spread that we're seeking alliances with this, because
Okay.
And we can't get into too much trouble because we can't risk Gisela.
no,
fair
don't
enough.
risk Gisela. Gisela is going to get there.
Spheres.
Priest has told me Gisela.
And we got
about
long goal. Long goal is we get.
Do we have?
the
Is there
Pechenegs.
someone specific you wish us to speak with?
He looks at the merchant and he goes, "It's Prince Frogton," and he's like, "Yeah, he can pronounce the name."
Do we
But
have-
otherwise, the Pechenegs know we're coming, and they know a girl's coming in silver armour.
So it's not enough that they're marrying your daughter. We want a bit more to solidify it.
They will be glad of friends, because where they have also got a lot of enemies around them. They've got this bloody city, they've got the new settlements, and they've got the Khazars, who you two will know about. They're the barbarians who are generally harassing when you try and raid down the rivers. They are wiping the Khazars out and taking their land. They have many enemies of their own. They will be happy to have friends, and they have heard stories of Viking valour. So,
And if it goes well, we send warriors back next time.
yeah.
And I, for one, will want to be on that boat that goes back.
Oh yeah. Me too.
This is a potential great future. And then Byzantium, who knows? I've always wanted to see Byzantium. And then he laughs and bangs the table, and the merchant sort of looks a little wide-eyed at that.
Wow.
The guy slave is just completely
Let us go
blind.
with more than one ship and we'll bring you all the gold in Byzantium, my lord. I think we have preparations to make
Yeah, I've
and
picked
a ship to see.
So basically, you've got another day and a half, and you know.
But the crew has all been picked.
Yeah, the crew has been picked, and you lot are like you're looking around, and Lord, yeah, there's some good. That's good. You couldn't have done better, you know. So the
Well, we
cream-
could have done.
It's the cream. Thank you, John.
Yeah, we could have been not there.
Yeah, we could have been not there.
The cream of gay out society.
Thanks, sweetheart. If you nice, it's nice of you. Yeah. Thank you. You made it part. Serving wenches these days ain't nowhere near as good as they used to be, I tell
I don't
you.
think you waited until the door shut before you said that.
Yes, she smacked me.
It's because it was Rothgar's family.
Yeah.
It would be Rocco's family in here.
Ah, well. I'm sure it will all go well, but then once we're on our own, anyone have any thoughts on this?
Well, I see that it's a mutual thing, so no need to take gifts.
As much as I love our king, surely he realises that us four, the quests and things we've been on before, that we are about as much good as speaking and getting someone to like us as we are at finding missing pigs.
But don't you think that's why we got the tradesman and the daughter?
A guide. He's a guide.
Yeah, but even if you do half the talking on our behalf, I'm sure.
I do think that we are.
Should we allow a foreigner to speak for our king?
Well, how about Sly? You know, the one who can
He's
sell
sold
your
the pig.
boat on and sell
He
your
could
pig.
probably sell Sweden to them, yes. That's the point.
Yeah, I do think that
Maybe I'm just worrying too much.
not that we're above this, but
You worry too much.
it's a babysitting errand that I don't feel has too much honour and valour involved.
There is no babysitting
I just
in
think
this.
it
That's
would-
Gisela. She's
Protecting
no
our
baby.
king's
Daughter.
first daughter.
And making
Like,
alliances.
against
Plus, we
our
have to get
enemies.
through
What's
all
more,
that space.
what's more honourable than that?
Yeah, we have to get through all that area with all them, and they'll be attacking us on the way.
With
It
any
might be
luck, we'll
absolute
get some,
glory in it.
some of those spheres. With any luck, they'll try and
Yeah.
attack us. We
I'll be
kill
happy.
some of them.
Happy days.
Yeah, the thing being though, I do think if we do come under attack, we have to make sure at
Well,
least
she's got to be the
safe
protection.
and the guy's got to be safe because none of us really know how we have to get there. And if we're carrying a boat, that's going to be even harder if we lose the way.
So it makes sense that us
I think
four
that's-
are her direct guard.
Protectors.
yeah.
You don't shield, do you?
I have a shield.
You have a
I
shield.
do. I predominantly output. You will see me fight with my big axe. But if it needs to defensive, I will just drop the axe
can
and then
shield.
shield an axe.
Okay. So we can all shield. We can shield wall.
We can shield
wall
wall.
together many times. So
Or
we can
we
be
can
last
shield
time.
wall with three of you,
Yeah.
and then I'll
Depending
just
on how
pummel
things
whoever's
go.
stupid enough to come close.
Indeed.
Sure, we've done that before.
Hi.
Yeah, definitely.
Straight
There
behind
used to be,
you.
there used to be
Only
quite a
if
lot
we're
more of
prepared.
us, and we used to have a bigger shield around.
we can always be prepared.
Yes, but we are mighty warriors. We don't need a whole load more people.
The originals are thinning.
Yeah.
It's a small but fairly. It's a nice ship. It's not. It isn't a big one. Said it's only designed for 30 people. One sail, rank of oars each side. But you look at it and you think, yeah, sturdy enough. You can prod it. It's who it's been made by. You know you.
Right.
It's a decent ship.
And we're the rowers.
Yeah.
And we're 30 good men. We haven't got
Yeah.
any thralls or anything like
No,
that.
it's 30 good men.
It's good times. Oh, this takes me back. I feel younger already.
Yep. And
Apart from when I start to row and then the elbows.
I know. After a little while, you're like.
Just, you know, we don't look any younger.
I need to be standing on deck shouting out orders while you lot are rowing.
I need to be going, drum! Drum!
No, because even that hurts the wrists.
I don't say in the 3 days I've sort of made sure vision's right, my weapons are sharp,
Sure.
stuff is good, and get me arm back.
I'm
Yeah,
just,
training
I'm just going to have to start training again.
Yeah.
To get practicing
Get
because I've
bells.
spent a lot of time farming.
And
You know, last couple of months I've just been a farmer.
You are getting some of the younger
Don't
guys.
stick the
sniggering.
pointy end in the
Oh,
ground.
when they start sniggering, it'll be a case of laughing at me, boy. Here, let's see if you've got your place on this boat. And then when he picks himself up off the floor,
They're all the guys you've got are all pretty good. You know, they're you when you were younger. None of these are 16-year-olds working out which end of a spear is
These
which.
are good
these are
fighters.
hardened, you know, the youngest you've got here are like 18 with 4 years
I'm not going
experience of
gentle on
killing
them. I
people.
will pummel them into the ground and then
And
pick them up.
they're armed, sword, shield, helmet, chain. As
All
well.
sorts, yeah.
Yeah.
They've pretty much all got armour on, and most of them fight with shields, a variety of weapons, swords, axes, spears, 1 or 2 bowmen.
We'll have a couple of.
Every now and again,
bouts.
just when we're all working over the ship, just scream out, "Shield wall!"
And make sure we can all.
Yep.
Practicing.
And then whoever's not in the shield wall in time gets the butt of my axe across their back.
Okay.
That's a second
They
skill
will.
for you.
They will fucking learn.
Now I'm always there on time.
Well, to be honest, I've got somebody who's noticeably slower than everyone else,
Yeah.
which is a bit unfair.
Yeah, and I'm usually the first one there. He's no shield wall,
Hang on a minute, just a
but
minute, I'm coming! Yeah, go on, fuck. Ow.
I'm spending quite a lot of the time trying to work out where the hell his red hair went.
Right.
I know, right?
I know you're only 36, but by our standards that's 50. But I'm not entirely sure that biology changed this way. That suddenly at 36 that you've got grey hair.
he's
My
had a
mum went
stressful life
completely.
and
My
he's got a
mum
grey
went
beard.
completely grey when she was 21.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Steve Martin,
Right.
Grey Young.
I'm going to take a moment
He's still
and
missing his
just to
bit.
sit aside and get my old runes out because I'm just seeing what the runes say about this journey. So I'll be sitting there picking out 3 runes and like if they suddenly see a black cloud over my head, run away.
Yeah,
And they're saying, sail in summer.
and you see me keep my eye on these runes just to see what he pulls.
In summer.
It doesn't matter what he pulls, it'll happen either way.
That's the great Odin thing, it's fatalistic, it's like...
And also, I don't really want him to accidentally flip his axe the wrong way.
All you can do is all you can do.
Yep.
Protection.
Odin will watch over us. The sacrifice was.
Oh, now that's interesting. If this
Just
works
deliver.
right, this could be the birth of a new, not a new era as such, but a new moment for us.
The alliances.
To new beginnings.
It could be. It could be. But hail, air,
I'm having a look on the ship on the boat.
conditions.
I'm seeing if I can. There's a way I can set up my shield so that it's kind of ready that I can just like stick my arm in. And
Yeah,
strap
there
it.
is.
Yeah, it's no problem.
Instead of, you know, where the way this they've got theirs all that facing out that way, just take your one from that, turn it round, place it there. Now you can put your arm straight through
Cool.
and strap.
Wicked.
Yes, and you can, and there's plenty of people around
Right,
here,
how
and furthermore, you are like a person of authority. You can say to a carpenter, "I just want a piece of wood there, a nail, just to do that, all that." Right? Yeah,
Cool.
will do.
Good times.
Yep. The
Last
joys
thing
of
we'll do is-
being respected and in charge and stuff like that, as opposed to
Yeah.
the horrors
Unlike
of being.
the game.
What's this?
He's writing a rune on you.
It's the same he's got.
Oh, I thought you were going to get a different one. Well, if he draws a
He's got
skull and
a-
crossbones
matter
on
what
someone's
hand
hand, it's going to draw a skull and crossbones.
Does this mean we're straight edge?
No, just for now.
What does it mean?
It's just a protection room.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Could have done with this in the arm before I got shot.
Some people never satisfied.
I hadn't started looking at the rooms then. It just came to me when I was.
You get, you know, you're honoured. You eat well the last couple of nights, but it's not as righteous because you know you've got work to do and stuff.
Yeah, we have.
Good feasts.
Should have been on your forehead, but I couldn't be bothered. And I didn't have a black permanent mark. Oh yeah, that's why that muscle sometimes twists.
And the morning of the cast-off comes around. It is blowy weather. It is spring. It is, you know, there are winds. You know, you can generally read the weather. You've got it's going to be probably day and a half, something like that. You have got to sail across the whole of the Gulf. So basically, you'll hug the coast for some point, and then you spend a day going across the Gulf to the mouth of the river, which is a settlement called Nien, Spearport.
Can I just get a little bit of an idea of like the daughter? I know that it's the daughter of the king.
Yeah.
But she's a Viking girl. Is she also going to be doing normal stuff like rowing and everything else, or is she going to be
No,
at the top?
She's not going to be rowing. No.
However, she might be.
She can pitch in if you need her to,
Right.
but she basically hasn't got the stamina like you lot have got to sit on a
No,
boat and row
that's
far.
fine. It's just also because obviously we need to know where she is at all times. For her
So
protection.
we are casting off, are we? So this is the first part of our journey from here to
Nien.
the end. Let's just see.
Sadly, as I said, 2 years ago it doesn't exist.
Let's just see how
You're sailing across the Gulf of Vinland.
how does this feel?
Yeah, I was just wondering, because she's got the chainmail now, I'm guessing she's more like a trained, even though she's not big.
She can fight,
She's a
yeah.
shield maiden.
But it's basically trying to work out where she's going to be. Like, for instance, if she is going down there rowing, we know that one of us needs to be down there every time she's there.
Food-wise,
You will have.
we've got rations.
You've
enough.
got 3
weeks. We don't really need to worry about
Yeah,
it.
you've got plenty of rations, and said it's a nice little boat, and you work out what you're doing. You know, you've done this before, and the other two are like, you carry the boat, and you're like, that's easy. All you do is you take the oars, you do them like that. We need to cut some trees down, use those as rollers, and you two have done it. You know, and some of the people you're with have done it, and the others are like,
I'm
that's
just
clever.
I'm just
and then you push it,
when
and
they
then
say-
it roll, and then yeah.
When they say we're carrying the boat, I just keep looking at the big bloke.
Just Obelix.
He can lift the boat with his own, so I'm
Over his
like, what's him? Why is
So,
he
yeah,
boat? What's him?
It's a metaphor.
What's him?
It is a clever thing. So, set sail. You hug the side of the coast, that all goes fine. You can probably actually now up your music a little bit, might get a little dramatic potentially. Oh, is there some black clouds in the sky?
Storms! I've got storms!
Storm of
at-
arrows.
I've got storm at sea!
Oh, good.
No, not good!
Well,
Slay our enemies.
it's not like that.
Chopping.
Turn out a bit as well. And I've just got to find, just because I know there's probably going to be a fight, and I know what's going to happen. Someone's going to need this.
Hate so much. Well, it won't be me because I've got a ring of protection. Aha!
Exactly.
Is this just while is this like the old-fashioned version of cock and balls?
Yeah.
No. He had to spoil it, didn't he? He was doing so well.
Did the one
We cut
one.
this bit.
Like that,
Like
yeah.
a section.
It's getting a bit choppy, guys. Right, let's row through it or get in the sail.
You sure?
Yeah, we get the sail and we row through it.
How
Right,
many
if we can leave the sail up, then it will
how
get
many of
taut.
our crew are experienced with sailing?
They've all been on a boat. Really, he's about your least experienced sailor on the ship, but obviously he's not going to say that.
But I can
just-
swim.
He's just busy chasing a pig around the boat.
What? There's a pig on the boat? Where is it? No, I'm sort of just standing at the. I'm sort of more. People would say I'm leaning against the mast. Sort of. I'm kind of just.
Hugging it.
I'm just.
Terror.
I'm helping out. like-
You've been watching the weather, you've experienced
not
this,
looking
and
good.
it's like, it's come on hard. You're thinking, when you first set your ride for the run across the open part of it, you're thinking, might be a bit choppy later on, should be alright. These black clouds coming hard,
It's getting worse, is it?
and you've got black clouds coming hard, that's not good. And it starts to get really choppy.
It's the wild hunt. Odin's on the wild hunt.
Right. Bring the oars in. We just hunker down. Bring the.
You basically will take the sail down when you've got to
straight
try
up.
and row, because if you don't move, you're just going to stay put in the middle of it. But
Put your back to the oars.
you sort of shout an order out, and one of the younger guys is like, yep, goes up the mast like a monkey, gets to the top of the mast, and the sky goes really black. There's a big lightning strike, and the boat just wobbles, and you look up there and he's not there anymore. And you're like, there's nobody on the deck, he hasn't even fallen on the deck.
Run overboard.
Yeah, we'll have to check out the sides. See if we
We're
can see
looking for it and he's just gone.
You can't see anything. The seas are rising. Or you just thought you saw a shape in the water, but it wasn't a man. It's too big for that.
Well, we've still got to get that bloody mast down, mate.
There's something in the water.
So I'll get back up there.
Okay, Dex roll, please.
You're the different one, aren't you?
No, I'm not. But someone's got to do it, haven't they?
Yeah, no, you're right.
It is now. Now the boat is. I mean, that is a climbing thing now.
What's
The
next
boat
level?
is literally doing this. It's one of your stats just above where your finger is. Go up. Up with your finger. Up with your finger. Up with your finger. Up with your finger. Up with your finger a bit more. Somewhere
Oh, up
there.
there, yeah. On it.
Okay, fine. Yep. It is not an experience you necessarily want to do every day.
Yep.
But you're like somebody's got to do it, and you grip the mast tight, and you don't, fairly methodically, but you get up there, you he'd mostly done it already. It's
Yeah.
clearly, when you get there, he'd untied it, and then he must have fallen.
And there's
He's
just
not
nothing of him.
No. Presumably he fell as the boat tipped over and he went straight in the sea. But he never made a noise, so you didn't hear it above the lightning. You managed to pull it, the sail drops, it's a bit untied, you tied it up.
We need to get the sail over as cover!
Okay.
He's still rowing. And then there's this bang. And you're like, hey,
Where's the lookout?
you hit something. But there's no, you're in the middle of the sea.
Oars in!
There's now lightning, fairly periodical. There's lightning. There's people are now getting a bit nervous. There's lots of storm.
There's so we've hit something, like we've hit and kept going, or we've hit and stopped.
No, you've hit and kept going. And then people are starting to shout. Water's coming in. You've been holed below the waterline.
Bring the oars in!
Get barrels or something.
Get
Get
my man!
and block it up.
It's you're running around shouting orders. The thunder everywhere.
Keeping an eye on everyone, trying to make sure everyone's still here and we haven't lost anyone else.
Gisela goes and makes sure she's got her armour on. And she's like, well, if I'm going to go here, I want somebody to see me.
Is there a safe quarter for
no,
her?
she should not be wearing
Armour and water.
She tells us what to do.
So yeah, I'm there trying
No,
to.
she doesn't, not when we're here.
I'm trying to bang like wood
If
into that.
we go down, we go down. You ain't going to be swimming in this. Besides which, have a look over there. And you look, and there's definitely something in the water. There's something, every now and again, something just moves through the water. You see, it's basically, almost as though there's a sea serpent out there.
Can I have an awareness roll?
Yeah, sure.
What's the Viking walk?
Made by 2.
You just catch a glimpse of something in the water. Something big in the water.
That's what we do.
And you think,
It's not Yormungand. It's not
It's not
Yormungand.
Come! Yormungand! No!
the Midgard serpent, possibly. It's Thor fighting, that's what somebody is, Thor fighting the Midgard serpent.
Well, we have to hope Thor wins and we just stay out of their way.
There's definitely something in the water.
Well, Thor should know there's a time and place to battle, and this isn't it!
The gods going up for our petty lives. Right, now we know what it is. We try and move around it, avoid it, whatever, I don't know.
You are in the middle of a very, very nasty storm.
Right, so-
This is the sort of thing, you wouldn't like to be in. You've got a hole in your ship. Your ship is starting to sink.
Yeah, I'm trying my hardest to
I'll have to bail in.
You're bailing, you're trying to ram stuff in the hole, you're doing everything you can. The ship is breaking.
We must have like a kind of wooden.
Somebody shouts land ho, and you can just about make out spray.
Right.
Oars?
Go to the land.
Oars out! Put your backs to the oars!
You're now, when the people you're in your rowing decks, you're waist deep in water.
We're gonna have to.
Yeah, carry on.
Carry on. Bail out half.
Row!
Somebody bail out the rest of your row.
Row!
As many
Okay.
as can be bailing and the rest
You're
rowing.
rowing the best you can. The boat is breaking. It's clearly been hit hard. You haven't seen whatever you saw earlier. It doesn't seem to be, but the storm is still raging. It's now tipping down with rain. There's lightning strikes all over the place. There's thunder. It's a very superstitious time, and the water gets closer and
We are
closer,
gonna
I
have
think
to.
we'll have to abandon.
and then closes
Abandon,
over your heads. You have a moment where you're starting to drift
I'm
in the
not gonna
water,
drown.
and you're almost like just starting to breathe the water, and then it's like somebody puts his hand on the back of your neck and says, "Not yet, son." And you come to spurting out water on a rocky shore. It's the grey light of dawn. You've been collapsed and asleep for some hours. This is dawn. The shipwreck was, you were on, that was yesterday. So you've slept. And you look around in the grey light of dawn.
Straight away, where is she?
She is by you. What you can see moving, so looking around on this rocky shore, lots of rocks, you've got you lot scattered about, not all next to each other, but there's her, and there's a guy moving who you don't initially recognise, but then it's the merchant slave. And then there's a group of people over there walking down towards you, and there's also other bodies lying around, but they're not moving.
I'm immediately dashing over to her and checking her vitals.
She's like you lot. She's exhausted and she's bruised and stuff.
I'm
but-
going for anything that we can use as weapons. Or
Yeah,
anything
There's all
possibly.
sorts of boat wreckage. So yeah, you can find weapons very
Yeah, so
easily.
Our
I
own
want
personal
weapons
weapons
and
we probably
then
had straps,
and then
but
go
there
over
are
to
some.
her as well and carry like extra weapon for one of them or whatever.
Shield here.
Keep still!
We've got like a bit of boat in front of us and like a spear.
These about a dozen of guys walking towards you.
Pulling the axe out of the
coming down
sand, making sure we're between them and her.
Yeah, I think that's
And,
some of ours and
there.
not
And
someone else.
they've got accented voices. Take them alive, and whoever kills the girl, I'll put his eyes out.
Then we fight.
And these guys, basically, they put the swords away and they pull out clubs. They got batons.
we don't fight.
They're not as heavily armoured as you. They're fairly chunky guys. They're spheres probably for engines, that sort of thing.
Spheres.
Bastard. And the one that said take them alive and extra kill the girl. Is this just one of the generic people? Just
You would guess he's the leader. He's because he's now manoeuvred himself, so he's there, and these dozen men are coming in front of him. So
There's only a dozen of them. Let's keep them going.
Well, if Odin's calling me to Valhalla, it'll be today. To get to her, they have to go through us.
yep.
right, there's a mass. I mean, they're more organised because they've got numbers, and nobody's particularly keen on charging axe wielding, screaming loonies. So, but they're coming in as a line. Okay. The slave, basically, you notice is basically just obviously stay behind you. He's not really a fighting man. And
Keep an eye on.
Keep an eye on her and pull a knife if you need it.
we will have. I'll have 2 on each of you to start with, and then we see how we do. Okay. You can, obviously remember you can split your attacks. You just take some amount and put it on the second attack. That's up to you. You can do as much as you want. You have 2 people fighting you. They are not as big and strapping as you are, and they've only got leather armour on.
Okay. What we've got.
You will still have your armour because basically you live in your armour.
Yeah, so you still get your armour and whatever we found on the beach, but I was
Yeah.
hoping for like something.
You
to
can
use
certainly
as a
have your
shield.
main weapon
Yeah.
because, as Rev said, generally you'd have your weapon with you, and you spearmen there would be spears squashed up on the beach.
Oh, well, I'm
Common
fucking
weapon.
sliding straight in with it then.
So like I said, it might not be a
Right.
shield, but it'd definitely be a
2
bit of
attacks
boat.
on you. You can roll, and I will do it all simultaneous because I like that. We can do it simultaneously.
Okay, I'm just going to do 1 attack on one person.
Okay.
Just
so
focus on that. Plus
Oh,
3,
misses by 1. How
14, 15, 16. Oh, sorry, 11, 12, 13. 14 for the first one.
Okay, that will hit.
What's my damage? I didn't see. I hadn't even looked at what my damage is.
There you go.
Can't even see it. Where is it?
5d6, but then you're using a 2-handed weapon, so I don't know if that's different.
I don't know.
It's an extra 1, isn't it?
Is it? I think it depends on the armor, isn't it?
Yeah. So,
Yep.
You can have an extra 1 because that makes sense to me. If you're using a 2-handed axe as opposed to a single-handed axe and shield.
you crush them with both hands instead of one.
Hello. 6, 12, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21.
Okay, you basically crunch your axe big time, go straight into this guy's torso, and he slumps straight to the ground. Sadly, while you're pulling your axe out of his torso, a guy with him just smacks you with a club. Right, what we're going to do damage here is they're not looking to kill you, they're looking to knock you out. I'm going to do half damage, and you're going to count that, and if you take it up to your hit points, you're knocked out.
Okay.
Ooh, that's rubbish. 3 points of damage.
3. Is that with my armor taken out?
No, I'm not ignoring armour because I'm just doing it as
Just 3?
18 damage, so it's 3 points of damage. Oh, okay, you know,
Sorry.
lucky. You this
As I'm pulling my axe
this
out.
guy might have actually had his blow because he probably
So it's,
wasn't expecting his mate to be near on cutting him in half.
Is that
so-
our unconscious rating you're rolling to then?
Yeah, it'll be to you, but it's Okay, so next.
I'm going to try and manoeuvre if I've got 2 against me, so I'm going to manoeuvre backwards, so I've got 1 in my shield arm and then the other, try not as he goes to hit me, I'll a little understab.
Right.
12.
No, it's fine. Again, I missed with the first one, hit with the second one, but the second one's the one you're not fighting at, so you have successfully hit me.
Ooh! 15, 16.
Yeah, he's badly. You sink your sword into his gut, and he's like, you're like, he's not going to die, but on the other hand, he's not going to be wielding his club anytime soon either. He slumps to the ground. Yeah, the other guy does hit you. and he does 5 points damage.
You say this ignores armor.
This ignores armor, so yeah, it's 5 hit points. It's just bruising damage. But the thing is, you're not in a brilliant shape anyway. You had a rough night's sleep and all that. You don't need all this. Right.
Yeah, I'm just going to go for the one of them.
One again. Aha!
Not going to be great.
Okay, no, it's not, because he's broken your spear, I'm afraid. So I hate to do that to you on the first attack, but he actually got a critical, so I will just take that as just your spear breaks.
Son of a bitch.
I love 15s. You always seem to roll more 15s than anything else, don't you? Second guy actually misses you, though.
Okay.
So the first one in defending against you breaks your spear, and the second guy misses you.
So when you say you split your attacks, how does that work?
You can take, say you got an attack of 22, you can roll a 2 and a 20.
Oh,
or 2 11s.
Or 2 11s, whatever. Any mixed thing you want between.
Oh, because I was thinking about shield bashing and stabbing, but I think you can't.
Not really. So basically,
yeah, I'll pick my shield in between me and the one to the left, and I'll try and stab the one to the right one. I did.
Sure.
So,
D20. So you're experienced men. Finish one target. Move on to the next.
missed.
Flail around.
You
between
missed.
them.
yeah, I've got 2 and I've got a +2, so that's 4. Isn't it?
No, that's a hit.
sorry.
How have you missed?
You're rolling under.
Under.
You've got a skill
sorry.
of about 22.
Two, yeah, that's
I
it.
rolled a 2 as well, but I've hit. But I would think you've hit.
So
on
2, but I thought that was a.
You rolled a 2 as well.
I rolled a 2.
No, you rolled a 2
plus.
and you got +2, so that's 4.
Yeah. Okay. Fine.
Okay, so that's
Because it's an opposed dice roll, so don't miss as such.
Oh, that's
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13.
13. You've given a good meaty stab. You stabbed him with a spear. He's.
A lot of low numbers though.
He has actually hit you as well. Oh no, you hit him, so that doesn't count. The other one hits as well, and the other one does. Oh, I am just getting all these big numbers. 4 points of damage. Right, we're down to. You can have another round of 2 each, because your 2's replacements will do, and then we'll see how we do over there.
Kill you all!
Be less keen than they were, but they're still going because there's a lot of money in the Viking
Oh, it's
stake.
on me, isn't it?
Yep.
Again, I'm just going on the 1. 12, 13, 14, 15.
I rolled a 15 as well.
But you've got an axe.
He's only got a club though. I don't think I figured he'd break a spear, but I don't think he'd break an axe.
two-handed axe.
We'll call that an honourable draw because everybody's critical all round. So you've done an almighty strike, and hey, you think this guy is good with a club. He's somehow deflected, just tapped your club, axe a little bit as he's come in, and you've just gone down the side of him. And you thought that guy is either a spawny fucker or he's an awesome clubsman.
And the other guy?
And the other guy leaves you wide open for the other guy. That will be my third 15 of the day.
I don't get any defensive. This is just
No, so I will just roll that. So you will get 12 points of damage on the
Right, so up to a knockdown.
Well, I've got a critical.
Up to a knockdown. Where's
You're not anywhere near your knockdown yet,
oh,
are
where's
you?
my knockdown? I can't see it.
You should be in the high 20s, shouldn't you?
Knockdown. Size, isn't it? 13.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah,
How many?
Yeah, sorry, you got to 12.
So that's 15. I'm down, mate.
No, knockdown is in one go.
Oh!
Yeah.
Knockdown is in one hit to get knocked down, and it's only unconscious, thanks Jane, is if you get...
Oh!
If you go down
If
to
you go
your
down to-
7.
Yeah, and you've
Take more
got...
than your size.
I'm conscious if I'm down to 6.
Yeah,
Oh,
If I go down to
because
6.
it's
So
low,
you just did how many?
he did 12.
12, that's
So
on
he didn't knock
15. So it's not a knockdown.
Your size is 13.
Yeah.
So you don't have to do it.
No, I'm just
No, you don't need to take that again, but I mean, that was just a very bad round for you.
Total hit points 26. I've got it, yeah.
I think 6 was still.
It's been awesome by me in rolling 2 criticals, but there we go. Right, Parker.
I
gonna
hate
try
you in
and-
this game because you do roll
Now
a
we've
lot
got
of
the dead
things.
guy, I'm going to try and use him to my advantage so they have to step on his body and lose footing and stuff like that. Again, I'm focusing on one guy.
Yeah,
Ooh, 19, 20, 21.
that's critical. Yeah, right, that hits. He has a lot of shield. Is it actually? Yeah, there she's.
Oh,
Oh my word!
Double damage is 12.
12 double damage. Well, he's
Getting the leg or
very
something.
badly wounded. And the other one does hit you for. Oh, that's quite a bit actually. 7.
Not enough to knock down
Right.
major wound.
So,
What do I have around me in
You
terms
can
of what I
get-
can grab a weapon?
well, if you bear in
I
mind,
probably would have had my sword or
you
something.
remember how your guy would be
Wrestling!
Alright, yeah, I'll just
That's
jump
how
on
you
one
got
of
so
them.
good at it, you keep breaking your needles. Fuck! Another broken thing, jump on him!
Okay.
Have him
So
by the
I'll
face!
just go to grapple one
Yeah.
of them.
If you succeed against me, you've got him in a bear hug.
It's going to be 6.
Okay, yep, fine. You've got him in a bear hug.
Okay.
The other guy is not going to hit you this round because he's concerned about hitting his mate. Because obviously you're moving, and you've just.
But the bear hug does no damage. Like a big
Well, it's uncomfortable for him, and it will start doing damage, and then obviously you can do the follow-up nut, because that's the obvious bear hug thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll
Still good.
still go for the one more I've just injured. Still try.
The one you injured is not fighting you.
Oh, in that case, I'll go for the other one then.
Yeah. Yeah, you've only got one on you, and he's missed.
And I got 4.
So you'll hit him.
I need a big fucking
Oh, that's a bit
magnifying
better.
glass. And all that fucking hang on.
22.
Ooh,
Yeah,
glasses.
You put that straight through his chest. You pull it back out again, and he just drops to the ground. Right. So.
Have we got anything like a command or something
I've got
to like?
battle.
Do a battle route. Get all the rest of our boys up and fighting.
No, I think we're the ones. It's us. Everyone else is dead, Dave.
There's
No, I'm
there's
conscious
lots
all
of people
around.
shouting Odin, and
Even though
nobody else has joined the
picks up the
combat.
shit.
He's dead as well. Everybody is dead, Dave.
What? Even this person?
Yeah, but even the sly guy can sell moon to
No,
man.
can't be.
Don't kill him.
He's dead.
And the
Everybody's
one that
dead.
can pick up the phone.
Everybody's dead, Dave.
Dave.
So I'm standing on
I've been
battle skill
so
17
bad.
going, you!
And then
Yeah,
so
all
many
dead.
stuck to his name.
Okay. So
You're on 2.
I know, we're back to you again. I'm just seeing how your combat's going.
Did you do Chris?
Yeah, we did, Chris. Chris
I
just put his
picked
guy
a
down.
spear
Chris
for
actually
him.
has just stuck this spear straight through this guy's middle and come out the back.
Nice.
Pulled it back through.
That time.
Yeah.
No, he's
The other one went down injured.
He's put 2 down. Parker's put 2 down. We're waiting on you, Ed. You're the one who's getting bathed here, right?
Right.
We've still got your last round. There was 2 still fighting you. So
Split
there's still
now
2
then.
fighting. No, there's still only 2 because you killed enough of them now. You're going to get another 1 on you. You've got at least 1 on you.
I'm strong.
You got 2. You got 2. Yeah, that's it.
Right, I'm
That's all
splitting
we
my
need.
attacks now.
Okay.
I'm going to do 13 on the first one, 10 on the second.
Okay.
So I'll just say 13.
First one.
Fucking 15!
Oh, I got 7. Oh, I got 7.
Dice.
5 points. Just not as young as he used to be. You're looking at it and you think it was a time you would have danced around these guys.
20.
He's so used to sticking his weapon in the dirt
And the
rather
second
than using it around
one.
his head.
3.
12. 4 points.
Ooh, I'm nearly out.
You are getting. Keep.
I'm on 24 at the moment. I'm like, ooh.
Well, in your defence, you've seen shipwrecked. You've been crashed up on the
Ooh,
storm.
I'm swinging a
You've mostly
two-handed axe around.
drowned.
I'm like,
You,
no.
you only got 1 on you, so you're doing all right.
Right. Now 2 of his friends are dead. I'm
Yeah, that's
big
right.
grin on my face.
Yeah, I know.
What are you going to do, punk? Wait. Oh, go on. Come on. Have a go.
This is where it gets a crit.
It knocks him
You pulled that up. I knew you would.
I love 15s.
It's the one you don't go. Let's go.
to crit.
No, 15 becomes 18.
Okay, well you get.
You did need it.
You do get your shield though, so you will take your
Sustain.
shield. You will take your shield in damage.
Come on, what you got?
So
Crack.
you get it.
Yeah, I'll take it.
I've done 10, so you only take 4.
Come on then. Ooh.
Don't be like that.
No, kudos. No, give him a little nod of respect. And then
Stab him in the guts and twist the blade. Right, spit his
I'm gonna
mouth.
headbutt him.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, do me another grapple roll.
I'm still alive.
Easy.
Fuck yeah, the dice you owed in on there.
And you do your standard damage roll on this because it's actually standard -1. You lose 1 dice.
I fucking hate underwood in this game. I fucking
I
hate
love 15s.
15s every fucking
Yeah, but it was
round.
when we did that jousting and I did it all the while.
9.
I'm going
9.
to 14.
Okay, he's dazed. He doesn't like having 9 points damage to his head. His mate is actually going to try and thump you though because he's sort of manoeuvred to a point
Remember,
where
you
he
can
thump
fight
you,
defensively.
and he hits you for 4.
I'm just saying you could.
Right, you've got 1
Hey,
left.
Vikings are stupid.
No.
We know when to fight defensively and when to run away.
16.
And now
I've got
it's
16 as
now
well, but
it's
sadly
like-
mine's a miss.
now it's
Oh,
like
okay.
it's time to run away.
He who fights and runs away becomes a slave another day.
10, 15.
15, yeah, that'll put you down.
Love
He's
it.
wounded.
Stab.
Right, okay, so There's the not going as well as maybe it might at this end of the table.
Hold on. Wait. Right. Still got 2 on me.
This is funny. This is where if they had some spare, they'd go and fight him because that's the fight that's winning. They're not going to go and fight the losing fights.
Meant to be the warrior. Come on, make me look good. Right, I'm going to stop. Right, and then. And I'm going to be splitting it. I'm going to try and inspire myself on loyalty to Lord.
Okay.
Because we are trying to protect his daughter.
Yeah.
Made it.
Okay.
So that's +5, isn't it?
Yep, that's +5 too.
So that puts me at 23, 25, 26, 28.
28.
So let's go 14 on either.
Okay.
So first chat is a 4.
But you're plus loads, right?
No, he's not. He's rolling
Split it.
14.
No,
He's split it.
oh,
Okay, so I have an 8. Do the second one and then I'll roll on the damage. You can go down in a blaze of
Talking about this Odin, I don't think he's listening.
12.
3. You got the second guy.
He is. He's just listening to me.
That's another 4 points damage.
That will put me down.
But you can get to hit this one first.
No, 6, 12, 16, 17, 18, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 26.
You've embedded your axe deep in this guy's body. You can see daylight.
Oh, boom!
You're me, one here. A mighty warrior.
Dun, dun. Okay, you have got one guy in you.
I'm alive. This is it. Fucking finally some combat, some fucking danger.
And you didn't run see me on the fucking floor.
Oh, motherfucker! Done.
One.
What's a 1 do?
No, it's not a fumble.
It's always a fail, though, isn't it?
So
Always
4?
fail.
4?
Yeah. Would you like to be hit by me?
No, I would not.
That's 5 points. This guy's quite good. The guy you've got is clearly that you got rid of the chaff on their side first, and the ones who are left are decent fighters. I presume you're going to help with his fight now.
Yeah, because he's got 2 on him.
He's
So
not down.
I've stabbed the
Pretty
one who's
Yeah.
next to me because we're next time we're in the shield wall like
You're
we
fairly
are.
close, yeah.
The
I'm
warrior's down.
going to push him and punch him now.
Yep, okay, fine. Do me another grapple roll. I'll give him a dex roll against you.
Yeah,
I'm
11.
down.
Yeah, that's
I'm down. I'm laying
So is it
face down
-1 again,
on the
yeah?
sand.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking hell, that was awful. 4.
You've sort of punched him. He is reeling a bit. The other one stops fighting you and will turn to fight him. So you can roll first, actually. I'll only roll if you miss.
Crit. Because it's 18 plus.
Basically, the other guy
20.
sort of he's looking to hit you, turns round, and this sort of spear hits him in the face. You just stick the spear in the guy's face, and he falls out.
Well, he falls down when you pull the spear back out.
Hell yeah.
Oh, messy. Nice one, Chris.
Okay, so you've got 1 on you, and you've got next round you'll have 2 on you because there is one guy who's like, ha! That's how you do it, boys.
So I'm looking at him, I'm thinking, fuck, I'm feeling pretty good. I'm gonna honour, we didn't get fucking dragged out of the sea by the gods to fucking fall over to these pieces of shit. I'm gonna roll honour.
No, this was supposed to be
Show
easy
my
fight.
fall.
Oh, no.
Here we go, 4. So we made it, so +5, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yep.
We don't tick it or anything. It's only
Not unless
a
he tells you to. Now, if you'd have rolled a 1 on that,
Oh,
you'd have been disheartened. And you'd be fucked.
Okay, so 17 with the +5,
That is a good roll.
+3, so +8.
Yeah, no, that's fine. You sort of your eyes light up, and then you just lunge forward, and he's dead.
It's 12,
You kill him.
That's doubled, isn't it? 'Cause you criticals.
28-ish.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's double. You crit.
Yeah, he's completely dead.
Even
You put your
double
sword right
range
into
would have
him.
only done 8.
Your guy is reeling. You know, you are definitely winning this fight. His face is all mushed up.
yeah, he's also not got
How
his
does,
mate with him anymore. Everyone's dying around.
These guys are doing the inspiration to loyalty. How does the hatred stuff work?
Same thing.
Just
Okay.
roll under it.
Well, obviously I hate these.
Okay.
But when you're doing it, make sure you could do it. Well, do it on. Make sure there's a little reason.
Oh no,
and yours is
who they are,
obvious.
yeah.
You hate
who
them,
they
so-
are. Yeah, I just
But if you fail it, if you roll a 1,
no.
Okay, basically, I won't make you roll on it because you're going to critical anyway. You basically just get hold of him and twist his head round.
oh,
You know, he's a bit.
Oh!
Nice. Yeah, that's kind of what I wanted. I wanted to
You
be
finish
up
pulling your
personal.
spear out of the other one and look round. There's only one of them left who's now actually going, that's how. Anyway,
Hey, does.
he's
At this rate, where's the lead one
Chase
who's
him
in
down.
charge of him?
You can't see him anymore. Strangely enough, it's almost like when these people started dying, he
I
did
was hoping to chase him down and be like, don't you run from me!
you can catch up. You
Someone
can,
get him! I can't. With legs that work, go get him.
someone, as this guy starts to run away, there is definitely something that can be done about somebody running away.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Well, I don't know if it is around.
Well, if you think there's a guy standing next to you with a bloody spear,
Yeah, I was going to say I'll throw my spear at him.
But I'll take it from you. 'Cause
he basically just grabs your spear off of you
And
and
then
says,
launch it at him.
launch at him as he's running away. Go on then, roll me that.
Sure, Mr. Javelin.
Yeah.
Yep, okay, roll me damage. That's your full damage.
10, 12.
Yeah, it's yeah. He basically he goes down and he's sort of crawling away a little bit, and then you just go by. You're on hate at him, you just go by and then sort of stamp on the back of his head.
Yeah.
Even though he's done this, I'm going back for that spear. I like the spear.
I'll walk over there. I'll take the spear out, stamp on his head, and give you your spear back.
Thank you.
And then we'll turn around and go, hold up a second, there were 4 of us, weren't there? Oh, he's just having a nap.
There's me looking around for this other bloke. And I think, where the fuck
Did we
he go?
see him go down, or do we assume he's just having a nap?
There's a pig!
No, you knew he was up because you heard him fight because he's not a quiet fighter. But you wouldn't have seen. I mean, your fight in particular was very close and personal.
There are some very, very messy, dismembered corpses.
You weren't looking anywhere other than this.
Also, the spray from the back of the head from the one I
Okay,
stabbed through.
well, I'll walk up to him and check he's okay.
Yeah, he's just
So,
basically.
Bandages.
Yeah, you just think all of these things. Take his helmet off. Go, you see, salt water.
No,
Not the time for a nap, old man.
When is?
Later.
Okay.
Alright.
Gisler's alright. Yeah,
So the
she's
servant's alright.
pale. Yeah, he's like.
Right, so I'm
What?
scanning around for this bloke. This bloke's definitely gone, and then I'll go and check on all the people down just to make sure there is no one still.
Who were these bastards?
Everybody is dead.
We didn't 100% know that. They could have
I
been
know,
just
it
out.
But basically, yeah, you look around now and it's a bit lighter now and the sun's out. It's very calm now. The storm's finished. There's wreckage of the boat. All that's left of that lovely boat. There's a few planks here and a shield there. You know.
We've lost 30 good men to this. 26 good men. Yeah. Oh yeah, and then you got us 4 left.
Yeah.
That seems like a raw trade.
Yeah, I'll start getting wood together for a.
We haven't. So we've only got
this.
the guide's slave.
Yeah.
It's like the guide isn't. We haven't seen the.
You haven't seen the guy, no?
Oh, someone's got to tell him that he's now got to take
Can he
us.
speak our language?
You try talking to. Yes, he can to some degree. He's got a very heavily accented, but he can just about. Make
You
out-
know
make
where
out a
you
few
have
words.
to take us. You will still take us.
Good.
Because at this point, I'm cleaning my very bloodied axe. I'm actually using my
I-
walking stick.
I guess our best bet is going to be following the river, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, he sort of
down the
points, and you can see a few miles away. There's a settlement, and you're like, that's where your ship was aiming for.
Okay.
And that wasn't even anywhere.
So
That was
he's
only
pointing down the river.
one day of the travel, wasn't it?
Yeah,
First day of 3 weeks.
Well, it was day 2 running, but yeah.
We should have left in summer. Summer's better
I
weather.
know.
Well, do we carry on the journey? Do we go back and get another ship?
Oh, but yeah, definitely carry on our
We'll
journey.
get a ship from there.
Okay.
We'll take one if we have to.
But then we don't need some more people unless we're going down in a rowboat. I guess we could do.
We'll use whatever means we've got.
You traders will know that ships going down river will want extra bodies.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have a problem hiring on to go in a ship.
Especially with them people attacking on the river.
Yeah.
My lady, I recommend
It's like the caravan thing. They want mercenaries to protect the caravan.
Yeah.
One person got away, so we might have to move before more people get here. But let's try and burn the bodies of our 4.
We'll kill those fuckers too.
She's going to look very
You should hide
standing
your-
out.
Yeah,
wise.
she'll get a cloak. It's no
Yeah,
problem.
okay.
The good thing is these guys, you can get things like cloaks. You can get water bottles, stuff
And
like that.
like-
Some degree of rations.
Some weapons and shit for trade. I mean, we can carry 5 or 6 swords on our back.
They've got they're not particularly good quality weapons.
No,
These battens are quite good. Seasoned battens. Sadly, it looks like they use them a lot more.
We must have had stuff,
yes.
our stuff
I will-
that must have washed up on shore. We must have some.
Yes, but you are trying to leave weapons with your bodies.
That's true.
Yeah, so
there
I'm
must
trying to
be
give-
ration stuff that we.
You can pick up stuff. Yeah, there will
Shields.
be, but mostly if you're finding weapons, you're going around and sadly, identifying your fallen shipmates and leaving them with a weapon on. Putting them
Yeah,
together.
absolutely. I'm just trying to gear back up like we were, leaving them with one weapon but taking what's spare. So I've got my sword and dagger. I'm hoping to try and find a bow for hunting because if we're travelling and we might be on foot for a while. And
Well, you're going to be lucky.
You might find a bow, but you're probably not going to find an arrow.
String could be the trouble.
Yeah, you will be able to find. You can find a few bits. You can find say you've got half a dozen arrows, but that's it, and you've only got one string.
Okay, so one string after.
But you have got a bow.
I'm going to be looking around for another spear.
Yeah, you can find another.
That was an epic time.
Yeah, so I basically try and gear myself up like I would do, 2 spear in the spear shield, 1 spear with us, sort of. But also I'm trying to get the bodies sort of into pyre, the burn them and.
Yeah, we're going to need to do something with our.
So like the ship
not
base
so
on
dead.
the.
We haven't
we
got
can't
time
just
to
leave
bury,
them.
have we? Well, we can
We
put a
never. We
weapon
don't
in their
bury.
hand.
We don't bury.
No, but it's basically you ain't going to be able to burn them here either because any wood you've got
Soaked,
is
isn't it?
is soaked. The only thing you can do with them is lay them out nicely and
With
Yeah,
weapons in their hands.
Yeah, that's what we'll have to
And
do.
that's
you
what
can
we'll do.
move stones. No, no, no,
Can we get a
nothing
bit?
matter is here.
There's a bit of sail, and we'll just use that to cover them, and then throw sand over that as well.
You bury them
we've got-
as best you can.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You
we
can
can't just
bury them
leave
as
them.
best you can.
Then we
It
grab
is-
water skins, food and rations in whatever we can
It's
carry.
very sobering because you think it's almost like a generation of your people.
Oh, don't say that.
And then
Don't say that. That's
start to make a move, I guess, because we have to be gone before next time to come before we end up being
This-
overrun.
this could have been your son.
Yeah. So
Maybe-
happy you and the priest
maybe we
see
should-
the signs.
Maybe we need to take this a little bit more seriously. I know we're considering our last hurrah, but our king's daughter has to get there.
It
and we
should
have
be
to-
her last hurrah.
No, she's very quiet now. She has barely spoken since this has happened. She's very pale. She was obviously.
Does she have-
doesn't generally get scared, but she
No.
clearly was scared.
Does she have any weapons?
Yeah. She's got. She'll have a short sword.
Right, we'll make sure she's got the sword now.
Sorry,
That's right.
leave
That's
the
all
saying, the cloak and the
Cloak,
hood to hide.
Yeah, and also going to give her a shield as well. Another
Yeah.
one we find on the side.
And just as I walk past her at one point, I will just tap on the hilt of the sword and go, you may use this.
Is it worth us as well? Maybe because our war gear is going to be fairly good. I mean, obviously we've got our shield, our proper shields, our proper chain, our proper helmets. Maybe if we bastardise it with some other stuff, then we look less like 4 legendary warriors and more like 4 travelling
Go
dudes.
cloaks.
Yeah.
Is the best bet. You can find there's various amount of cloaks here. So
Well, I need a piss.
battle.
tree
I
there,
should have pissed in the sea. Did anyone else?
Need a pierce?
No. Did anyone else get pulled out?
Yeah.
Well, someone did.
Well, you mean from when we were drowning? Yeah, I've got a faint recollection of. It's not my time.
Gods have decreed, not our time yet.
Odin smiled down.
Bless Odin. He decided it was not for us yet. We have something to finish for Odin.
Well, I'm glad they know what's going on.
Never Odin's choice.
And then we start making our way.
That tree needs watering.
Just before we leave the feet.
Thank you for the protection, my friend.
Right.
If it was not for these, we may be joining our
Even
comrades.
Ah! It's Odin looking after us. Normally the gods will take only a slight interest in us. Odin's watching us, my friends.
Excellent.
Good job we sacrificed that horse.
Yes.
I'd sacrifice
So-
more than a horse. Thank you, Odin.
I guess he just wanders off for a piss. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, character-wise, he just
Well,
goes
wait,
for a piss.
Go piss, we'll wait for you by the trees.
Yeah, you just pick over them.
So, point to the guide and point to the corpses. Who were they? Do you know?
Slavers from Yen.
From where?
Yen.
Is that
That's
where
where we
we're
were
going?
heading, weren't we? Ah, right.
Traders go in there.
The seas aren't normally that bad around this part, are they? Looking at the sailor.
Yes.
Oh, are they?
At the moment, they're
Could've
they're
fucking
not
said that.
usually this rough, but they've always been hazardous.
For me, it's more of the thing in the water.
It wasn't just me that thought I saw it. No.
Storm weren't what I thought wrecked our boat. It was whatever the big thing in the water was.
Well, we certainly hit something.
And that can go very well.
Now, I understand we were taking on water. We started rowing, but did anyone feel like we weren't going anywhere? We were rowing, but we weren't moving.
I thought
really.
we'd hit a reef or something. I thought that's why we weren't moving.
Yeah, it's just I did see that shape move, and the fact we couldn't, when I was looking for bloke who went up for the sail,
Yeah,
see him going.
we lost too many good men on that.
26 to be precise.
I don't need to be precise, I just know we lost too many good men on that. Oh,
Luckily,
and I'm
didn't
not
lose
as young as
power.
I used to be. Oh!
So I'll go have a look at his shoulder and potentially click it back into
Oh!
dislocated it.
It's mostly you just think that really.
It's just old age.
Yeah,
and,
he's just had people with clubs hitting him for quite a while.
and I haven't been.
He had about 6 or 7 people hit him with a club. And, reasonably strong young men thumping him.
I haven't been. I've been farming for the last few months. I haven't been fighting.
And
I thought we'd left all this behind us.
I'm looking down the beach because if the slavers come from the place we're now trying to head to, I'm wondering if I see the bloke who is the head of that come
You
out
stab
of
him in the
Woodloo or
face.
something. No, the
No,
leader
he
of
ran
that
off. He disappeared.
No, the one we caught was the one that was fighting.
Yeah, no, the guy who had ordered them in did
Fuck off.
decide that.
So who did we spear?
The one who put him down.
Oh, okay. He just started running.
That's
okay.
why I keep on looking for him because I think if he beats us two now, we're gonna be like.
No, he'll beat us back to the town.
Oh, of course he will.
Well, that's the worry, isn't it? If we
Not
go
really.
there,
Nah.
he might tell everyone.
They won't do it. They won't attack us in the town. I wouldn't have thought.
We hope.
And if they do,
We
Take
might,
them all
we
down.
might have killed a lot of people's brothers and fathers if they all lived there and grew up there.
well,
Imagine if somebody killed a load of us and then the people who killed us turn up to our village.
Yeah.
their gods are different. That's the
I have no concern. We go there. We want something from them. We'll find a way to get something from them that we need.
even if we have to take it.
Yep.
But we've still got talks and.
Yeah, your
So we've
wealth
still got
is
money.
on you. When you do something successful, your king or your lord, whoever, you will get a talk, and you will have several on your arm and your neck and that. And also, as well as being able to break that, you will have a little pouch of hack silver where you've got little pieces of silver. But if really push comes to shove, you can just break a piece of one of your talks, and that's you don't have talks that are cheap metal.
No.
That's your wealth, and that's how you know you are successful.
Thank you, my friend.
Decent. You start. It's not that far a walk. It's and it's good to do something really stretch yourself out a little bit. You've been beaten. Your body. You do feel you're hungry and you are feeling a bit exhausted. You've had a night of exhaustion, whatever, sleeping on the rocks, then a fairly physical fight. Head towards Nien. You've been here before. It's a trading port. There's docks down by the river's entrance, and then you can see there's all sorts of ships here, mostly all small ones. There's 1 or 2 ocean traders who obviously are going back the way you came, and there's the smaller ones that are going down the river.
We were trying to find a boat that's heading.
We
Now we need to go upriver from
You
here.
need to go. Yes, you need to go inland.
Find a boat before we rest.
There is a big tavern that there's a guy called Egil you've heard of. You've been to his tavern. You've been there 4 or 5 times. You've been there a couple of times. There's a big tavern. There's all sorts of people in and out of the tavern, even at this time of the morning.
Tavern.
Well, like a big hall, but all different people go there.
What does the Lord think of that?
There's no lord, there's a man who usually takes money. Have we got any coin?
Yes, so
We
you'll
have
have,
got-
you'll have some hacks, a little pouch of bits of silver, but you've also got talk.
Talks.
You've got notably less talk because you're generous and you've given yours away,
Yep.
but you've still got 1 or 2 decent.
Your sons have everyone got 30 of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if we sort out a boat, we can sail
then we can
first
go.
night and then go to the tavern for
'Cause we need food.
eat and sleep.
This Leia hasn't had anything to eat. She's going to need some food.
Is it worth one of us pretending that she's their daughter? Because we don't want to be travelling around going, oh, we've got this random girl who's with us.
We don't
also-
we don't even need to say who she is. It's nothing to do with
But
it.
if it comes to it,
True.
why
If
don't
it
we
comes
say
to it,
she's
if it
your
comes to
daughter?
it, then she's your daughter. End of.
When people travel, they tend to share stories of their travels and what they're doing and kind of social lubrication. You
He
know?
means lie.
Not lie. I mean, people talk, people converse, people
If
are
we
friendly
need,
to each other.
if we need to, she's your daughter. 'Cause
Aye.
you being the oldest.
I hope you don't mind, my lady.
I'm sure her father will.
Out of all of us, she's probably the one. He's probably the one she's most willing to warm up to.
Yeah, but also
Gi-
he's about
given
the right
earlier.
age. Yeah, and he is the right age, so.
So, we'll go see if we can find a boat. Well, actually, I'm going to leave that to these two to find a boat.
Yeah.
I'm just going to find somewhere to sit.
Yes, you go in the tavern and you know you can sit down in the tavern. You can have an ale. There's a fire going. You know it's nice actually.
I open for-
And also your clothes are sort of dried because
I'm. Excuse me. You can find a boat. I'm going to be. See that seat there?
Yeah, I
Is that
will.
roaring fire?
I will go with
That's
him and
what I'm
take
gonna
her
say.
and the other
And
fellow
she
with
can come with
It's-
us.
It's safer to hold him in the cabin.
We'll
If
get
there's
some
two of them,
food.
it don't look
Get
like
food and drinks sorted.
So us two
So
will
that'll
go
be
on.
ready for when you guys
Okay.
come back. All right?
yeah.
Alright.
I can go. Look at this room.
Yeah.
We will.
Ow!
Actually, the tavern might have been one of the best
Old
places
for
to
all of
find
this,
the
my
boat.
friends. Too old for all of
I
this.
use my
So I
big ball
su-
and go
I suggest,
first.
first of all, as we all go into the tavern together. They'll go off to one side and do their thing. We can ask about in the tavern of any boats that are going to the next, that are going upriver, isn't it?
Yeah, it'll be up with her.
Yeah.
4 hearty men and one of their daughters and a servant. I mean, they can be our servant, you know, for all intents and purposes.
Right, your landlord says what you want to. Let me think. It's no problem going to Ladoga. The lake's a piece of cake. Boats go up there, you know, like twice a day. A boat is going up there. You can just pay somebody a little coin and they'll throw you on a boat there. That's not difficult. If you want to go downriver from Ladoga, Dagger. Go look for Dagger. When you get to Ladoga, go look for Dagger. He takes boats down to Byzantium. He goes, and so he knows the river. And he's been down to Byzantium, and he's always looking for men. It's a dangerous trip, and he loses men all the time on that one.
So all we need to do is get to Ladoga, and then from there we find Dagger.
Yeah,
Yeah, and so. Do you know when the next
just go
ship
down.
going to
Just
Ladoga is?
go when you're ready to go. Just go down and just hang around down the docks down there. There's always boats going up
We need a good
there.
night's sleep, really. So
Yes.
we can get rooms here, or a room between us. Was it a common room?
It's a common room, or you can pay money and you'll get. He will have a separate room he can let you have.
Well, she's not going to be willing to go communal.
Well, she probably would be willing to, but it's safer if
Yeah,
we put her
she-
away somewhere.
Oh, no, wouldn't it be
she's
safe to keep her with us?
communal with us.
She'd go communal with you because she is.
I think
when it
communal is the
comes
best
down to
way,
it-
because we've got the servant we have to look after and kind of...
I don't think they got as much modesty in the old days. So yeah,
And she will quite happily have to stay with us, but she can have luxuries, or we give her space when she needs it.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, he'll give you a room for you lot. That's fine. It'll be a small amount of money. You can afford that, and it's nice to actually have a hot meal. And there is a fire, and you drying out. But yeah, you do think you could do with a day's rest because you could do it, get your clothes dried properly because you were all soaked.
Clean, because there's salt water, so it'll be salty and
Yeah, and also chafing.
sand and crackled
And just actually
blood.
resting for a bit. And
Stall. Yeah, get it off. You see me in like
Yeah,
bears, basically, like little cloth underneath the armour.
yeah, it's all much. Yeah, there's no problem. But as I said, you're all relatively wealthy, and this is a town where you can buy pretty much anything.
Yeah, I'll mostly go and,
So you
before I
can
get
get
unchained, go and get myself some under.
Get some another bit more clothes and that. Yeah, not a problem.
Right, while you was all at the tavern, I went and got us some more under gear, some stuff to bring back so we can get our old stuff off, put this stuff on, get that stuff washed and dry and all that lot.
Well, as hardy troops, warriors, we're probably used to getting wet and then fighting and everything, but
It's better to be
It's
nice
nice
we're
and
not
dry.
that young anymore.
And also to chafe him.
We found these these fabric tubes that you put on your feet. They're called soaks. They're very warm. They're lovely. Thick soaks they are. Lovely. Warm, comfortable.
And leather when it's wet and dries is.
That sounds like a stupid idea. It sounds like a woman. Sounds like a woman's thing.
Oh, they're all warm, aren't they?
What are they? My toes are sweating. Is that natural?
Ah, soaks.
Socks.
Give them some actual boots instead of just like
No, you wear boots.
We are. We're useless. I love it. Have you found a boat?
Yeah, but we've actually sold.
Well,
What
we can get to Ladoga.
And then from there we need to find a person called Dagger who can get us.
He can get us to Byzantium.
Yeah.
But he says the way there is treacherous.
And he's
He
often
loses
losing men.
We shall have to fight for our lives, my brother.
So now we've got some food, we've got our own room to have a rest.
You're not obviously enjoying this because most of the people around here are spheres. There are other races who trade here. You know, there's traders of various things, and you will possibly even have heard a glimpse of conversation about how Mundi, the slaver, lost a load of his guards at some point.
Right, sure.
So you're
So I'm gonna
It is-
ask.
There are people with more than one name. You know, there
No,
is
no,
a Mundi.
I mean,
Oh, priest is now a slave.
no,
Oh,
as
hey.
in, he lost his men.
Yeah.
So that's
Maybe we
our
should
person.
take him a visit.
Yeah, let's pay him a
Say that
visit.
really quietly. While also telling him to calm down every time.
Is
There's a
he the
bit
guy
more
who
on his
sent
shoulder.
them, or is he the guy who told them and he was with them? Who's the guy who told them he was with them?
gives
and
a
probably
crap?
kill him?
Kill them all.
He may also, of course, have more men. He may not have lost all of his men, but there is definitely a rumour that this particular slaver has lost a load of guards.
Well, they should have been better. Should have hired better men.
I understand one of them was quite good.
What, the one that ran away?
You didn't get too far, like this.
Shut up.
It's not worth. I mean, as much as I would like to, and my honour says we should slay the bastard, but
Not our priority. We can't
Thing is,
put her in
thing
more
is, I'm not being
danger.
funny. We have slaves.
It weren't about the slaves, it was
about the slaves.
revenge.
Yeah.
And attacking
It's
us.
not about him being a slave, it's about personal revenge. But
I'm
we've
sitting out.
got more important things to do.
I know we've got more important things to
We
do.
can do it on the way back.
But, oh, we can do it on the way back.
That's a good idea. We wouldn't need slaver.
Yeah, Nick's now like, oh,
Make a
No,
slave
Oh,
By the way, very quick time out.
Yeah.
Kudos to you, Nick,
Yeah.
for giving us all of the information in the car and be like, oh, here's the dudes you're going to go with, and this is how you're going to move the ship.
and then you kill them all.
And then just like, bam, first instance.
I know, it was when he said I want to bring my son with me, and I'm like, well, that's a little cruel, really.
No, you fucking should have done it, mate.
Should have done it, would have made an interesting story.
That would have been awesome.
This is the second time he's done stuff like this. Like the other one was
It is.
Coriolis.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the planet's really hot and us idiots show up in spacesuits and there's a guy sitting there in a loincloth.
Nothing to see here.
It's the front end effort he puts in to distract us.
And then
That's what it
fucks
is.
you up.
Yeah.
It's a hard life, isn't it? Right, so you have an interesting day nice restful day, to be honest. You don't have to do very much. You relax a bit, you have some nice warm food, you stay warm, you get your clothes clean, ready to leave in the morning. It's an interesting enough town. You have a bit of wander around. There's merchants and craftsmen. They, various things are for sale here. Some of it good quality, a lot of cheap tap. But what is interesting, you see one or two things and you're like, no, haven't seen that before. Clearly, there is a trade, and also there's some people, some quite dark people with different shaped faces. There's some strange looking people in here, and you're like, oh, okay, different people from around the world.
Some people believe that there's only one God. Can you imagine one God doing all the work? I mean,
I'm more looking at what they arm with and what kind of weapons they've got.
You can actually, you can certainly sort your bow and arrow thing out.
Oh, so
yeah,
I'll go out there and get some more strings.
What you find, actually, when you're looking around, so you go and have a bit of prowl, and you think, right, let's see what we've got in the way of weapons. And there's a guy who's obviously a foreigner who's got an archery stall. You see that, and he's got he's just set this archery stall up, and there's one or two people looking at him, and he strings this bow, and then he shoots an arrow into a target, and you look at it, and you're like, has he got a flimsy target? Because his arrow's gone in like an inch deep into the target, and you're like, it must be a flimsy target, and you sort of wander over and you have a look at the target, and the target's solid wood.
Oh, have a look. You can have a look at that bow. Can I
And-
shoot that bow?
And he smiles at him, and you're obviously having a language difficulty, but he shows you the bow, and it's somehow it's really reinforced. It's not wood. They've done something to it to make it really hard, and he unstrings it, and then he hands it to you to string again, and you're like, you can just about do it,
Like
but
proper muscle.
you're red in the face by the time you've done it, and you're like, there's obviously technique because he's not as bulky as you, and he
Wow.
managed to do it.
Ufka's been bit by a piece of wood.
You managed to
Hook it on.
you managed to string it.
Springs out.
And then you sort of draw it, and you're like,
the other
oh,
side.
that's
Little
nice.
tiny pull back, and it's
And-
like
and you
twice the
think-
tension. Like,
And then all of a sudden, you have this little thing, and you think, if we were on a horse, you'd want a bow like this, because you don't have to do this.
yeah, you just
can
have to
throw
do
it like
that.
this.
Now, can I have a like?
And then he basically, yeah, you can have a go
Can
at
I have
that.
a couple of goes at it to see if it's
And
like
that-
feels better as a bow, or if it's something I would have to try and get used to?
Well, you like it. I mean, you know, it's a nice bow. You'd think you probably need a couple of spare strings because it's so tight. The wear and tear on the string is
And
probably worse.
I'll try and sort out with them how much for a couple of strings, this bow.
You
and
do end up paying
what-
quite a bit of money when it all comes down to
Yeah,
it.
but-
You-
but
but
pouch.
at the end of it, you've got a bow that you've never seen before, and you've got a quiver of arrows, and you've got 3 strings.
I'll go
I'm
halves
I'm
with
well
you.
happy.
I'll go halves with you because it's for the group.
I'll take somebody's money.
Fine, it is, you know,
I never say no.
the guy is. You would think this guy's a Khazar. You know, you've seen their faces before. They've got a different bone structure and that, flatter faces and that. And he's definitely a Khazar. He can speak a little bit of your standard Varangian.
Snow,
I also
And
same
have to
with
do
go away.
trading.
we found out. He's like, well, I wonder what else they got here then. Like, I try and look out like spears. Like, I think there's something amazing like
Taking voucher money.
They've got
heaps of killing items and that.
There
I'm
are-
like, wow.
There's some sort of different weaponry. They've got different shaped swords. They've got slightly curved swords. You know, heavier pole arms. There's various things. But yeah, clearly some different cultures. There's some people who look a bit because Jan is not Varangian. He's sort of smaller and darker, and there's people who look a bit more like him.
When we salvaged whatever we could from the ship, were we able to pick up proper shields, or were we just holding pieces of
No,
wood from the ship?
you've got your own. You've got your shields.
Okay.
Or you've got equivalent shields.
During our
Okay.
little wandering around time, I'm making sure I'm sticking with Gizmo, and I am bodyguarding her effectively. I'm keeping an eye out, being aware.
Yeah, that's
And,
fine.
and he's doing that, and I'm on the opposite side of her doing exactly
There is,
the
yeah.
same.
There's
because
no, you
I'm
know,
not interested in
it's a
shopping.
bit rowdy at times, and now and again you just got to push somebody away just before he starts. But you don't know it's anything evil, anything nasty. It's just a bit rowdy and a bit. It is a bit mucky. I mean, you don't like it because there's all these bloody spears everywhere, and you know they're all right, but it's
I'm also
not.
saying the
you don't
size of
trust
us, we don't have much problem in
No,
that.
no,
People
there's
stay
nobody-
away from us.
You are generally a bit bigger. There's a lot of big guys here as well, mind you. But you know, you're all,
Foreigners.
yeah, you're all hardened fighters.
Okay, well let's get down, find that boat.
I spent the whole our dinner though talking about this new bow and how good it is. And
Got a new boat.
Yeah, we saw
was
it
there.
always smack you in the face.
I was there.
You paid for half of it.
We were all there.
Screw us.
In the morning,
So which half are you getting?
I still want to see him fire it from a horse.
Maybe one time in the night I'll saw it in half and take my bit.
No, just wait till he breaks it and go, that bit's mine!
in the
Oh,
morning,
that's
you
it.
you have a last meal there and depart a little bit short of money, but you've still got enough money. You're okay. And you go down, head down there, and sure enough, you can a couple of little links of silver, and you're on a boat. It'll take you about 4 hours to get to Ladoga. This is a you know it's a pretty boring trip to be honest, but hey, it's just
Good.
resting. You don't have to do anything, just keeping an eye
Yeah.
out.
That's good. The main thing is to keep her safe. And
Yeah, sure.
Actually, a boring ride is what we need out.
And they
Yeah.
ask no questions.
Nope, you're just on
Just-
the same ship as a load of sacks. Okay. And you get this trip up. You give the guy a bit of money. He's fine. They'll take you there, and you get to Ladoga. It's quite a big lake. You know, you're like that's a big lake, and the river comes in, and there's a town on the southern shore of the lake, and you can see by that town there's another river, and you're like that's the river you go out, and that goes south.
I will keep an eye out as we're travelling because I have been this way before.
Yep.
So I just think, given that Hrothgar was talking about the spheres making more settlements and stuff, so like I'll see how it's changed since the last time I.
Well, they are getting more successful because I mean, yeah, this town here is another sphere settlement, and again, it's you know the spheres are the locals and there's merchants. There are people. There's some Khazar who were the displaced ones. Seems to be civilised up here. They don't, you know, you look at the town and it's got a little bit of defences, but this clearly isn't a frontier town. It's not a great big thick wall on it, stuff like that. So you think it's presumably reasonably settled this far up.
Sorry to speak, but what was the servant's name?
Jan,
Yeah.
slave, not a servant. Nobody's paid him.
What's his thoughts on the current situation? He does what we say now, right?
Yeah. He will get you there. He understands. He knows what he's doing. He's like.
We'll continue to call him a servant because we're going to assume that his former master has paid him.
He gets the
Doesn't
same food as us,
have
but I'm
any
not saying that he's okay.
ideas about changing the deal or anything like that now that his master's no longer around.
You'll find. Basically,
Certain way hasn't been running.
you would get the feeling that he can read and write, and he is a slave in that he can find work with another merchant as a clerk.
Okay.
And he's that sort of slave. Because you look at him and you think, when he first heard he's a merchant slave, you think, well, he's not going to carry very many fucking barrels, is he?
He's not that sort of slave.
He's a scrawny little bugger, but you think no. And you know, he
From his point of view, he wants to get back there anyway because that's where
yeah,
he comes from.
he can find other work. He's a merchant's clerk. So yeah,
So it's in everyone's interest to get him back. Well, to get back there. Okay, so
he'll draw you a little map, but it's roughly what you know, and you're like, yeah, here we are, here's Lake Ladoga, we go down this river, we go down that river. I mean, I did write them all down. I've got names of rivers. There's the Volkov River, there's Lovat, there's the Ova River. It's brilliant because you think, is it a river? No, it's about 4 bloody rivers, and moving around, and then you end up.
You know what
on the
Rolf's plan was because obviously he talks about everything as you came up, so you know the people we need to speak to and whatnot. On the way down.
We need to go almost. We need to go past Kiev, past Holmgard, past Kiev, and then on the way to Byzantium. Between Kiev and Byzantium, there is a port that we know. It's not a settlement. There's a point I know there.
Okay.
It's difficult to describe.
Okay.
I don't know how to get there.
Is it a town?
No town.
So Kviv is where we need to get the boat to,
Yeah.
and
the
from
boats
there,
will-
then we'll travel.
No,
ourselves.
it's still on the river. It's still on the river down from Kiev
Is
on
it-
the way to Byzantium.
Is it a secure port that you don't want anyone else to know about, though?
No one wants to land there because of the Pechenegs.
Okay.
Most people are afraid of them.
So how, if we're getting a boat down the river to Byzantium, they won't want to stop where we want to stop. They want to stop in Byzantium.
We'll work that out when we get there.
Okay.
You ask around the port, and you are informed. Yes, there is a ship's captain called Dager. He's not planning to sail for a couple of days, but he is in again to be found. Can be found in a tavern.
Yep.
And you're having a wander around. Catch something you do catch because basically everybody speaks pretty much the same language because these people are Varangians or Rus, which is basically they're originally spheres, so they are vaguely kin to you lot. So they speak roughly the same language. And there's a slaver, and he's shouting his wares, and you catch the word Pecheneg. And he is, you just sort of stop and you think, oh yeah, hang about, I know that word. And there's a guy on an altar block, and not a very big guy, no hair, miserable looking bugger, quite a lot of whip marks on him, and he's like, Pecheneg, great slaves! Don't get anywhere unless you got a Pecheneg! Man, anything, they can do anything! And this guy, and nobody's interested, because this guy, he's obviously quite tough, he's quite wiry, he's quite strong looking, but, you know, he looks fucking unhappy, and you're like, I wouldn't want him anywhere near me, because he looks A, unhappy, and B, dangerous. quite sinister looking, you know.
Yeah. Could we do with Petroneg Company?
It might be nice to get to know them before we start killing them all. I'm just saying.
If you want, it's your money.
I suggest if we bring him back to his own tribe, that's only another benefit. Unless we show up there and they think that we're the ones that enslaved him.
Well, we treat him like us, rather than being our company and obviously getting treated like crap there.
So let's have a look. I'll go up and
She says, and also it'd be quite useful to be able to speak the language in advance because I'm like, you know, going to be marrying in it and all that.
Good plan.
Probably
You know,
I'll go
who thought there was someone else other than our personal agendas?
he hasn't got all his own teeth.
You basically get him for a reasonable rate because no one else is interested because it's like, the guy is clearly difficult because he's whipped so much. And he is, you can hear the merchant muttering about it. It's like, fuck, do you have to whip him so much? We're supposed to be fucking selling him and he looks like he's been beaten to pulp. And he clearly has been whipped quite a lot. And he looks at you lot and the merchant sort of, he is on a chain, you know, neck chain and chain. And his hands are manacled as well. And the merchant's like, yeah, fair enough. And you get him what is a knockdown price for a human being.
I'll pay the money. I'll give a bit of my talk. What that needs doing.
Sure, yeah, you can afford that.
I'll pay half, so you pay for half.
Which half does he get?
And then you get half of one, and then we stick them into
If
each
you
other.
break my bow, I break yours.
Yeah.
Wow! You break my bow, I break your slave.
Petroneg, what's his name?
Growl.
Grau.
That's about all you get in a minute. He's basically, he only speaks Petroneg, and he's like, it doesn't sound very happy.
Jan speaks Petroneg, right?
Not really, no.
Ah, whoopsie!
2 or 3 words, but
That's 2 or 3 word more. Well, how long is it going to take us to get from where we are now up to where we need to be?
it's a good couple of weeks on the boat.
That's a good couple of weeks of learning a new language.
Language,
So you just point at things and go, what's that?
It's like, why is this man
Wanker!
pointing- Why is this man pointing at me? Hate you!
You!
Look, this is a hate you!
You! What's this? Wanker! Wanker! Hey!
Hope you die!
Wanker!
Wanker.
Now
One
we
word.
I didn't know we needed to
I like that
translate now. We
language.
need to go and
Let's get
find.
him fed
Yeah,
and
okay.
get him some
Clothes.
decent clothes to
And
wear.
take the manacles and stuff off.
Probably not
Maybe get the
immediately.
manacles
Immediately.
on, maybe the neck brace.
Maybe once we're on a boat.
Yeah. We don't want him just randomly scarpering.
Scott,
He
lads!
hasn't
Or-
got to how
or
glorious
trying to
glorious
murder
we
us.
are yet.
We treat him better than he was
See-
treated. Then we get to treat him better, the more we can trust him. The
So
more he
I-
helps, the more
The slaves,
We are hardened
we
warriors. I
use
don't think we need
slaves.
to be worried about some half-beaten slave.
She
to take us
actually, Gisela does say to him, Prince, and she actually manages to pronounce this guy's name, and he does look at that, and he looks at her. And she smiles, and he sort of looks at her. But he does, you know, he clearly recognised the name.
Just sort of leaning in and trying to gauge what that look is.
Well, it's probably the nearest thing he does to a smile.
That's okay
It's
then.
that sort of look. It's like, he didn't look unhappy or angry for a moment. For a moment then, he didn't look unhappy, resentful, etc., like he's looked the rest of the time.
Sounds exactly like straw in normal life.
Yes.
Hey!
So what's today's mood?
I've heard about that.
This one.
Those stories are awful. You know, whoever would ever come and visit him? Oh,
Cunts, that's Cunts who want to make his life even more of a misery!
Right. Yeah, you have a day or 2 here. It's okay. It's, again, this is interesting because you have got the river trade. You will get a boat come back up while you're here. It's had a bad time. You know, there's wounded on board, there's arrows stuck to the ship, stuff like this. The natives, by all accounts, stalk the ships and shoot bows and arrows at them, and you have to be careful for that.
They don't like it up them.
Fucking
Sounds like,
Khazars.
obviously,
Khazars, that's
you sell the ship, they shoot bows and arrows. Like, do they try and get on board, or do they just try and kill everyone from a distance and
Well,
then eventually try and get on board? I mean, how does that work?
Well, they
Why can't
you
just
sit
sell
behind
boats?
your shield, it's not an issue, is it?
Yeah.
yeah, until you get to the points where you have to get to the end of the river and you have to get in a new river.
Ah,
Generally, they know where those are. Also,
Right.
you'll find, you know, in the gossip and that, a lot of the rivers are wooded by the sides of them. So you got, you know, you're sailing down here and like you might be in the middle of a forest. You're not actually, because it's just a couple of lines of trees that follow the rivers. Once you get clear of that, it's all grassland and stuff. but you can't really see because you've got all these trees and stuff. And you say, oh, one day we'll cut all them fucking trees down so you can see them coming. But then you've got to put a short, cut the trees down, and then while you're putting the short, cut the trees down. So what they're basically doing, the Rust Varangian approach, is wiping out the Khazars when they can't come across them. So they do occasionally send out expeditions from the towns and wipe them out to stop them preying on the ships.
Okay.
So it's a sort of, come and go.
Which is what they need some
I'll order you drinks, shall I?
strong mercenaries
Oh, yeah, no.
for. That's what they need, some strong armed mercenaries. To
Not
help them.
mercenaries, just warriors.
Yeah, they won't
Okay.
need anything while I'm down.
They are warriors, but
So-
the warriors who are getting paid. which makes them mercenaries.
Shut up, dog! We're going from here to where next?
You're going to be basically the trip. Darkar, you've spoken to him. He is taking a ship to Byzantium. He will.
So that's a 2-odd-week journey.
No.
Sorry, that's the...
Byzantium will take 17 days if it is good, and you're like.
But we've also still got to do the cross, haven't we? River to river.
Yeah, that includes all of that.
Okay.
Because basically you're up here and Byzantium's there on the Black Sea. You come down a series of rivers. He will talk you through it. He'll even show you a bit of a map, and you're like, you go down there and you have to port to there, and then down that one, port to there. Then you're in the Dnieper. The Dnieper's a mighty river, but there's this bit in the middle, and you just cannot take a boat across that, so you have to walk around that. On the Dnieper, there's.
You don't carry the boat. You carry the boat.
Yeah, you carry the boat. Yes, it's hard work.
This... Somewhere on this journey between here and there, it's not going to be good.
He is going to want some money from you as well because you're taking non-carrying people. I.e., he wants. He wants big strapping guys because you've got to carry the boat. So people who aren't big strapping guys, you're a burden.
We're all big strapping
You can take it out of our
guys.
wages at the end, can't you?
You've got a scrawny slave, a foreigner slave, and a girl.
You'll take it out of our wages at the end.
And then there's us
Each year.
4
Yeah.
big.
Yeah. You four, I haven't got a problem with. I'm just saying, you're bringing along non-big strapping carrying people, and I'm
Oh, so
not-
we're going effectively for free. We're not getting paid as such. We're just going.
No, you just go in. I mean, if you want to invest in the trip, then fine. If you want to bring goods and then sell them in Byzantium,
How
for
much
instance,
space have you got?
I've got a bit of room. You can bring stock to sell in Byzantium if you want.
Well, we're not going that far.
Why aren't you going that far?
Here we are.
Yeah, we're going to Byzantium.
Yeah. Yeah, we're going to Byzantium.
We are. Of course we're going to
Well,
Byzantium.
Why would you go
was-
anywhere but Byzantium?
Yeah.
That's where the ship goes.
That's
There's
where we
nothing
go.
between.
What
That's
was
what
the
we're
port
gonna trade.
before? The
Kviv.
Kviv. I thought it was Kviv. No.
Oh no, we're going straight through to Byzantium.
Right. Okay.
Because that's where we're going to do our stuff.
Do our business.
It's
Everybody goes to Byzantium. You barbarians will love it, and he laughs at that because he's obviously barbarian as well.
something
Just
on this part of the journey is not going to be good for someone.
Well,
Oh, the wise,
oh, that helps.
the wise runes that we have
The
listened
rules
to.
speak to us. It's just. It's,
so I'll
It'll rain one
I'll
day.
pay him what he asked.
no, I'm just saying this.
So far, I'm the only one that hasn't
Yeah,
actually paid for
Yeah,
it.
yeah, go on then. I'll pay for.
No, stop paying half. You can't own half of this as well.
I don't know what that means. I can't read. Oh,
Yeah. Oh.
maybe burn Disco Inferno.
Yeah.
Well, actually,
Well, someone's going to burn, or someone's going to get an ulcer. Great. Thanks for that.
I haven't been to Byzantium, but would I know what might be worth trading? I mean, now I'm like, oh, okay, I can actually. I've done this before. I've done trading. I know that. I
Yeah,
buy
you
some
can
stuff
basically
here.
you can go and have a chat with merchants. Provided you go and have a chat with a merchant. Do me a roll on. Let me think. What we got? It's really
No.
Awareness, because I'm.
No. It's,
really want. There isn't anything like charisma or something like that. What is there?
just not quite.
Recognise because I'm aware of what
Worldly?
people are.
Worldly, I'd say
There you go.
worldly. There you
Worldly.
go.
Alright.
We get there eventually.
Well, it'd be world, it's including the title.
It's
10, made it.
Made it.
13.
okay. You have a chat with one of the merchants, and
Chris.
Pigs apparently.
you buy him a drink, and he has a chat, and he's like, well, I'll tell you what.
Also, if he knows a guy down there, I can pick up some stuff and bring it back.
Yeah, he will give you a cargo, and you will pay him some money, and you will get some extra money out of selling the cargo. So that's how it works. You like, why don't you? I'm going down there with some room, and he likes you, and you obviously have to pay for it, but you are down some money, but you're up some goods. And these goods will, it's furs. They like furs down there. It's all the rage.
And we've got Jan and Graal, and so we can get them to carry some stuff. And
Yep.
Right.
And then we're your guard, and that's your daughter.
I'm feeling a little bit warmer about the day now.
Yeah, you've got that, and you thought, I'll remember him, and if this all works out, let's have a contact. Obviously, if you have to just burn this place to the ground later on, well, that's tough.
So be it.
Yes.
The gods give and the gods take away.
Okay, so you've set out. Well, it's all working out all right. At this rate, and we might even finish it.
What entire game?
Don't worry about it.
Dragon, congratulations.
It doesn't finish in a. Well, it might do, but if it doesn't, it's not necessarily going to finish in a. This never happens again. I think this may finish in a cliffhanger. Don't worry.
Okay, I'm going to say you're not fucking ending this game. I'm enjoying this. This was good. As a campaign,
I
I'm
assume we're
enjoying
going to
it.
die in glorious battle at the end, right? Just
Maybe.
me? Okay.
Maybe.
Not anymore.
So Dagger takes you on board his ship. It isn't again. It's around about the same size as the other one. There is around about 30-ish.
Yeah, he hasn't got a fucking hole in it. That's it.
No, he's very superstitious. His Dagger. He's always he's got amulets, and an amulet for this and an amulet for that. He worships every god you can hear of, and some you haven't heard of. He says, why bother? Spread your options. He goes, I've even got something for the Christ somewhere. And he's got a crucifix as well. He goes, this is the Christ. They're big into him down the bottom of the river. So they liked him. But
They've only got one god. Right?
Yeah, and they nailed him to a tree. But then I think that's like Odin. But I don't think they took his eyes, so I don't know.
Odin wasn't nailed to a tree. He hung from a tree for his own volition. He wanted to learn the runes. He wanted to learn the magic of the runes. And 9 days he hung from Brazil.
Yeah.
9 days. While he constantly pricked himself with his own spear.
I think the Christian god only hung for 3 days. So perhaps he wasn't so strong.
Or maybe he's lazy.
Who knows?
And then the Christian god get pricked by somebody else's spear.
Ah, possibly.
I don't know. I'm
the story.
I'm not Christian.
No, I don't know that much. I only listened to the first bits. It's got boring after a while. His story is not very. It doesn't involve much in the way of killings and blood and stuff like that.
How can you worship a god that doesn't believe in the fun aspects of life?
No, so he's, as I said, when I come to Byzantium, I put this.
So one god doing all that work. I can't see it. Like Thor looks after thunder.
Odin looks after everything, and he divides it all out to the other lesser. Not lesser.
When I say lesser,
I meant not important. No.
Blind into the face. Yeah.
The not important. No, not the not important.
Literally disappeared, vaporised. Look, we've got a word for vaporised.
All you've got left is a pair of smouldering sandals.
you've got a mixture of
And then some Soaks.
a mixture of people on board the ship. There is various. I mean, most of them are Rus. The Rus, stroke, Varangian, severe settlers. But otherwise, there is one or two. There isn't any Gaiats, but there's one or two Vikings as well from different clans. So there's going to be people you don't like.
They think they're proper warriors.
But they are clearly a hardened crew. These guys are all battle scarred. They're not pretty. He fits well in. They're all battle scarred. They've all got really rough armour. They've clearly been in fights. They've got biggish shields. They do go for fairly hefty shields because basically these fucking Khazars ride the fucking horses at you and shoot arrows at you and then fuck off. It's pissing boring.
Well, they ride at you in a fight on a horse.
Yeah. They ride up to about 8 foot away from you, shoot a fucking arrow at you and then ride off, just as you swing your axe back.
I can sort of understand that. The aim don't have to be that good if you're all,
That's just
And
not
it's-
a way to fight.
the cow's way.
I tell you, it's fucking, yeah, I know, there's lots of them going, yeah, I know, it isn't a fucking way to fight.
You plant your feet on the ground, you swing your weapon, and you... No!
And also, you'll see quite one or two of these guys limping. There's leg wounds are quite popular here. There's several of these guys who've got, clearly been shot in the shins and stuff.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
brilliant!
fucking arrow wounds.
Yeah.
Oh,
Shot in the shin.
As we're chatting and getting to know these people, does it look like this group of people, i.e. not us, they all seem to know each other?
Yeah.
They're a proper crew, aren't they?
Yeah, they are a proper crew. You're replacing them because they had a, they will tell you that, they were coming up, and actually the portages weren't too bad. Because the K's aren't always there, and also we do sometimes, they've got one or two guys who are a bit like you, a bit more scouty bow types. We put them ashore when we're portaging, and they have a scout around so we can find any K's up. There's no signs of them, then we do it, and if there isn't, we wait or we disembark en masse, because they can't touch us in the line. And we did all right in that, and then we fucking night ambush on the way back, and we were just stopping. They
Night
came on board.
ambush?
Yeah.
It's not the way
Proper
that-
feasting time. What's wrong with them?
I'm
Really start.
definitely
We lost
keeping
we
an
lost
eye,
6 people.
keeping an ear. Not just.
But yeah, they're all rough-handed. It's all physical work. They're broad-shouldered,
Are these-
rough-handed.
Sailed or oared or both?
Both, but it's
Both?
mainly oars.
Mainly
It's
oars.
mainly oars. Yeah.
Shallow draft.
Yep. Less of the boat, the better. Less we got to carry.
Oh, I forgot about that. How do you manage that then when you've got all of your cargo as well? Lots
It's
of
hard
carrying.
fucking work.
It's alright, we know which end's port and which end is starboard.
So
It's hard fucking work. Yeah, well, that's why he said he did look at you, and he's like, we need to. He's like, yeah, big, strong, strapping guys. We like big, strong, strapping guys. You're very welcome
And
to
there's-
step up this way.
I mean, I'm not, obviously in real life, I'm not a sailor of any kind. There's probably calluses
Yes,
and stuff that
said,
develop,
yeah.
and people go, oh yeah.
Yeah, and also
know,
you
right?
can talk it. You say, oh, I see your boat. Oh, it's a bit shifting, a bit ports or whatever. You speak bollocks, and they're like, oh yeah, you've clearly been on a boat. And also, you have sailed that river. You have done the portages. You know about it, and you know about it to an extent as well. So you two can do that. So yeah, they believe.
And we've got some stuff on the boat. So
Yes.
like we're not just random passengers, we are people who are investors. So
Yeah.
We're invested in the trip.
yeah.
And
So-
it's
They're
success.
definitely not going to shoot us all and leave us somewhere halfway down the river.
No, they're
No,
not.
you don't think so. I mean, basically, these guys have got a pretty good bond, and you do get the impression that it is all about. It's about surviving, and it's
There could be water in the lake involved.
No.
Yeah?
us
The
and
roots
them.
have spoken.
That is quite weird, actually, because there is a lake involved, and there almost certainly will be some water involved. There's another lake, the river.
The roots speak the truth!
And particularly the one before, where they said about how there might be some difficulties somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also, come on!
Who knew?
Yeah, it's all really, really strange.
I love playing around with roots during games. It's just like,
She said.
well, I remember I used to hold a bunch of roots for werewolves, didn't I?
There's they're not. Growl is not getting a load of happy backslappings from the rest of the crew. He is absolutely ignored and treated like dirt. He keeps himself to himself, but you can see they just look at him and
I will make a
occasionally.
point, like, he's ours.
Just,
I know.
He's not going to fuck about with you. Don't fuck about
I know, because there is one or two
Again,
guys they
he's
sort of
not
look at him and they're like,
you leave him.
And,
You just leave him.
yeah.
So
she keeps her hood up most of the time, which
Yeah.
is good because
Yeah.
she's a nice looking young girl and you don't want her to be not keeping her hood up.
Again, we'll make
You don't
sure
have to kill
she's near
She'll come to
someone
one of us at all
all
times.
times.
Yeah.
Here she be. Oh, bless her little con socks.
Hi,
Thank
Jane.
you. Cheers.
Hi,
You
Jane.
might make a tea. That's
Hi,
it,
Jane.
mate.
How many hands has she got?
Not enough. That's
I
what
learned
the
to ask you
answer
about
is.
the
More than me.
Not enough. Not enough. Not enough. Bless her little cotton socks. They don't get this on down fucking critical role, do they? Yeah.
No, they both have about 20 people who just.
Yeah.
See them.
But will they still keep going now? D&D's not really a thing anymore,
They'll
isn't
keep
it?
going.
Yeah.
But they might not play the Anyway.
And just interrupting you lot. So we're sailing down the Volkov River. It's
Volkov.
yeah, you can see the problems with it because it is, it's nice and green and that, but there's a lot of cover on the sides, and you just like, it'd be better if all these trees weren't here. Clearly the trees like the water, they grow near the water. This
which one
is
of you,
Obviously,
which one of you's come this way before?
I have.
You've come, right. So you ever had any of this?
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Set
right.
up before.
It's
Pain in
common
the arse,
practice.
but I mean, just-
It's common. Oh.
Yeah, so if you took the tree
But
line
it's
back a
getting
bit,
worse.
you know when they're coming
Worse.
out of it,
Yeah.
and also you know where they could surprise.
Now that's a really unhonourable way to die, isn't it? Getting hit by an
It's
arrow.
cowardly.
When you're on a
the,
boat.
honours, the lack of honours on them.
Well, yeah, but if you're on a boat and someone shoots an arrow at you and you die, pretty sure the Valkyries aren't going to be bothered to saddle a horse to come down and get you for that, are they?
Yeah, but hopefully it's never ever good for them either.
I lift my shield a little higher.
They have got, as I said, they've got bigger shields than you'd expect. You know, you think normally you got, and they're like,
Well, the Viking shields are big.
yeah, these
so
are nice big shields.
those aren't quite size.
No, but they're big shields.
Just big
I
shields.
was going to say not towers.
Nice big round shields.
It's just
Weather's all right. It's warmer than you're used to, so that's okay. You know, but it's not brilliant. It is still spring. It's still cold in the mornings. It rains a bit, but you're not worried about the weather. You can put up with that.
Good eyes.
Food
Keep
is
an eye out most of the time.
food is what you're used to. It's all trail rations. It's preserved fish, that sort of stuff. Sometimes it's fresh fish. They do a little bit of fishing as they go.
Stinky shark.
Yes, you do get lots of fish. There is a fair bit of fish in the river.
Ah, herring.
So
Oh,
yeah,
how I love a herring.
you do get that.
Fermented herring early in the morning. What way to start the day.
You get to another lake. There's a smaller settlement here, but the river basically you can see. You know, it is a lake, and you go across the lake, and it's fine. There's a little boat comes and meets you, and they do some trading for some fresh supplies. And they actually do a little. They've all clearly got a few things for here, and they put aside a few barrels here, and they get some stuff back, and they carry on going southwards. There is. They'll basically say you've got like 4 or 5 more days of this, then we've got a first portage, and then you have to work for your living. Because at the minute you're just rowing, and you're not rowing hard because there's no point. You know, you've got the current of the ship, the river, and everything. So actually, you're going
We're going against
the
the
current. So yeah, you are.
There'll be a lot of rowing there's never.
yeah, but we're used to it.
Yeah. So you know.
Apart from in the mornings, I'm like,
You are.
Well,
you are.
this is going to be helping us build up our stamina.
Yeah, and it's you've done this. You've all even. I mean, you know, you've all done this. This is rowing. You can row pretty much forever. You know, you're all
Yeah.
fit, healthy people.
They're going around in a circle because one side of the boat is rowing hard, the other's just slacking off.
Well, that's what I was going to say, because yeah, it's all about timing on the road,
No, you're
not.
fine. It's something.
"Put your back to the oars."
It's something you lot have been doing for 20 years. You know.
Yeah, so you follow the man in front of you, the front two keep the pace, you don't have the person shout on the drum, you just follow the person in front. And
Raise
you'll
them
row
up
for
to
that
the
same time
sky.
period.
We will drink to glory tonight.
And you sail a bit. There's. It seems all right. There's not really any problems. You know, now and again you just a little bit. I know people watching us from these trees and that, but the only you occasionally see people. So far, you haven't seen anybody even vaguely looks hostile. You know, there's the odd peasant, there's a fisherman you go past, and there's a fisherman at the side of the water. Whatever.
I'm trying to make a point of keeping an eye on the boat as well as off the boat. Is there any weird into politics, like, oh, such and such doesn't like such and such?
Yeah, none of them like
we're the
our
new,
slaves.
so that
Yeah,
actually
he's
they're
the
all
one
kind of
that looks
giving us
aggressive.
every time we go to speak to someone, they're being quiet and like, oh, actually, then maybe they've got a plan or something.
No, there's a
No one's keeping an eye on Disler.
There's a guy called Howells who's the who's obviously their sort of like he's the ship's mate, you would think, and you would think he's the battle leader. He's about of an age with you lot, not you know, nobody's as old as you.
No one's that old.
But he's about of an age with you lot, and he clearly is a grizzled fighter. And you know, the others give him a lot of respect. There is people who have obviously looked at Gisler, but you lot have made it abundantly clear that, you know,
Very abundantly clear.
Sorry, what was that guy's name?
Howells.
Howells. I will have a chat with him once we're taking lunch or whatever at some point.
You think we're going to stop
Well, that's what
for
I mean.
dinnings?
Put a sandwich. No,
Hold on.
Go forever.
I was going to say,
Well, with one hand, don't go
Make
in.
sure that
my rowing times, mine staying with her to look after her time. Most of my time will be spent looking out the sidelines. I don't want to end up getting ambushed on a river by arrowmen from a distance. It's just nothing more interesting.
Yeah.
I just want to give him an idea of like, okay, you're clearly in charge.
Thanks,
You
yeah.
clearly know how these people fight. This is how we fight. How can we best, if it comes to it, like,
Thanks,
is there a particular
Leonard.
flank you need defending, or you know, something like that. Like, how can we fit best? In
Yeah, I
the
mean,
fighting route?
he has a, he said you've done this before. We'll generally do a wall,
Yep.
and then it's whoever's available. The
Just don't
difficult
know if he's
thing,
lost anyone particular.
the difficult thing will be when we do portage. We split portage, but we have to scout it a bit to start with.
What sort of width are we looking at on this river?
Well, it's not a huge river, so if somebody with a bow and arrow could hit you on your boat, wherever you want to be, basically, it's not an Amazon. It isn't one where you can't see the other side of the river.
And they're not sort of using long bows or anything
No,
like
no,
this.
they're not
They're
using
standard
longbows,
bows
but-
of a.
Yeah,
Maybe using a lesser bow than me.
No, they'd be using the same.
they're using pretty much the same bow as you.
But you can maybe reach the boats with.
So you snipe them, then we don't have a problem, right?
Yeah, you notice the bowmen they've got on the ship have got normal, what the bow you used to get, which isn't as powerful as this. You can have an extra 3 points of damage on your bow.
Still got a hit with a fucking wing.
Obviously, the flaw with that is they then also all the people who have fired against you.
We saw what you done there, Nick. We saw what you did there.
It gives me an excuse.
Oh, it's the old
Bastard.
if you can headshot, so can I. Thing.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I can fuck you all up and all.
Got to play fair.
Why?
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 Says who?
You
Fairness.
you get the rivers. You're reaching the point where you'll need to be at the new river. It's getting quite narrow and that, and it's like, right, okay, we've got about we're gonna have to start scouting. And he says you want to go out scouting. He sends you out with his bowmen.
Yeah.
He's got a couple of bowmen. So go out. Do me a dex roll.
Oh shit, I got one.
You still fight, you still make it.
No,
No,
one
fail, always fail.
No, hang on, but it's
No.
20's always a fail.
20's always fair.
Oh, in that case.
20
Yeah, no,
is a
it's
fail.
20's always a fail, not a one. You're okay. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
One's just a bad success because
Yeah.
using it in combat is rubbish.
Yeah, yeah.
Because you're not going to.
Oh, so I suspect.
Unless the GM is being a complete bastard, and they might say, "Wow."
No, you're fine. Basically, you're reasonably. You're going through. I know how to walk through trees and how to walk through trees, walk through the woods,
Oh,
and you have a look round. Do me an awareness roll.
I failed by one.
Doesn't appear to be any people about.
Thunk.
Motherfucker in the throat.
They the sort of guys you were with, the two guys said, don't think there's anybody here. So I found some hoof prints, but not recent ones. I think we're all right.
Okay, hopefully that means we're all clear.
Right. Okay, foraging party, and they go in and they chop down a few saplings, it's to use to help carry the ship.
I mean, yeah, I'll chip in because this is the thing I've done before, so I will.
And
make sure
it's
that I
a lot of hard work. It's pushing, it's pulling, it's all this.
I have the strength of one man.
You have.
One
But
very
you will
weak man.
also notice they haven't. The routes they use have been used before. You use the usual. There's channels. So he said, all we do is first of all we have a check to make sure we haven't sabotaged it because sometimes they throw rocks into our channels. So we go down and we clear the channels out again. And then we get the boat and that's the hard bit. Getting the boat out of the water onto the beginning of the channel. That's basically a lot of people with ropes over there do that, and then they've got the saplings, got lever and stuff like that.
Well, they've got lots of cow fat or something like that.
It's
Well,
all, it's,
some
yeah,
sort
I
of
mean, they
fat
do
in
that,
it.
sometimes they do, sometimes you rollers, it's all,
Yeah.
lots of grunting and shouting and stuff like that. Yeah.
Well, we'll join
You know
the
all that
grunting and
grunting and
shouting.
shouting.
Yeah, I either help out with all that or I stay on, watch depending on what the captain tells me.
Yeah, he basically divvies people up, and if you're, and also they rotate. They rotate, so it'll be like you lot pull, you lot guard, and then move like that. It is really hard work, and you're pretty nervous about doing it because you're like, you're straining with this rope. You're not carrying anything you don't need to carry because you're straining with the rope. So your weapons are close to hand, but not that close to hand.
I know. I imagine we must, even with all of the effort that it takes, we must have a couple of people who are just on one train.
Yeah, of course, yeah. There's always people on watch.
There's warn you, if that warning fails, they're upon you before you even know the weapon.
But it seems okay, and it's been a lot of hassle and that, and you gather together, splash. Last bit's obviously easy. Once you finally got on the downhill bit, you know, boat goes into the river again. You're like, you lot all give me awareness rolls, please.
That's all.
Yeah,
Yep.
Yeah, fuck loads.
Made it.
Nick's having tea cakes, that's why.
Everyone dies.
No ground.
No what?
Ground is not here.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
How's he done a runner?
Well, if it's not here, didn't anyone chain him to the boat? We didn't think of that, did we?
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
for the
most
bottom.
of it.
Jan said, I did see him. He was here a moment ago. He was here up until then, and then I was watching. And then there was a shout, and I think some guy fell over or something. And people looked around, and I looked back, and I didn't see him, and I thought he just moved to somewhere else. Because, you know, we were watching. And I'm sorry, that must be my fault. Sorry.
We hadn't even treated him badly.
No, and also it looked like he wanted to see his king.
He might be on his way there. He may know another route that doesn't require the river.
He might also be heading off to warn people that we're coming, and so they can do an ambush on us.
Can we try and track him?
And we'd only learnt one word. Wanker. which means good, apparently.
Oh, yeah, applied to all of us.
Yeah.
Could I play my hunting skills? To
Must
try
be
and find
big and
where
scary,
that
that's
is?
what it means.
Half of it. Oh, past it. Or something.
Snap and obvious.
Well, no, that's why I made this hunting. You can tell me it's all see it.
You're looking at it, and you're thinking, this guy's probably pretty good at woodcraft. Because you don't, that, no.
And
He went and he didn't want anyone to know where he went.
He wasn't shackled at all at any point, was he? We took him all off.
We said what?
The problem is,
He wanted
No,
to know, we said no.
Gisela says that she
Not
wasn't
the boat.
watching him
Ah,
because
the
she
boat.
was watching you and she was watching outside, so anyone was going to attack.
Oh, it's not your fault.
Jan was with him for at least some of the time, but I don't know if he was with him for all the time.
That doesn't matter.
Either way, he's gone.
That doesn't matter.
Well, we might spend ages looking for him, or we can just get out of it.
We just carry
better
on.
look, and I trust your eyes, so there's no point.
You're not sure,
Looking
really. It's
harder.
like,
Look harder. So,
But then again, if it had been us, we'd have tried to have done the same thing, wouldn't we?
Of course we would.
fine.
You know, if we're enslaved, you
yeah, the boat is sort of like they're umming and ahhing about it. That's a good thing he's gone, or not really, but in the end, there's nothing to do about it.
No.
So there's some grumbling and
But then
spitting over the side.
he's Patchneg rather than Varangian, right?
Yeah.
So he's got no friends around here.
Rather than Khazar, probably. Khazar are the local barbarian tribes.
Yes,
But
he's got no friends with them, right?
No,
they're enemies.
So like running away is like he's
That's
jumped
why I
where,
thought
like,
maybe
where's
someone
he's,
took him.
oh, we could have gone
Something
to the fucking wilds where everyone hates me anyway. Like,
Yes, you do think that. It's not Pecheneg lands. The Pechenegs are, you know, if you speak to the captain, oh yeah, God, yeah, we've come across the Pechenegs. They're right down by Byzantium. They're bastards. They're much more vicious than the Khazars.
And if it was the Khazars who took him, they're not just going to take one random Patchneg and ignore the rest of us. They're going to start shooting at us and do a whole big thing, right?
Khazars would have flayed him. Khazars don't like
Yeah, it's
Pechenegs.
weird days, and that's why I thought maybe have a look and see if something else happened to him rather than just disappear.
Unless there's
Foul play from one of the people on the ship.
no.
That is
I'm not even going to say
a
it.
possibility, actually. No one on the
Oh.
ship is suddenly looking a bit suspicious.
No, but there are people who are glad he's not there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And nobody's going to admit, but there is, you will hear bits, at least we remember that fucker anymore.
Well, what do the
Glad he's
runes
not
say?
there. Aha! What do the runes say? It's going to rain.
Might be water involved,
Could have been a thing.
and it
Take
could,
an umbrella Friday.
and it could go really badly for someone. What do the runes say about
That
this?
could have been him.
This could really screw the game up, couldn't
No,
it?
if it was one of the crew, then at least for their good fortune they got away with it. You know, if they hadn't got away with it, we'd have to start, you know, making retributions against our property. Either that or it could be
It's a tricky one.
a thing. But
Let's
I don't want to start
let's
suggesting there
interpret it
could
the
be
way
a
the
thing.
You're going on page while you're
Let's
interpreting.
interpret it.
You interpret
Let's
it.
interpret it the way the story. Make the story.
It's a little hat.
It's
Man.
Well, yeah. Man.
It's
Wicked.
someone on the boat.
Yeah.
Someone on the boat.
Well, but like I say, at
room
least they got, at least from their point of view, they got away with it. Because if they hadn't have got away with it, we'd have had to do something about it.
And if we
Would
killed
actually
them,
kill
then
everyone.
Not everyone, but we'd have at least had to.
Enough people to
yeah,
make
but
it.
they're all
But
tied
they're,
up,
they're
so
a knit team, aren't
would
they?
it still be
have
worth
a
not
conversation
worrying
around
about it?
it.
Because even if they did kill him, it don't really matter, does it? He's not great for us, but as long as they're not going to try
So
and...
would it
We're
be,
down however much we paid, and we've now lost the potential language.
who bought the slave?
Them two
Do
combined.
you want half his bow now?
Ah, you did say.
You did.
say. If
Yeah, but I wasn't the one who lost the, or broke the slave.
What did I?
Well, it wasn't him either.
So someone else should get to break your bow.
No.
Unfortunately, yeah.
This is why you don't joint buy things.
I mean,
You would have thought.
Favour.
You would have thought
Oh, I'm
being
not-
married
no.
previously they would have known this.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not being, so you're buying a round of drinks. I'll give you half the money for it. What the fuck? No.
no, but it was a lot of money. You know.
He wants the fucking thing.
The slave was cheaper in my boat.
That means that you're a really bad negotiator.
Oh, and we're about to become envoys to make sure that we can
Right.
join peace treaties.
I don't know
We're
who it
about,
was.
we're not,
but
no,
it
we've
cost
got to
me
get
a lot
there
of
first,
money.
mate. We've got to get there. The problem is that's for you as well.
Either way, we freed a slave.
It's happened.
Yeah, but it's not about freeing slaves, because we do slavery.
Yeah, but I
We
mean,
use
we
slaves.
freed a slave of the nation we're supposed to be allying with.
And
Well,
we
yeah,
That's,
that
that,
doesn't- it
that
doesn't-
can't bode badly for us.
Well, it's not
See.
going badly, as long as someone finds out about it. If no one finds out about it to the people that matter, then it's just a case of, oh,
The thing happened.
a thing happened and no one knows and no
Yeah,
one cares.
we're going to be bringing someone that matters.
Yeah, that's if he even.
Her.
That's if he even survives. I mean, he's,
we think it's because of the
Well,
ring.
she-
We think
she
it's mostly
can
with
spread the
someone
story
in
as
the
she
ship.
wishes,
We're just
being the
discussing
princess.
who
When she's married.
would it have mattered anyway? Because otherwise
but we're
we'd
still
kill
reckoning
one
it's a
person
member of
in
the
room.
crew.
It
That's
could
what the
well have
rules
been.
say.
I mean, you
So
know,
we will make a point like next day or two, just
No, it's happened now.
you know, but revenge is best served at some point.
Tepid.
Slightly tepid.
Revenge won't help us out. They're all tight knit. If we hurt one of them, then it might turn out
Yeah.
good.
And then it's just rampage revenge then.
next night, the watchman in the night gets shot. Just one guy on watch, shot in the throat.
Where was he?
Most people were asleep.
Yeah.
There was somebody heard a noise, which was basically this guy falling over,
Next
and then we raised and put torches out and stuff, but by then, yeah, just watchman dead.
Well, obviously we won't sleep the rest of the night because we're all going to be on fucking.
Yeah.
Yeah, also,
I was in the trees. Damn, I'm getting
there's
flashbacks.
something that's suspicious about this. Is there something where like it weren't actually from off the ship? It might have been.
No,
from
no,
on
it
the
was
ship.
over the ship. But you look at that and you think we were. I mean,
It's
presumably
it's
it was in those trees there. It's not that long a shot, but it's a good shot,
Good shot.
unless it was
In the dark.
Yeah.
In the throat, like specifically so they couldn't
But then
shout.
the-
He had a hooded lantern. The guy on
I
watch
was
did
going
have
to
a
say, he would have
hooded
been
lantern.
shining out, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he did. It still was a good shot.
Okay.
There is now much range because people think it was your growl, and you like, but he didn't have a bow.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he wouldn't even if he could make a bow from the wood. He
If
wouldn't have
anyone,
a string.
not that, no. And if
And also,
anyone,
we're further down river now, aren't we?
yeah.
Yeah, I know, but it's only the next day, and there's only one person shot. Whereas if it was a Khazar
And
tribe,
if-
it would have been dozens.
Right, if
of
anyone
shooting.
starts getting a bit lippy about it, we will sort of just have to have us toe to toe and sort of look, little person. Shut up.
While you're doing that, I'm going to pee behind this tree again.
No, you're not going to pee off the
Bring
side
beer
of the
back,
boat.
please.
Oh, easy! Don't kick the thing.
No beers then.
Don't kick the
No,
whatever
I
that
didn't,
is
I
at the
didn't say he had
moment.
to bring beer back for himself.
I'm going
I said three beers
to
back.
go
That's
through
for me.
this and try to chop a different background in for each bloody scene. And Nick's like, right, so you spend 2 days on the boat, then you're in port, then you're.
Oh, I know,
Stop
that was-
doing
Then
it!
you're in boat again, and then you're
Move
in
across
another boat. and
quickly,
lift another
get
boat.
here.
Shit, quick! Ah.
There'll be a lot of cut splits as well, I would have thought. There's a couple bits you can take out.
Like what?
He very rarely edits
I
this
don't
out,
edit.
sadly.
I don't edit because it's. What the fuck? There's no fun in editing. Editing is boring as shit,
there's like
and you
whole
miss all
section.
the fun shit.
Yeah, well, it's like this bit, this whole section, you can literally
No,
take out.
because it's bits like this. Someone will say something that's so fucking funny,
And besides which,
You
once you
mean
start
the
editing,
bonus?
where do you end? You're like, we've now got a
Yeah.
3-minute film of us playing this game because I've edited out all the crap.
4 hours of gaming turned into 32 seconds.
But you
If you got rid
can
of
take
the
out this bit in the added extras, like the bit what, you know, that's...
Oh yeah, our spoiler reel at the end is,
Yeah.
and then I'm.
No, we don't do blooper reels either because the whole fucking thing that Valhammer does is a blooper reel. We are a blooper reel.
Are you cutting this up into 23 minutes or whatever?
No,
it
this
is?
will go up as one hit.
Wow.
So there's mutterings that they think is him.
Yeah.
And we're going toe to toe with them any time that they say this kind of thing.
Well, they're not-
It's clearly not him.
Because we sure as hell are bigger and scarier than they are.
Most of them.
It's just the fact that, you know, to believe that he managed to make a bow, then get the stuff to string a bow,
You might have
then
killed
have our...
somebody.
Let's,
Might have
yeah,
stolen a bow from somewhere.
we'll have one hidden up, but, you know, the chance
And you
of that
think
is-
just him on his own is going to be bothered to come back and take shots at this bow? Really?
Who knows how Petunians think? They're vindictive bastards. Cross one of them and follow you for the rest of their lives.
It's most
Yeah, well,
likely-
there's vindictive and there's just plain. You're just plain stupid, aren't you? Come on.
It might be somebody training-
Followed somebody, cut him in the leg, and he chased him down for 4 weeks, and then he cut his leg off.
Was that your mother telling you the story?
No, it wasn't your mother telling me the story, alright?
Oh, that's right, because you haven't got one, have you?
It might have been somebody training someone, or someone showing how to do it, or it could be just a random person. Because they've learned if they do it in groups, they're too easy spotted, so we don't have pot shots at one person at a time all the way down
And
at
at
night.
night, they could have been in groups. You come into
It was
the
luck.
town of Holmgarod.
Hongarod?
Holmgarod.
That's a great name.
Actually, no, it's Holmgard.
Hongard.
It's Holmgard.
Hongarod.
Yes, Holmgard. It has actually got a modern equivalent.
Which is?
Novgorod.
Novgorod.
You are now.
Hey! Yes. Haven't you lot blown it up in some game?
It is the joys of this. As I said, we are going, and particularly with the way the war is going, we are going to go to areas where people have heard of.
Oh shit. That's not a good thing, no.
Mainly Khabib.
What used to be called, or has it always been?
Well, it's always been called very similar if you think about it.
Yes.
It's still called something very, very similar.
So we are now in a...
That's why I had to check with you what it was called in this.
Yeah. I know, but the trouble was I was hoping it was called something different in the old days, but it's barely ever changed its name. It's Kyiv, something like that. And whereas Holmgard is easy, you know, Holmgard, yep.
Hongard.
It's not Novgorod at all, honest.
City, town, thingy.
Steve the city. So you made it, we were all fine?
You made it as far as Holmgard, yep. You've been over one portage, you've got another portage, and then you've got carrying over the rapids.
And we
had
had
a
a...
shot in the throat.
So are we doing the carryover the rapids from this port?
No, this one you're on you have to go down and then you're on another river. You've got one more swapping rivers and then you've got to carry over rapids. You've got 2 more portages to go.
Okay.
And we
So
had
same again?
It will be, yeah. I mean, at the minute you stop at Holmgard. Holmgard is quite nice because it's a safe one. It's this is a fortified settlement.
Okay.
You know, you're a fair bit further south now, and this is a fortified settlement. There are walls, there are guards at the walls. You know, there's river gates. And it is, again, it's Varangian. There are presumably pacified Khazars. There's like peasants who clearly are of a different class, who are this Slav thing with slightly different heads and stuff. And they call the local Slavs.
How long are we here for?
Just overnight.
Okay.
We're yeah.
You do get to rest overnight. You can
Off the
go.
boat?
You can go off the boat and rest up in the tavern. Yeah, there is a tavern. I mean, that is money. A lot of people just stay on the boat because they don't have to pay anything for that.
I was just thinking I might be able to get some drinks in, see if I can lubricate some tons. And it's a shame about old Growell. See if anyone get a couple of drinks in. Oh yeah, fucking can't believe I did it. But you know, he was right there. See if I can engage people in conversation.
You don't get anything like that. No, people like are basically glad he went, and it's just a shame that somebody didn't kill him. That's all you get. I know he was going to ride away. I'd cut his throat, mind you. He said, you kill a Petchenegg, make sure you kill him dead, because otherwise they come back and get you.
I already know one way to kill people, that is dead.
Yeah, so the crew are alright, you
I'll
know.
get some drinks in, and you know, I mean, I'm a trader. Like this is what we live for. Right?
Yeah.
Travel the world.
going
killing new and
to,
interesting people.
we're going to get the room for her.
Yeah. Yes, good call. Make sure she's somewhere safe,
Yeah.
somewhere secret.
It's another river down. Yeah, you come out here. This is a confluence of rivers, Holmgard, with a different river, and then we need one more portage, and then the Dnieper. They do say the Dnieper's a much bigger river. It should be safe enough from being attacked from the shores of Dnieper. The only problem with the Dnieper is the rapids crossing, because that boat will chew us up otherwise. So we have to do that. And of course, the thing about the Dnieper is we're going downriver. So
That's faster.
So it's faster. So yeah, we do have to be careful. We can't take it anywhere near the rapids because we'll get pulled into them. Somebody did that once. They're always trying to minimise the amount they have to carry it, so they took it as close as possible. And by the time they wanted to stop the boat, they couldn't stop the boat. So we've managed to go back and clear that out of the way. That blocked the route for a bit. A lot of bloody wood everywhere. Not to mention the corpses.
Just checking in with Gisla. How's she doing? Is she alright? She doesn't need
Yeah,
anything?
she's okay.
Is
She's
there anything
alright.
else we can do to...
She's got a bit back to being interested and excited in life. She's a bit homesick as well, I guess, because she thought she's grown up in a loving family and that, and now there's a lot of strangers about, and it sort of dawned on her a little bit that she's going to go and live with a load of people she's never seen before.
A long way away from home.
So she's very glad to see you lot. She's always very chatty with you.
Wicked.
And,
We'll play games, like, if we can get hold of a little...
Well, he'll have
doorway.
his set. He'll have his set with him, so we can play any evening.
Just
Yeah.
talk to her, try and keep her company, make sure she's not
Yeah, she's-
feeling like... I want her to feel like she's part of us.
It's your
She
move.
does.
I don't want to do that. Am I...
You're white.
Well, in that case, I definitely want to do that, don't I?
No.
Yeah, just make sure she's alright. Silly question that I probably should have asked earlier on, that I now feel bad about.
That was a stupid move, wasn't it?
No.
No, his move.
His was.
Yeah.
Mine was an awesome
I
move.
don't know how to play.
Yes,
Oh, I
you
can
do.
move you from
I've
there
played
to
once.
one
Yeah, you
across
play
and
as a
then drop him
rook.
Okay, yeah, everyone plays as a rook.
Everyone.
Um,
You've got to get your king to either of those marks. We've got to pin your king with having 4 of our boys around it.
Well, I can then do this and take
No,
that.
you can't do that. That's not the way you take it. You take it by sandwiching.
Yeah, so move you one at the
Do
front.
sandwich.
No, one
No,
move
I can move into a
yeah,
sandwich,
right.
but you have to bring us. So
There.
there you go. That
And
takes
then
me.
that sandwich.
Hey, I win.
I've called that before I even know what the game is.
Yeah, well, you're special. So, this magic horse she was given that she then didn't sacrifice, that was her dowry, but now she's moving away. So, like, we should have taken it with us.
No, I'm hoping that
That we'll.
the stable master's hoping to breed from it.
Oh, okay.
So, because it's faster than our horses, it's got more fire in it. So he's thinking, if we breed that amongst our horses, then we'll benefit from it.
So we can plough the fields quicker.
Right. No, people ride them. Well, people ride them sheep from them. Crikey. And to be fair, none of us blame you for. I mean, you get given this glorious thing. Hope doesn't care where the sacrifice comes from.
My dad wasn't expecting me to sacrifice it.
Oh, okay. Right. That's right.
He would, he oh, come on, a half guy, he's all sorts of things. He ain't fucking silly, is he? He knew I wasn't going to cut my horse's throat. I'd rather cut his throat. So, no, he didn't ask me to cut my horse's throat. He just said, make it look like it's my horse, and hopefully nobody notices and says anything stupid. Because that would have been a bit difficult.
Well, I'm glad no one did.
Yeah, that's why I want it. Otherwise, that would have been a bit difficult if somebody had noticed and said something stupid. That's why I was.
Your move.
Sure, does the king only move one per turn?
No, the king moves exactly the same as all the others.
You just
But
have
still
to-
can only move in straight lines.
Yep.
Okay, that
Right.
makes that game, yeah.
You leave Holmgard in the morning, slightly rougher headed, and
Look, I thought you said sandwich like I've completely surrounded.
No,
that's
one
for the
each
king.
side and one for the king.
and
Sorry, I was just
you proceed down the river. You've got another couple of days, and then you've got another portage, and then you're on the Dnieper. So you sail down river for a couple of days. It is. You do every now and again feel that somebody's watching you. You're on the boat, you've got these lines of trees, you know, you can't see anything, but you do feel like somebody's watching you. Parker don't, because you have to be able to multitask, because otherwise you're not going to think about the game. You're going to be sitting here wondering how not to get beaten in this game.
For someone who
Well, you don't
helps
get your
make
ass
games,
beaten
I'm bad at
already.
them.
Somebody's help makes games.
The
Yeah.
point was that I'm bad at them. That was the point I was going
At
for.
making them, yeah, you're right.
Anyway, so you sail down the river, and you reach after another couple of days. It said it is a bit tense because all of you get this feeling you're being watched. Now and again, you've got tree cover. You can't see anybody. You just feel eyes in the trees. The crew feel a little bit like it, but not as much as you do.
How fast would go? We're assuming that's different people each time if we have that feeling.
Not if somebody
You
on a
don't think
horse
somebody-
would keep up.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Somebody walking would struggle,
We're
but
not
somebody on a horse.
not on that fast
We're not-
river yet.
No, not on
we
the
haven't,
fast
we haven't
one
done
yet.
the final transition.
Yeah, no, you're just on this
Right,
one.
you're
So
just
you're
on the
moving,
normal
at, you're
slope
moving
river.
at about walking pace. Bit fast walking.
I keep
maybe.
my eye out and keep on looking out like I said I would from the
Just
front.
every now and again, there's maybe just a movement in a tree that could be a person, could be a bird, maybe it's a bird, they're gonna, some sort of
There's loads of
game
different
birds here.
animals in there.
Yeah, much deer, really.
I'm not going to notice anything. I'm
You
busy
find
getting
you find the
rock.
other portage, and again it's the same sort of thing. This one definitely has been fouled, and there's a period of time now. He basically pulls everybody off the ship, and he forms a there's you lot will all be in the guard formation, and he's got about 8 crewmen wandering around. There's quite a lot of rocks being broken being hurled onto this, and he moves it. There's even blood here as well, I think. Yeah.
Blood as well.
Clear it all off. You're divvying it up. Let's just do now who's doing what. Evans is ropes. You two are on watch. You two are even. And perception rolls, please.
Yeah, easy.
Where's
Awareness.
Up top there.
No.
No!
Hooves. Horses' hooves.
I'll shout horses, and I want to arm up. Maybe we get on the boat and I'll form.
You can't get on the boat. The boat's on the bank being pulled over the river.
Drop the fucking rod, grab axe, and sort of look at where?
Oh, it's getting.
Where?
I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah.
actually on.
Right, boat starts slipping. Because other people are doing that. The boat is
Oh,
slipping.
shit.
Now you can all hear horses' hooves.
Fuck.
And the boat you were pulling uphill, and it started to slip back down the river.
Grab the ropes!
I can't hold it by my own motherfuckers.
So we all.
Everyone
Well,
goes
you
on.
don't all have to. You don't all
I'm
have
going
to
for
because
battle.
it was enough people. It's
Yeah.
Mother.
okay. There is a quantity. It's not one horse. It's lots of horse hooves. And
He's
you know,
with us.
and there's a crowd of these people come in now.
Have we got enough? Are there enough of them now holding the boat that we can let go?
Probably.
Probably.
Who knows?
So we're fighting an hour
It's
on the
almost like they
boat.
think this
We're
money to
on-
attack for something.
And tell you the truth, it's still worse losing the boat and having to win the fight than it is us all being wiped out when we're trying to hold the boat up.
You can, you'll shoot a couple of arrows. There is arrows coming in now.
Yeah, I'll shoot a couple of arrows.
That's it, I'm not holding the fucking rope anymore. No! No!
And they're shielding.
I'm staying with the boat.
Shielding
Shielding
up
me.
into my spear with us because if I was on watch, I would have hit them to the side and then have my bow and arrow drawn.
Yeah, you
I'm not
Every time,
sure
yeah.
you can fire an arrow with your shield.
No, not on me. I would have had it.
Okay, I'm
next
just
to us.
trying to work out the logistics.
No, I would have because if you were saying you was on Overwatch
Maybe.
while I pulled this up,
Yeah.
I would have took
So
a
you don't-
place.
Technically you could, I suppose.
Yeah, but if it's a big
But
shield,
no, you
the
can't.
ground
Actually, no, you
round.
couldn't because you're holding a strap.
Yeah, and you
there.
can't then bend
you
your
can't,
arm.
Yeah, you can't. Put
No, I wasn't saying I was
You got
holding
it on
it.
your back. You have
I was
your
saying
shield sort of strapped here
shield
somewhere,
there
or on
and
your
my
shoulder.
spear next to us is why I'm.
Okay, have a couple
arrows.
of shots,
Okay.
and we will have a few shots back at the people on watch, which will.
How many shots do you want
arrows.
to do?
Arrows.
Stay 3 to start with.
Oh, it's pow, 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 pow.
Critical. 3 pass, 1 critical.
Okay. I'm just seeing whether I get any criticals already. There are arrows coming in. There's occasional flesh wound on people. You get a one-shot good one. It takes the guy
Horses
clean
as
off his
well, you
horse.
say?
I'm dashing you 6 box.
Yes, you can tick box.
Oh, you tick on ones. I thought you tick on crits.
No, you took on crits.
Crits.
Oh,
You can tick on successes. Oh no, you tick
I
weapon skills.
thought,
on.
wait, I thought crits
No,
if she
it's
hit.
not
The problem being, my crit was actually 20. So what
Yeah.
happens there is because
No, it's
20 is
not
supposed to be a
correct.
fail.
You tick when you roll on the number.
Yeah, I rolled on the number, so I got the tick, but 20 is supposed to be an automatic fail because that is like the highest.
Yeah, but
That's
not
not
in
automatic.
weapon skills. You don't get an
Yeah,
automatic
it's
fail.
not an
Oh,
automatic
in
fail.
that case, then I hit the number.
But if your weapon skill's 22,
Yeah,
You will never
you can't
fail.
miss.
Yeah, but my
the
dad-
only thing you can have is somebody else doing
On my
critical
bow-
to you and then potentially damaging you.
Yeah, on my bow it was 20. I rolled a 20. It's like, what is that? Right, so my bow is.
You don't need roll damage, Chris. You shot a few of them. There's one of them definitely you punch back off his horse. There's arrows coming in. There's bowmen swirling now, and people are starting to take flesh wounds. What are you doing?
I'm holding the boat as best I can,
Yeah.
however few of us there are doing that. I want Gisela with me, grab a shield and basically put herself in between the boat and myself and put the shield like over her so she's
Okay.
fully covered up.
How many horsemen are we looking at here?
There's a couple of dozen, you'd think.
Well, in that case, it's I'm not going for the big axe. It'll be just grabbing a shield and my axe, and then just anything that comes near to where I am,
Yeah.
I'll be hitting. Other than that, it's just
I'm going to be moving forward as well with my shield in front of me.
Yeah.
Just because I think it's better to try and bring it away from the boat if
I'm
I can.
assuming we've healed all of that subdual
Yeah,
damage.
you've killed all your subdual damage, yeah.
I didn't even tell her.
That will go.
So only 4.
it's done. Thanks, sweetheart. Very good. Crack on.
Okay, Stick, you can give me a strike roll. I'm going to have a couple of shots at you then, but you have gone out close and you've gone out quickly, and you will, because you've got a spear, you can certainly get a good chance of hitting somebody.
Yep. 17.
Okay, roll me damage.
15.
Yeah, now I've got one down. A couple of shots at you. That'll hit. 2 10s, which are both hits, but they're not criticals, and your armour will probably take one. Yeah. I can't remember.
It's just shield
You're
six
right,
as
you
well.
are rubbish, aren't you?
You don't play board games, Nick. Fuck off.
Oh, that's a bad one. That will go through your armour. That's 19 points.
Ow. That's 9 points through then.
No, he rolled with a shield because he's fighting with a shield.
Oh,
And
I
he's
see.
successfully hit.
That's
Actually, no, it's
4
coming
points
from an
through.
arrow. It is 9 points through because they're not obliged to shoot you from there.
Yep.
And the other one is not going to go through your
It's
armour.
6 from a shield, isn't it?
Yeah, 6 from a shield.
I'm just checking because I can't remember.
Yeah.
Just chain is 10.
These
I
fucking
just-
arrows zipping in.
I know, but arrows zipping in, I'm not, they're not obliged to fire at your shield, that's what I feel. And
Yeah.
because you went out forwards, you exposed yourself to danger, but
Yeah.
you're much more likely to actually damage it. Are you going forwards as well? You notice, as you do, Leaf is going into them.
Damn it! Leif, pull back! If he doesn't hear, then I will then push forward to where he is.
Okay, you can also give me a strike roll. Gone out quickly.
What's the phones or
Small axe. Oh, 21. 6 plus 1 is 7.
Okay, that will hit. They're not defending. Again, the damage you're doing, you'll
Five
knock
points.
you'll knock them off the horse.
17.
3 and 4, but it's still enough to hit. 15 and 14.
What, me? 15
5
and
and 4
14?
through, isn't it?
5 and 4.
5 and 4 through, yeah. I mean,
9 throughs,
basically,
there's no knockdown.
no, it's not
So
knockdowns,
it's two little hits.
2 little wounds.
Oh, I set them up separately, don't we, as well?
Yeah, there are.
5 and 4.
It's developing. You can see it's a bit. There is 1 or 2 places where people have gone in to try and take the fight to them, which is working to some degree because you're killing them, but you're exposed more to fire. There's the people shooting. Some of the crew have stayed there and basically formed a bit of a shield wall around the people holding the boat.
Yeah.
And one of the bigger guys is basically pounding a stake into the ground.
Oh, no, yeah, that's good idea. Yeah, plan.
And he's, you know, you're looking at, there is some sort of eventuality for this. There is the possibility. It looks, oh yeah, you tie it to that bit. So yeah, that's what he's doing. And they do that. Everybody can take an arrow now, but you will get your shield because you are actually
Shield hunkering down.
using the shield.
Yeah,
I hate to say it, I'm not sure that I am.
because he's shooting her.
Because
I'm
shooting
shooting
her,
her.
we're shooting her.
Yeah, but are you not behind it with her?
Well, I'm holding the thing. If I can get down, or we can both get down to this space, I'm more looking after her than I am
I'll
for
give
me.
you a shield because he's just rolled a critical.
Okay, cheers. And you're dead.
I'm okay. I'm
Did
okay.
you have my shield in the way? Oh, it's gone through again! It's gone through again! You got me in the arm again! What the fuck?
That's 12 points damage.
The armour and
Oh, yes.
That's a knockdown
Did you
test.
knock down for
If that's
arrows?
over, oh yeah, that would have
Maybe a
been.
knockdown.
That is a knockdown because I
The
rolled.
size is.
But that's 12
10
points because I've taken 16 off for his armour.
Oh, so because you still do knock down for the whole lot?
Yes, the
Yeah.
28
That's
I
an
did to
automatic
you.
knockdown then, isn't it? 'Cause it's double your.
If it's double his size, yeah. Is your size 14 or
Size
less?
is 10.
Yeah,
So
oh,
it's
yeah.
10, so
Yeah,
yeah.
basically
You're on
that's
your arse,
I don't take the major wound because it's only 12
Yeah.
that went through, right?
Yeah.
Do
Like
single
some decent
digit.
like character.
It's a leg, so it's caught you in your thigh somewhere. Bad one
That's
in
a
your
real
thigh.
bad one. Ugh.
Oh, I'm one of the gang. I'm one of the fucking...
Arrow to the knees.
One of the fucking crew. Oh, we've all got leg wounds.
Yeah.
So the fucking river.
Welcome to the crypt.
And the problem is, as you will know later, because you had your shield extended to cover her, it wasn't as far low as it should have been, and that's why they managed to hit you in the thigh.
I feel I
you know.
have no problem with that.
Right.
Until it goes septic.
Misses on straw, hits on stick, but it's not critical. I'm rolling well, aren't I?
Shit.
14, so that's 4 points of damage to stick, and Chris hits on Chris. That's not very good though. That's 12, so that's 2
2
points.
through.
Fucking arrows.
You two can have another strike each. While you pull him back, you can take
Come
another
on.
one.
21, 15, plus 1 is 16.
Yeah, all you really need to do is a hit, because these guys haven't got that amount of hits, and they're wearing very little armour, so, you know, provided you sort of do
6,
everything
12,
short.
31, 15, 6, and 18, 19, 20, 21
14.
points of damage.
Yeah, you'll be knocking them off horses with that. When he manages to get the ship on the stake, there's this immediate kerfuffle, and then basically the shield line all of a sudden comes forward and envelops you two.
Nice.
And comes round you. You're at the moment you're sort of binding your leg up because the arrow's still in there. There's some other wounds. They basically then pull back. They're firing a little bit as they go. I'll give you one more roll each, but you've all got your shields.
Yeah,
now.
because I was going to say, I will keep on firing
Yeah,
arrows because they keep on
and
coming
you
in
can
and
go
going out,
behind
so,
and use
yeah.
their shield wall. 1, 2, 12, 14, 12. Oh,
Yeah.
the one who fires at you, you can in the distance, you can just hear a bowstring snap. Bangs in your shield. Bangs in Stick's shield. Yeah, that one go
So
through.
should I say I've picked about 8 arrows out with you instead of would have been in that sort of
You can pick up enough.
Oh, okay.
Well, they've been shot at us.
He's got one you can have.
Yeah, mine.
So yeah, so
Yeah, I'll go over as a surgeon and cut his leg off because it looks septic. And then he can have it. Have some extra, some extra leverage on your arrow.
after there is a brief bit of combat, but the shield wall goes after them, and they've got a couple of bowmen with you as well, and they're shooting from behind.
Yeah,
there.
'cause
And
they come in
by the
to
time they
go
pull
out,
out,
so-
there's about 8 of them dead. And you're like, right, and you look at them, and yeah, these are Khazars.
Bastards.
How many of us are dead? Anyone of us are dead? Or
No.
badly wounded?
No, you're about the
You.
worst wounded. There's
High
another
five,
sort of
everyone.
4 or 5
Good
of
news,
them.
everyone.
There's several. You
okay.
two are both
Ah,
wounded to
well
some
done.
degree.
Yeah.
You're badly wounded. There's
I got
another
scratched.
3 of theirs have got wounds as well, but nothing too bad.
Ha!
Yeah,
It's a scratch!
you are. Your one was a bad one.
Ouch. That.
I mean, I'd quite like this to not be in me anymore.
Okay,
Is that
yeah,
what we can do?
I'll
Are
go
you used to this?
I'm going to sort him out.
It is quite handy because you could hang drinking glasses off of it. Where it is, it's.
Is it the same leg as his dodgy arm?
No, yes, it is on your lame leg, so it doesn't hurt as much as it should do. You just
I'll go sort it out.
Yeah.
I'll
That's
manage it.
only, you only need first aid on that, so that's not a chirurgery. So you do,
I think he needs to lose a leg.
you can do me some first aid rolls because obviously you can do healing. Everybody gets what is D3 per successful.
Yes, a D6 for criticals.
No.
Oh, well, basically, he sort of
It looks fine!
the arrow's in quite deep, and he's like, we can push it out, but
That scratching noise, that's the bone, isn't it?
Oh!
he does take the arrow out eventually. But you're like, great, I think I could probably have done a better job myself, but I'm not going to say that because it's cruel and he did help me. But there's an awful lot of fucking blood on this ground now, and I'm sore. But yeah, he has pushed the arrow out. He cut it off and pushed it out.
Getting sleepy. You could have. Yep, totally believe you.
It's fine, it's fine, you know what I mean? It's
Nick,
all
are any of the horses still around from? No, they all
Went in this deep in my chest and pushed it all the way
See,
through.
I don't think it's a wah 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 from my perspective.
I'm alive. I'm happy with that. I'm alive.
Yeah. Do you want to do? Obviously, you can do first aid on anyone who's wounded apart from yourself.
You do!
Feeling sleepy.
And you can roll for each of the
You can
wounds.
roll
can't
for
you?
each wound. Yes.
I'm gonna
Two
walk
you
into
do,
the light,
mate.
guys.
Two
I'm
small-
gonna walk
two
into
cuts.
that light.
Nobody cares. They'll
Yes.
just concern their own wounds.
Yeah.
So how does it work?
She's looking after you.
You've done the first one, haven't you? So that's
Yeah.
D3 healed.
So you said her successes.
Yeah, and then the second one.
Yes.
So, you roll
He's a great first aid.
D3
person.
for first one, please, Stick. It's a D6.
Oh, yeah,
mate, come on!
1.
Right, and again.
1.
He's a plaster!
Is that sad trombone noise?
Have you healed,
Hey,
mate?
you got hit points back. At least you got hit points back.
2!
I'm sure I still got.
What
You took
worries
the
me,
arrow out.
I'm
the head's down there, that's
pretty sure
the
he can
problem.
actually fail and make it a little
Yeah, you
cut on
can
my wound.
fumble.
I'm like, you know what, I'll just keep my wound. See,
You roll a 20, you can go.
to see him fuck you up, to see him look like, oh, that didn't make it. Oh, you know what, I'm
Go
gonna
wrong. Pulled the arrow out.
Some
left the
fucking
head
healer
in.
he is. What are you bringing? Fucking hell.
Because I'm better than the rest of you. That's
true.
the problem.
Yeah, you only have to.
So yeah, I'll
Yeah.
get all the arrows that I can.
Yeah, you can- you can
Just
go
in
and-
case we have a
What's
long
your first name?
hold out. And
First
I always
aid
say it's 28 in the
is
quiver.
12.
That seems right.
It's not that much better than me, to be fair.
Yeah, but I also had
This is
surgery.
fine.
In which case, you could maybe heal him because he's wounded as well.
Oh, you're
Oh,
right.
listen, this is going back the wrong way.
Do not roll 20, Straw. Do not roll 20. Where's the sad trombone? Do not roll 20. I rolled a 4.
Kapla.
Okay, that's. Yeah, but you had 2 wounds as well, didn't you?
Jeez, healed his too.
You can
That's
roll-
what we like to say.
You can roll again.
You can roll again.
I won
I
again.
hit twice, didn't I?
Get to the. Ooh. I've done it again.
He's done it
Rolled a
again.
4. That's 2 first aid. 1. Medic!
I go for a medical attention from now on, but I'm still like, yeah, it's a
Not
cut.
sure, it's only a cut.
Yeah.
That's 2 first aid rolls.
But maybe in the future if I've got something more.
I could have sorted that for you.
Pulled the arrow out, but apparently the arrow only had a wooden tip. There's no metal tip on the end of the arrow.
No, he didn't.
Hang on.
He didn't put it out.
This is not.
He didn't put it out. He cut the tail off and pushed it through.
It had a tail.
Why?
Yeah,
Have you eaten that much?
Just seen the thorough process.
That's why what really hurt
Caught in your
you.
clothing. It wasn't even penetrated.
Yeah.
He's like,
Yeah, he did quite a long way into your leg to get the arrow point, and then he pulled it through. That's the best way of doing it.
you look at your leg.
There was,
He's cut this much flesh out.
I found out
just to
sometimes they did that though, didn't they? They actually made arrows with breakable bits, so when you try to break them out, they actually stayed in you. I was like, oh, you fucked up.
Look, he's the first aid man. He knows what's the right thing to do.
Shut up, cunt.
Hey, look, it probably is the reason it did so much damage and wasn't very good. It was right next to a nasty artery.
It was
or
right
something
next
like
to your
that.
clothing.
Could have nearly killed me, and he was like, "I've got to do this because otherwise you'll
Yeah, if it cuts the artery in your thigh, you're dead.
you're dead." So,
So you
it's
did
actually-
lose quite a lot of blood, and you feel a bit, but you know, you're back.
So I I thank you.
Welcome.
You saved my life.
Was that just the one wound you took?
Yes.
As well, really. I'm not sure you're going to survive 2 wounds.
One tiny needle arrow that went in.
No, just caught in your jeans. Just caught in your leggings. I can see it.
Saved my
I can
life.
see it. Look, it went in here and out here through your legging. Fuck! No, that's just you. Oh, then he. Oh.
He's alright now. So,
Here's my winky.
you get back on,
that.
continue on the portage, just wait a while and he stops and gets the fire and everything, and you finish the portage off. And
Shut up!
You start, right, we've got, go and yeah, then this river, and you can see this is a better river, this is the Dnieper. We get on this, we've got Kviv's going to be about a day's downstream, and then Byzantium's about another week after that. And Jan's like, yep, okay. And it's like, 1, 2, 3, yeah, 3 days in. You're still, you're being watched. River's still, Kviv is, it's a bigger river, there's only, Kviv, we haven't got the Kviv yet, the Dnieper's a bigger river, there's only really one biggish settlement, there's not much between times, you know, but it's still all these great big fields of grass, you know, it's just flat grasslands everywhere, and you think, God, I mean, you know, if only somebody could farm all this, it's just flat grasslands, it's
Why
obviously
isn't anyone farming it?
because of the Khazars and their herds of horses and stuff, which makes sense if you think
It does
about
kind of
because
bollocks everything up, doesn't
So I
it?
suppose they, in a roundabout way, are farming it.
They like
They
the
quite like
yeah,
the
they
grass
can,
anyway.
they can get all their horses from the grass, eat the grass, and shoot people. 'Cause, yeah.
If there's anything I can still do, I'll still do it.
Yeah,
Some rowing and
you're just a bit sore, your leg's a bit sore. You get, you down, I can't remember what the river. We'll say you can get to Kviv. You get to
it
Kviv.
wasn't major wounds, so it's not.
The rapids are downstream of Kviv, so you get to Kviv. Kviv is, here's interesting because there's this church with a cross on the roof, and you're like,
It just doesn't
Like
look
a castle. Oh, no,
That-
we don't have
that's
castles.
what,
so
and Dagar's like, yeah, you see, you go, that's them, and they're there.
I suppose if you've only got one god, you can just make. It's easier to make a temple to them.
Yeah,
just make
it's-
one big temple to the one god, right?
They're
Rather
very
than
big
having
on it.
lots of shrines to lots of gods.
The Byzantians are very big on this one god thing, so they put that in there. They got friendly with the ruler here. He's Igor, Prince Igor. He's supposed to like them, but
It does look like they've got a lot of stuff in one building, though.
Why do they keep hearing something ringing? Is it just my ears?
I think it's that tweety noise in the background. It's that.
It might be.
Yeah, kind of like
Yeah, it was-
Charlie in the trees.
It's a
noise.
bloody jungle, that's why.
Yeah.
Birdie.
I'm thinking like not necessarily us now. I'm thinking these churches with like lots of expensive things in one building for future reference might be worth raiding. Oh, yeah,
this
not
is
saying
clearly a
it's not-
conversation we're having in the quiet. Right?
Yeah, no, I'm just.
How are we doing on time, mate?
Not that, dude.
Okay, fine.
Just keep going, mate. If that one cuts out, then obviously we'll just use me and Parker's scene because we're obviously better looking. No, that hasn't cut out yet. So
No argument there.
and they'll still hear these two. I'll just edit a picture of these two underneath going.
There's plenty of pictures of that. Right. Okay. No.
There is plenty of pictures.
Right. Okay. So.
No, you carry on, mate.
Yep.
I don't like the way you said that. That means we are going to get absolutely.
You're on the bright side. You're up to about 0.9 so far. You're doing really well.
Don't save us.
Yep. You're still all alive, mostly. You.
Wrong letter.
Oh. Yeah, wrong way.
You leave the town of Kviv. Dagar's had to pay. He does pay a tax on that. He's like, yeah, you bloody place. So they want goods, and then they charge you that much to take stuff through. But at least, and that is again a fairly formidable walled town. They've clearly, they've sent a settlement here, and they do not want any problem with Khazars. And you look at it, and you're like, it's, a lot of the people here are fighting age. They've all got weapons. Particularly big on swords and that, lots of swords around, and lots of fairly big strapping people with swords. Some bowmen, clearly a military race. Yeah. And you get on a boat and you're going down the Dnieper. Go down, it's a lot easier rowing. here it's more the rowing is to keep it, you know, going at the steady speed you want to do, and you can also in fact stick your oars and slow you down, obviously. So you do that. You've got the helmsman is much more important. They'll get you. You can actually go at the front because you're an experienced sailing type and you've got sharp eyes and that, so you can go at the front and keep an eye out. One point, I think we saw Graal on the bank, sitting on a horse.
Yeah, that's myself.
Yeah, it's just a glimpse. And he was definitely looking at you. And he had a bow on his back.
Motherfucker!
He's really protecting us and thinking about it, could have been on our way.
I didn't see him, so I don't know what you're going on about.
And you get to, you sort of think, you know, this rap is much further because I don't know how, and he's like, yeah, no, it's fine, we'll go in here. And you're like, oh yeah, I see, there we go in there. And again, you can see the passage where they move the ship. And this is a little more difficult because they have to take it, they have built a channel next to the river. And they have to move the boat into the channel, and then once it's in the channel, that's reasonably easy to drag it downstream. And then they have to move it back into the...
So it's just past the first lot of rockings.
Yeah.
I will be extra wary, and I'm kind of telling other people, don't forget to be careful, but I'm kind of making it like, well, obviously I've been shot in the leg, so now I'm paranoid a little bit.
Yep.
I am kind of making sure that people are keeping an eye out, and people are. Don't forget, because we could get attacked at any moment. I don't mind fighting, but clearly these guys are cowards. They'll ride in, shoot us, and fuck
I
off.
feel like my character's been put more on watch than it has been to drag stuff up since.
This is, you know, this one they're worried about because it's...
I will actually stay near Ulfkel, because then he's got a bow, so if I see someone, then I know that he can pop him in the noggin.
It's like, this is difficult timing. I haven't timed this very well. We've been doing quite well. We're now there and it's evening. He goes, now.
We're moving the boat across land in the evening.
Well, it's evening now. I don't like the thought of moving across now. We'll
No,
moor
just
up
stop out in the
here,
morning.
moor up here and move it across in the morning. So he moors out in the middle of the river. And
We're going to have to keep an eye on that, because if that moor gets broken, we're screwed.
Chains aren't a thing. Well, chains are a thing, but I don't imagine we have an anchor on a chain.
No, we've got ropes.
No,
They used it before, didn't they?
Well, you would have an anchor, you know, I don't see what they'd have probably an anchor on a chain, or at least, well, it'd be a big stone on a
Might
very
it be
strong.
worth us getting the boat out of the water first and just staying there?
No, because that way you're on land and
Yeah.
you're not safe.
You don't also want to wait to dig in the boat either.
Yeah, if the boat's out all night, you're right, it's going to sink in more. No, they basically, they moor overnight, but they'll moor out in the middle of the water. And then have double watches.
Oh, did you ever wake up? It's not killed us by
Well, I did think, oh, none of you actually get to be on watch, isn't that good?
I was going to say it myself, and I was going to say, oh, periodically will.
You would have been on watch at some point. None of you is on watch in the small dark hours when you're awoken from your sleep by a scream that's quickly cut off.
Oh, okay, so.
And the thing is, it's dark, there's very little moon. You're on the deck, obviously, because you haven't got cabins or anything. You're sleeping on the deck, and there's people moving about.
Okay. Grab my weapon and shield.
Okay, you are unlikely to be armoured, I'm thinking. Do you want to be armoured?
I would have slept
You
in
don't
the
sleep
armoury,
in chain. You
No,
don't sleep in
No, I
plate.
wouldn't. It wouldn't be something.
All these gamers say, "Oh, I got to sleep by full armour." You would not get up in the morning because that's not. It's not.
Okay, you can have your under armour, so you can have
Yeah,
4 points of leather.
Okay.
Okay.
And my shield's been left next
How
to
many
me.
would I get 3 or 4 points back? Because it's been a couple of days. I don't know how Keelan works.
Usually once a week, innit?
It's once a week.
Yes.
Once a fucking week.
You know, honestly, when Nick said, "Oh, you already had your points back from that fight earlier,"
Fucking
I
once a
was like,
week.
"Oh, boys, like,
Oh,
that was subdual.
Once a fucking
I've
week.
always like,
week.
"Mum,
And
Once a week on
Yes.
Sunday.
on a Sunday, of course, you have to remember it's on a
Of course, it's
Sunday.
on Sunday, yeah.
Yes, it's on a Sunday.
For us, would it be for a Wednesday? 'Cause it's
Yeah,
so
Wednesday.
Or a Thursday.
No, you know what? If you only that were fond of Thor, he wouldn't have sunk your fucking ship, would he?
Oh, well, yeah, he's never come like that.
Did we all pick to follow Odin?
Yes.
I honestly
So,
thought Odin was
none of
one
you
and not
followed
more
Thor.
I
of
was wondering if any one of us followed the Thor, whether
nobody
they
followed.
would have sunk it.
It would have maybe I'd have had to find some different excuse to see.
No, you wouldn't. You'd have just sunk the boat and said, Thor was too busy engaging the Hulk in a fight somewhere. Oh, no, wrong game.
Right. It is. There's wrestling going on. There's fighting. It's not so much. There's certainly not used bows. Whoever it is has clearly swum onto the board the ship, climbed up, and they're using knives and short swords and
It's
stuff.
people from that trying to take
Oh, right.
muggers.
Well, we don't know yet. That's fucking
It's
cool.
Right.
It's
So
people, isn't it, that-
you want
that
give
you
me
promised
an awareness roll at minus awareness roll at half because it's pretty dark.
Is this him or all?
No, we're just going to go across.
Nope.
Right, you failed. Right, you're at combat, but you're minus 10.
Wow.
Okay, I am
So that
attacking
puts
you.
me at 13, sorry. You fucked off and you rolled a 15.
No, I only rolled a 5. Anyway, these guys are on 16. Which is disappointing.
12!
I've only got one critical. Yep, that will be okay. That'll be a hit.
4, 5, 6. Oh, ow, you are dead!
Yep, that'll do.
10,
Parker, half
19,
awareness.
25.
Okay, you are fighting on your full
Okay, I
combat skill.
don't have my shield up because I'm used to strap on.
It needs to be a
So,
slap.
I won't have it.
They lunge at you and miss. You got 4, that'll hit.
Yeah! 4, 6, and 8.
You actually don't kill one with one blow. Okay, you got a wounded guy.
Oh, they're not wearing fucking full armour, no one.
No, they've got the
Swag.
leather.
Yeah.
You got your awareness, so you're fighting full. I hit this time.
4. Yeah.
I got a 13, so I hit you.
Yeah. You get me.
With that rhythm stick. With the rhythm stick.
That's 15 points of damage. So you got 4. You have got your shield because you successfully
Yeah.
hit. So you got 10 points. That's 5 through.
Yeah.
Do you guys need drinks to say to we?
Yes, please.
I shall go.
He's
Have a word with the maid.
Then your awareness.
I got 1,
Yeah, that's fine.
and then me.
No, but
So-
if you makes cans.
And you hit as well. I have. Oh, I got 3.
Great.
So you hit.
Oh fuck. So that's 2 6s, that's 12.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yes.
Okay, you killed him. Right. So at the minute.
Do you want anything, Steve?
No, I'm good, thank you.
That's right. Okay, so we'll come back to straws. Straws, yeah. Basically, you'll have someone else.
It's back to me again, is it?
Yeah.
I'll keep roll my.
No, put that in
Is it-
I
mind.
did 24.
I use my nimble to roll over my spear and my
12.
12.
That's 15.
Yep, okay. 15.
15.
And I am
Legendary 15.
14.
Roll in D6 as I cleave it into a little.
Some.
As I walk away in disgust.
14.
Roll me your D20 again, though, first. Because you know you're on your minus 10 combat unless you make your half awareness, which you
16.
just failed. That is no way 16 is half of his awareness, right? So
I would
he's
imagine
failed his half awareness.
Underwood.
I'm sorry, we hate cheatings. We don't like cheatings. No, so basically the point is Grumpy Fucker there
Fuck you!
is still unsighted.
So
Mister is
it's
minus
him.
Mister is minus 10 and I rolled 14.
Oh, I see.
Successfully
Oh, I see.
Grumpy bastard. He's an easy target, isn't he? I thought he was going to be harder than this, to be honest. Oh, that's not bad though. That's only your armor wouldn't. You've got. No, you missed. You didn't get a shield. So you take. What does it say? 3 points damage.
Yeah, but you've been bad alone.
You've got. Yeah, your vision's okay. You don't have to. Once you
Jalen Gizlo, is he near me? Are we near each
you're
other?
still fighting. Difficult tell.
Okay, right.
Once you put this guy down, you can tell. 3.
3, but I'm at
But
plus
you were quick.
whatever.
Yeah, you hit me. Oh yeah, it's finished him off. No, there's no food in there. Let's try.
10.
I've got to remember that I've got to keep adding the fucking 2
Oh yeah, of course.
in the combat.
Stop being old for food, Sharon. You get food.
They
feed you. I know they feed you. I've seen you get fed.
16.
And they've only got a skill of 15, right?
No, the other lot had a skill of 15. You got this lot got a skill of 16.
10, bite the angry man.
This is the sheep
Bite the
stop.
feed man.
Did you roll your 20?
Sheep stop to sheep stop.
What did you roll?
20.
20. Oh, you did a critical as well. So I did a critical, you did a critical.
His critical's better, so he wins.
I get the
Yeah.
+2, don't I?
Yeah,
Yeah, we'll give you a normal hit then, okay? Because I've done a critical, you've done a critical, so...
that is on the bonus, so.
It doesn't
I know,
break
but I
my
rolled
spear
it,
again,
yeah.
does it?
No. No, you can have a free hit, basically.
Oh, nice. Fuck my.
12,
Yeah, it's,
14, 15.
that puts him down. It's enough to knock him
And
down.
their moves already passed away.
And you again on full vision.
1
12. Gotcha.
is where I die.
You got your shield in, no, that's 10. And
Oh.
4 and 6, you can do 10. Is he still alive?
I think he's still alive. He's still up.
3 from the last one.
Yeah, no, he's still alive.
He got healed, didn't he? That's the reason he's still alive.
Yeah, go on, that way we can blame you.
Yeah.
Do another awareness, see where we go. It's your night vision in yet.
1.
Hey! All of a sudden, daylight. It's night vision.
the door.
Night vision goggles have kicked in. So he's on full hits, so he should be able to dust this guy now.
9 plus 3
Oh, just as well, because I rolled 10.
Yeah, but
So you on plus 3, 2 or 3. Yeah, okay, fair enough. You hit.
Does the 20 on the combat skill mean I take it?
Yeah,
Yeah, but
Yeah,
20, yeah.
22.
Even if I rolled an 18, I'd take it, wouldn't I?
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Oh,
And I
okay.
put my guy down.
Yes, you're right. So now you're checking on Giza. There is somebody attacking her, actually. She's defending herself. So you will get plus 5. Because he's not looking at you.
9 plus 3 plus 5, so that's plus 8 is 17.
Yeah, he hits him. She manages to parry his blow 16.
12 damage.
Yeah, that's good enough. You stab him. She's just defending, really, because she doesn't look like she can see exactly what's going on. You've got another one on you. The noise is getting less now. Either they've won, or they're pulling back, or they've lost as many
Do I
men
need
as
to
they
do
can.
the eyesight thing?
No, you've got it. Your night vision's in now.
Everyone, yeah. Hero.
Okay,
Oh,
great.
cool. Yeah.
No, I roll one
Thank you,
off,
man.
so you have one. You can, you will basically stab your spear in this one.
Snake them all?
I rolled you became aware.
12,
Actual
15,
guy
18.
And you double that. Yeah, basically, you
Oh, yeah, I
spin
forgot.
round and just as he lunges, you stick his spear
So
right through
36.
here and out about 1.5 foot at the back.
Nice.
I'm bad at this.
7 plus 2
Oh,
equals 9.
15, which is
Oh.
one off me critical. 50
off
critical,
with you and your
16 now.
criticals,
Well, a
fuck
critical
off.
He didn't get his
16.
critical though.
Well, no, excuse me. The only time I got a critical, somebody else got a critical. That's 11, so that is you hit. So that's only one trick.
Right, I'm through this.
You put yours one down. Right. You put yours down. This time, actually, your one jumps backwards and jump. You can have one more hit at him. He's diving off the.
Well, they're running, are they?
I hit him.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
You're better.
No,
I was going to say I get 5.
You just stand him as he flies.
Stab him in the face!
It goes quiet. You've got 3 dead and a couple of badly wounded guys, and there's about 9 of them dead, 9 or 10 of them dead. They're just throwing bodies overseas now, just haven't thrown bodies at the
And
natives.
then Khazars.
Yeah, Khazars again.
Freaking hell.
Well, make sure we.
We are filling the
I
numbers.
want to say loot the bodies, but like money or anyway, money.
No,
That's not what we
people.
do.
People are just throwing them.
I'll
over.
throw a load of arrows. I'll keep loading arrows if they had any on them. But I don't think it's had a full-
There's that. There'll be the odd quiver.
Yeah,
But generally,
it's more just for the ship, so if we have extra if we start getting into a hefty long thing.
What you bloody doing bursting in here when we're filming, woman?
bursting.
That was a burst, mate. Trust me, it was a...
Well, not in the
Thank you very much. I don't think I'd call that a burst.
That was a... Trust me, that was a burst for Jane.
That wasn't a burst.
It was. It's a 3-round burst to the head. Shut that bloody dog up! Shut up! I'll tell you what, I'll shut the fucking dog, because none of you couple of burgers can.
Right, well, make sure that those who are.
You get,
Need,
you know,
need first aid, we'll
First
tend
aid
to
up.
woundage.
you can go over a couple of first aid. Actually, do me a trajectory roll, please. There is somebody with a bad knife wound. Well,
They don't have a bad knife wound anymore because
No,
they have to be alive to have a wound, right?
Yes, that's right.
No,
Somebody,
you got to roll under, haven't you?
yes, you know.
Yeah, no chance.
They did look. They looked at him and they were like, "I'm pretty sure." And you were like,
Oh well.
"Very much doubt he can be saved." But
Such
I'll go.
He won't see morning.
Obviously later this afternoon.
Yeah, it's a somber mood. They've lost some good companions. As I said, there's 4 guys dead now, and then they lost the guy with an arrow in his throat. So they've lost 5 of their crew.
Jesus.
Well, last time
See
they lost
what
6,
They'll
didn't
pick
they?
up some more in Byzantium, he says, because otherwise we'll struggle to get the ship over the
I
side.
can see why the spheres are moving through and taking the land.
Yeah. Well, come morning.
Does anyone need any first aid? Healing?
I do, you
Cleaning
do,
up.
I guess.
You've been hit a few times,
No,
haven't
you
you?
did take a 3 damage hit.
Oh yeah, I have been hit once.
I was hit once in that fight. Yes.
Yeah, D3.
Half 21.
1.
He's good at this, isn't he?
Not really. 4, 6, that's 8 hits down in total out of my 26. That's alright.
Are you doing one back on stick?
I can. I didn't know you needed it.
Coming at you, Cleopatra.
Nope.
Badge.
What he says is fuck you, wound.
Yeah.
Bleed you, bitch.
Bleed, you idiot.
It's alright. I respect him more anyway than him. You're freaking fighting with his ranged weapons.
It's just not right, is it? I just don't get it.
Well,
Next morning, hard morning's grass. You get the boat up. It's, you know, you ache in places, but you.
This is hard work moving a bleeding boat over the land.
But
It's all
Actually-
downhill. It's all downstream now, isn't it?
a little bit of a gradient. It's not too bad. Once it's in the gully, it's not bad. And also,
You don't
once
want it
it's
to
in the gully,
go too.
when you pause for a minute, you can see why it's in the gully, because that otherwise it'd be there in the river, and yeah, you wouldn't want to take a boat. Basically, yeah, no,
Really?
it's interesting water. The river gets very narrow, lots of rocks.
Doesn't matter how shallow you draft it. There's a lot of
it's
rocks.
gonna
It's
chew
gonna
that up. No way
matchsticks.
you'd get through that. And yeah, he managed to push the boat in, get back in the river, put the ropes on it, you know, so we don't lose it. And yeah, to get it back in.
unfortunately, from our point of view, we haven't discovered PTSD yet, and we don't know that, like, holes in the bottom of a boat, it's all happening again. We don't have that because we're Vikings, right?
Hardened Vikings.
Hardcore, you know the score.
I'm so good it deserves an old.
Yay!
No.
I did I miss?
You died, mate.
Oh.
Arrow to the
Sorry,
head.
but I need to.
I understand.
Oh, for God's sake!
No, it was arrow.
Not in game though.
He was
Stop hitting the
What
green
the fuck?
screen!
it was on his own boat, wasn't it? He was trying to fire it and pinged off.
Oh, actually, whiplash with your own bowstring is a bit snap. Fuck me,
Oh, that was-
a lot of piano wire going. Ooh.
No.
Sam Parker only went just before.
So we've got the water back. We've got the boat back in the water.
Boat's back in the water. Jan will say to you lot, right, he's got, we need to, in 2 days' time, we need to get him to stop the boat to let you off. He will do that. He might need some money, but otherwise just threaten him.
So he's stopping us before. So we get off before Byzantium.
We don't want to go to Byzantium. We go off. There's a particular sign. There's an old tree that's been struck by lightning. It's a big tree. You'll see it. We need to get off there.
Okay.
It's on the right hand bank as we go down, and it should be in 2 days' time.
Right.
That's where we need to get off. Near there, a little way, only about half a mile inland, we should meet the Pechenegs.
Right.
I guess that's probably a conversation we should have with him once the boat is moving.
No, we'll just tell him on the day. We'll just go, right, we need to get off. If
Okay.
he starts causing a trouble.
I'm just wondering
You
how our companion's going to feel about having that whole loaded cargo he's bringing with him to Byzantium.
Well, he should have thought of that. He knew we weren't going.
I don't know.
How much did he get?
He got a few bales of furs, some nice quality furs that will fetch him good money for someone else in Byzantium.
Yeah, I did wonder.
But maybe we could negotiate that to be the fee. He keeps that, just lets us off.
Yeah, that'll work out. not for him, but it'll work out for us.
No, that's good. That will work. Kind of.
And if our companion is upset with it, he can stay with the furs.
Or he can carry them around on his back, because they're quite heavy. She's getting quite, she's getting quite excited because it's near the end now. And nearly
Well,
done
no,
it.
so we get off before Byzantium, and then how far have we got to go from there?
It's only about half a mile to meet them, and they.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, yeah. It's not far. It's just away. I mean, there's their lands, and they'll have horses and stuff, and There are those of you, particularly you inland people, have got ride skills. You don't ride in the combat or anything, but you do understand if you sit on a horse, it's quicker to go from A to B.
Oh, horsemanship! I do know that horses have 4 legs. Wow!
Oh no! Why are you looking up the horsemanship
I was
skill?
just told us inlanders know what horses are.
You
We
know
just
what horses are?
no, but we just don't.
Yeah, there's some in
Right, you missed well, they can catch you.
Oh,
Maybe a
yeah.
short
Combat
conversation.
skills.
Is
part of
this
that.
battle beast they ride upon?
Yeah, he's got the same as me.
5?
We're appalling.
Yeah, we're a bit higher for the inlanders.
The inlanders have got a bit better horse skills.
They're not great.
So you're better on boats, we're better on horses.
And sure enough, after
What about
a
Oh yes.
after
Right.
a couple of days sailing, yeah, of course you can. Oh, God, there, big old oak tree that's been cleft in half
We-
by lightning.
We want to stop here.
You want to stop here?
Drop anchor for a moment.
Yeah.
This is where we want to get off.
This is where the fucking petronings are.
Yeah, we have got business around here to tend with now. But in lieu of us going all the way with you to Byzantium, we had trade goods. You can keep the trade goods. Yeah.
He's a bit grumpy.
I'm carrying them.
He's a bit grumpy, and then somebody comes back up from the home. Not bad qualifiers.
Trade.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for your help so far, and I wish you good luck on your journeys.
And to you.
We hope to see you down there once we've finished our business here.
Who knows? Byzantium's a big city. You can certainly get anything you want there.
Wow.
Pulls into the side. You all get off. Jan gets off with you. Yeah. You
Come
go.
on. Come on.
We will never take a Byzantium, you know that I have no way.
Because
he forgot.
Go for our passes to get
It's not
early.
going to be our stuff. It's
Yeah.
my stuff I
Yeah,
bought.
no.
I'm a trader. I'm a generous guy. I'm not
Yeah, but what do you think you're going to do now? Carry all of this?
Well, no, to be fair, I thought we'd have some pods.
I thought what he would also do, maybe he thought we'd go there, then we'll ride back up and then across maybe.
Yeah.
I thought he was just trying to keep the cover story going.
I thought he was gone too far with the cover story. We've got all these goods to set. Oh.
And it is, you move away, and it is weird, you know. It's just like mostly flat. It's all gently undulation here, and it's just grass. There's the river behind you, and you know there's various trees along the river, including this big old oak. It's obviously quite like a nice strike. And there is some sort of a track here you can see, and you follow the track, and you can see up ahead. There's a group of horsemen.
Now these should be our horsemen.
And Jan is sort of waves at them, and one of them waves back, and he's like, "Good, yeah, that's our horseman." He steps off to one side.
If we have the fight, I'm like,
I want my furs.
again. Well, just
Oh well, princess.
And she pulls her hood down because she's now quite excited, and starts walking towards them. And they move towards a little way, and it's give me perception rolls halved, please.
Uh-oh.
No.
Uh-oh.
I wouldn't even made it unhalved.
Oh wow!
Hold on.
I would have made it, I didn't I?
Halved.
Yeah.
Ka-ching!
They look more like Khazars. And one of them pulls an arrow back and just punches an arrow in Isabella's face.
No!
And she just drops down to her knees.
No!
fucking
That's it, that's
sword
fine.
drawn, charge motherfuckers. I can't, I haven't got time to get a shield. I'm doing it anyway. Fuck these cunts.
My shoulders.
What they do, initially, they're firing, but they're firing at your feet. They're definitely firing at your feet.
They don't want us to get to a body.
They're shooting around at your legs. You'll
I'm moving forward.
Yeah,
I've
forward.
got to get to her. Got to get to her.
They have to
Like
stop
following
us.
down.
Gotta get to her.
The crouch sort of
Yeah,
follow.
they shoot us in the feet and like pin us to the ground. But
You can
then-
hear a horseman from a different direction. Behind you can hear hooves. And you're charging forwards. The funny thing is, they shot her, then they're sort of moving the horses back, and basically they're just firing at the ground around you and then shooting at your feet a bit.
Okay,
You keep shields up, I'll start shooting bows.
running through like
Okay, let me just.
I'm not. We're not. It's not like cowboys play dance. No. If they shoot me in the leg, if they shoot me.
I'll shield down, moving forward.
Yeah. There's no way.
6 points damage. Your one hit your armour. Ooh, stick. Ooh, that's nasty. 17, 20. That's 10 points of damage. And that's through your armour, so you're on a knockdown, I'm afraid. You're not going to have a size of 20.
Oh, okay.
You have to roll
my
under-
knockdown is 11.
Yeah, it's fine. It's not doubled then, so you need to roll under your dex.
He does.
Okay.
So he's still-
You get a meaty hit to one of your feet.
So it was, how many, 10 points?
10 points, I'm afraid. And that's not going to go through your armour.
But that's now put me on, because you go unconscious when you've got,
So you're unconscious right
yeah,
now.
well, I've taken 24 hits out of
7
25.
off of your.
Okay, the only.
So
You
I'm going to go
roll,
unconscious then.
or you can inspire yourself, but you'll have to come up with some sort of inspire.
It's
and-
pretty good.
Well, yeah. Well, the inspiration for me is going to be loyalty to my lord.
It can be
Because
loyalty
it's
to
a
your
daughter.
lord or honour, one or the other of those.
Yeah, it's going to be loyalty. I'm just going to go with loyalty to lord because that's what I'm fixated on right now.
Okay.
I don't care which one's higher.
Yeah, fine. So loyalty to
They're
lord.
both the same, anyway.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
you can, for that, you ignore the wound damage. Okay, you've been wounded, but you're ignoring the effects of it.
For now.
That's what we'll do with that one. You're ignoring the wound, you sort of semi-switched off your pain. There's a guy on a horse behind you now who's firing at them.
And I'm thinking that's our old Gra.
And that is, in fact, you glance back and that is Graal. And they are firing at him and they're not firing at his feet. But he's moving his horse. So it's all developed a bit now. So you will, with the shock of him coming in, you can get a strike because they weren't expecting
Yeah,
that.
I'll
They were moving
definitely
away
go
from
for
you.
striking.
Then he shot a couple of them and then they're like, ooh, threat over there. Started firing at him and you now closed.
I would like to inspire myself on love of family because as a father of a daughter and seeing her just suddenly die, knowing how our king would feel when that happened, I feel exactly the way he did. I'm just stunned, and if I don't pull out of this, I'm just standing there just stunned. So,
13. You've got a
I'm good.
family 15.
I've got like very 15.
Okay.
Go! And I'm fucking sprinting forward with my axe.
Right.
Hit.
Oh yeah.
And you'll get hit.
23, 25, just said 28.
In effect, it would be a free hit this round.
10, that'd be 18.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. You'll hit one of them.
I'm gonna go straight through him and the fucking horse. I was. Oh shit.
Oh.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
10,
you'll-
15,
yeah.
8,
Yep, he's
yeah.
dead. You sort of nail him to the horse.
You get a free hit, right?
Yep.
Just murder. Yeah, enough to get a hit.
Yes.
Big
So
8
you wound
damage.
somebody.
No, 9 damage.
Yeah, you wounded one of them. They're better turned out than the Khazars you fought before. They got like almost like uniforms with little bits of mail armour and stuff.
These are going to be like Kingsman sort of put on a mission instead of like.
Not like ragged leather like the ones you've seen so far. It's like somebody's taken some Khazars and given them a uniform.
19.
Ranging guard or something.
19.
Okay, damage. Yeah, that's wounded them quite badly.
Yes. Prince was known as.
18, so I'm going to say that's
We-
damage on the same thing.
Yeah.
I can pronounce it.
They are disengaging. I mean, they're faster than you, they're on horses, they're firing over their shoulders. I will have another shot at your feet.
Cowards!
And they're disengaging.
Come fight me!
Some of you, particularly your inspired ones, will chase them.
Oh fuck yes!
Actually, I'm afraid I'm going to have two shots at your inspired ones and
Yeah,
one
yeah,
shot
yeah.
at everybody.
Ah!
Ooh, again, the sound of somebody's bowstring snapping.
Ah!
And that was one hit.
Not so much the horse having fucking quality.
12, 2 points.
Ah!
Parker, one shot.
That's Sounds like a crit.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
And I've got no shield.
You have got your shield, yeah.
No, I've got no shield.
You have got no shield,
So
right?
you got scrap
Oh,
on.
giggity goo.
Put yourself in unconscious.
That was the gulp of a.
Put yourself in unconscious. I'm not going to bother working that one out. Just put you down on unconscious for the time being. One hit, one missed it. That's not too bad. That's 4 through.
That's me unconscious.
That's you unconscious. Yeah, got to be the second one.
Is that you unconscious? Is that you dead?
Well,
No, it's
You
unconscious.
managed to
it's, yeah,
survive.
no,
It's
so
not
that's
dead.
now 28 out of 25.
Yeah. So you're 14.
That's like double, or is that another game?
No, it's.
I've
you're-
taken 28
Yeah,
hits and I've got
this is on
25.
Life. So
Hang about. You can't. Where are you?
he had
I got
one
I
left.
had
He
24
inspired
hits
to
and I
say,
inspired.
Oh, I see.
I
Yeah.
had 24 out of 25 and I've now got 28 out of 25.
Right.
Oops.
Okay. No, okay. Yeah. Fine.
Those
It's
three
all right.
dice.
You're
What
still
is that?
down. As far as I'm
Yeah,
concerned, you're
unconscious.
still down. You're unconscious. I've got one hit on you.
Oh, okay.
They're surprisingly enough, these guys are pretty good shots. You can hear more hoof beats as well, coming from the direction that Grant came from.
I'm saying
Well,
someone is important.
2
Print scroll.
2 through.
And 2 through. Okay, that puts me down.
You fucking bitch, wouldn't it?
Right, so anyone on the other side, I'll throw them a spear if they're close enough out, one of them as they're trying to run away.
Yeah,
with.
sure.
And can I honour that up because I think they're cowardly and also what they've just done about shooting a woman?
Yeah,
Instead of
sure.
winning the battle.
Fire on honour.
Past that, so then we do the roll. What I'm guessing is it's 22 anyway. It's 9 plus inspire.
Okay.
I'm guessing I'm bringing
My
one of
dying
his
breath,
halls.
I'm furious at Jan.
Yeah, that's
Right. So
19.
conscious people. Yeah, you'll knock one of them off as he's running. Conscious people. Right. Graal had basically come. He's still wearing pretty much what you saw him, but he's got a quiver and he's got arrows and he's shooting at them. And in the distance, over there, you can see a lot of horsemen coming. That's what you can see. Those are the people you can see.
So, Growl's behind us,
Yep.
and these horsemen are behind him.
They're coming from the direction he came from, and there seems to be quite a lot of them.
Well,
And then looking around, you've got a few bodies, probably 1 or 2 groaning.
I'd already
people,
started to
and
run
you've
off
got your
because
2.
I was inspired.
That's true. You're
Now,
more
as they've
frothy.
gone and I've stopped, I'm now sort of turning around, so it's going to be the group between. It's
Yeah.
me, this lot between me and the group.
Okay,
And
well,
now,
the
so I'm like,
The group, looking back, you've got 2 of your companions lying crumpled. You didn't have time to do that, lying crumpled on the ground, and one of them not lying crumpled on the ground.
with no spear anymore. What's now?
Well, I'm
Fucking the distance
going
where I'm allowed to
running
run
back.
and get it.
holding a two-handed axe in one hand at the moment, and then going to the first person who's down, and sort of still watching what's going on, but seeing how bad they are. Well, I'm fucking.
Yeah, I mean, she's dead. She got shot. That's 1 hit, and that was either a good shot or a fluke. But basically, she got shot. 1 shot, dead. You lot mostly took leg wounds, but you took quite a lot.
Did she have her sword out?
No.
She would draw it and put it into her hand and just.
Because she was expecting to meet her future
Yeah.
husband.
So draw her sword and put it into her hand, and then.
Growl's looking for something. He's looking around on the ground.
Yeah, I'm fucking looking at it and watching him as I put the sword in her hand and put her hands together, and then I go to the first person, and I'm still watching him, and I'm like, what are you looking for?
Where's your fucking spy?
You understand
Yeah.
what we're saying? Spy?
Yeah.
Yan.
I ain't seen him since I left the.
No, he waved, didn't
Like,
he?
he was
waved,
unconscious,
and that
he
was
was
the last
unconscious.
time you saw him.
Yeah, he waved at them people. That's why we immediately thought it was
There's
them.
people. I say to him, these your people coming.
These Pechenegs. And basically, yeah, you get like 20 or 30 Pechenegs ride up, and they're wearing Pecheneg gear, and they look, basically, they look like Growl. They're much less pretty than these guys. They don't wear a uniform like them.
Who were they?
Byzantians. They like Byzantine cavalry.
We need to take her to.
She's dead.
Yeah, but
We need to tend these.
we get these sorted, but we also
Right, I'm
need to
sort
go
of
to the capital.
Just sort of, again, looking at Growl, and then I'm just placing my axe on the floor.
His
Another
people are
look-
coming in and he's talking.
Another look at them, and then it's a case of, right, they're not attacking me straight away. I'm now tending wounds.
I go and get my spear, come back and we'll start trying to help him. and
He
then
starts shouting things out, and then this guy comes through who's clearly the person in charge, and Growl says some stuff to him and bows a bit and talks to him. And the guy talks back and there's various shouting. And they do throw some healers at you. They will find a healer and they will do that. They also send scouts round.
Well, once they send healers over, I'll then step away from there, and I'm just going to go kneel by her, because I don't know what else to do.
Basically, the Lord comes and does likewise. He will kneel by her as well. And he, well, Growl didn't have much facial expression, didn't he? Happy.
He's not the only one.
They pick you up, live, dead bodies, semi-wounded, semi-dead, and they'll take you off with them. They can do horse litters and travois and stuff, drag you on little things behind horses and stuff. By your ankles, Parker. And
Oh, it's fair.
It's like one of them things outside a garage.
you will basically get taken back to a nomadic settlement. They got a load of tents. They got horses. They got mostly they go on horses. They got cattle as well, but mostly it's horses. These people clearly, they move. They don't stay put in one place. Everybody is mobile. They will put you two back on 1 hit point each. You will get a major wound, and if we do this again, we'll piss about with potential stuff.
Motherfuckers!
For the dead people.
What do you mean, if?
And
You think you can stop this campaign here? I don't think so.
the scouts, Growl translates for the prince.
Well, 2 words for you. Revenge.
Growl translates for the prince, and they said he found a track. One of the horsemen found around and picked him up. He's a Byzantium spy. He told me to leave the ship or he'd slit my throat. And he kicked me off the ship. I didn't have a weapon.
Can you come to one of us?
How? He pointed a knife at my throat and said if I don't leave the ship now, he will cut my throat.
Well,
I didn't even see him with a knife, to be honest. He just pulled the knife out of nowhere.
thank you for.
coming to our aid.
It's
when
too late.
Place.
Yeah.
We didn't know.
She's dead. I don't know what we do now. But I know there's one thing that we have to do, and by Odin's beard, we have to. We have to have revenge.
We razed that whole fucking city to the ground.
And we're going to have to go back and tell our king
That we
that his
failed him.
daughter's died, and that we failed. And then we will take whatever punishment he gives. But he has to raise an army. He has to. And we have to come back. What say you?
I say we kill him all. I say that he has to hear it from us as well. We were there at her last moments.
Will we take her back with us?
Yes.
3 weeks,
We can.
if we're lucky.
We can.
Let's see what the Lord says here.
3
So
weeks, if we're
we
lucky.
still want the allyship to still happen.
Well, he says,
No.
he growls, says, how do you think you're going to get home?
We can't.
They won't let you on the river. The river's
We haven't
controlled by
even
your
seen
enemies.
Byzantium yet.
Wait a minute.
The whole point was we were supposed to ally
So,
with these.
either-
Maybe we should do it.
We help you, and we raise the city together. You have the numbers.
We have the numbers, but we are horse archers. We fight. If they send armies out against us, we cut them up. But we can't sack walls.
We can.
Walls.
How do we get a message back to our Lord then?
There's traders.
It's doable.
There are the gods. But there are traders. We can get a message back to them, and hope that by the time we sit and see the walls of Byzantium and we decide to sack that city,
that help arrives.
I am just reluctant to trust anyone outside of this group right now.
The Byzantians have spies everywhere, it is true.
Growl, can you get a message to our king that doesn't involve the Byzantians?
We can try.
Because if you can, we can bring men. We can bring men and warriors with the knowledge to take a city.
And we can.
But can you bring them down the rivers, past the severe settlements, past the Rus?
They
The Rus
would.
are our enemies.
They would
If
attack
our,
everything
if
on the
our
way.
king musters his men, we'll bring 100 ships.
And even if
They
we
can't
do,
take 100 ships.
who's going to be left there to guard our families, to guard our...
Our families will be there to guard our families. This is the king's daughter, has just
I'm
been
fully aware of
born.
that.
Our families, your family, they're all strong enough to look after themselves. Right now, we need our warriors.
And by taking these, we take away the threat anyway.
We can't let this go. I cannot let this go. If you think you can and you want and you wish to go back, then you have my blessing. But I, for one, as a father, if that was my daughter and someone else was there and witnessed the death, I would hope that they would do whatever they could.
Even if we can't take the city, maybe we can take the people responsible.
We can also train them to be able to take the city. We can teach them some of our ways. So they'll be allies with us. And
Maybe we
they'll
can
be
enter
happy.
the city and kill the king there.
Don't forget, he just had a wife taken away from him.
Oh, the prince has got to hear this as yet.
The prince is
He's bloke who's moved down next to
The
him.
prince is here.
And he's knelt down next to her, isn't
he
he?
knelt down next to her.
Oh shit!
So he knows what happened, but maybe this is the way. It's not the way we wanted to.
He trusted the merchant. He said, "I thought the merchant was okay." That's what Growl says.
I am so sorry this has happened.
The merchant was a good man. We knew Rolf. We traded with him before.
Maybe he still
His
was.
slave was a new one. Last time he had a different slave.
Yeah, maybe he got conned or lied to enough that he thought his slave was okay, and he was planning to do the right thing. Well, he did not make it.
We have to deal with her body.
Mhm.
We can't take it back.
Well, no, we've got the time to give a proper burial right
She
now.
she came to marry into our people. We will deal with her body. She is a Pechnik.
You have somewhere we can stay.
Tents.
Do you want our help? Will you help us?
Will you?
Will we fight together to right this?
Growl chats at him and he stands up, passes his hand out, somebody cuts him a blade and he just cuts his hand and he holds his hand out.
I cut my hand.
Right. And then basically,
And we all get sepsis.
yeah. And then he gives you some disgusting drink that's very alcoholic that tastes fucking horrible.
Down in
But
London.
right now, if it's blanking memory,
It's blank
perfect.
memories. And then he
Her arm will be a symbol for our future.
and then he sends out he starts shouting around and
No.
people start going off quickly.
Okay.
And Growl says he's assembling.
Can I change my hatred right now?
You can all have hatred of Byzantians. You can do again 2d6 plus 6 again to start with.
I think Stroll should get 3d6 because he with the daughter thing.
Well, if you can have 2d6 plus 6 and you can have best of 2, okay, so if you do roll a crappy one, you can re-roll it. Because you should be getting sort of 15ish.
14.
What's his thing?
That's only one short of my family in anyway.
17.
Oh, I feel queasy. I really was not expecting that, and now I'm
I
like,
wasn't.
Especially after I said, "Oh, you fucked us over at the start."
I wasn't
Oh yeah, I
expecting
can't
to do
believe
that.
you pulled that off.
Fucking over there as well, you can!
I come up from the toilet and went, did I miss anything? You lot went, no, you didn't tell me there's people come towards the person's wife.
You were here for the whole time.
The Byzantian slave who was there, killed his master in the shipwreck. basically had to get rid of Graal because otherwise Graal would have given it all away because he didn't want a real Petroneg. But if he murdered Graal, that would look even more
You do
suspicious.
realise that you have to do another part now.
So
you cannot just say,
You say someone
"God,
wants
you lot,
to."
boys," because now.
I know. The joy is
Fucking
that
hell, I don't know about you guys, but I was really enjoying that game. It was just, it was a fun game. But then right at the end, I have got this fucking pit that's opened up here, and I've never felt like this in a game. Now I want to kill some fucker. I want to track them down, and I want to fucking hack them into gobbets. I want to sacrifice them to Odin. You know, I want.
Yeah, but even we don't.
I want the Valkyries to come down and get her.
Yeah.
Weirdly,
But I'm like,
kind of torn
fucking hell!
because, like, on the one hand, yes, revenge, blood, but also we failed, so
Yeah.
none of our revenge even matters yet.
But
Because
I think
we failed.
we have
Yeah,
to
we
try and
try
do
and make it
something. Because if
It
we go
depends on
home,
whether you go on your king. You personally want revenge, but maybe you feel you should show this. It depends. But personally, you would want revenge.
Oh,
because
no,
you
I get that.
personally.
But also, we failed. So, in my head, when we went on this epic quest to do the thing, well, dying glorious combat, way. But now there's like real life bullshit.
Yeah, but on the other hand, you can still pull this back because what this means is that Byzantians were fully aware of your king plotting, which means that they probably now are plots in place against the Geats by the Seviers and the Varangians, and if there weren't plots beforehand, there will be now, and they may even be marching against your king now.
Yeah, and also the alliance has been formed from tragedy
From
instead
the-
of marriage.
So
Yeah, but
you
it's
can now
still dead.
you can now say that your enemies, as well as the Byzantians, are the Varangians. So you can go off the Varangians.
Fucking kill everyone.
kill them all!
It's like
The
everyone wants to
Pechenegs
offer-
will certainly they'll find it much easier helping you against the Varangians because okay they've got walled settlements but they're not huge, and you can always start
Yeah, we
building
can
up
take
with
them out and then work
Because
our way
if
back
they're,
down.
if they're allied with the Byzantians, that's it. Perhaps if we start slaughtering all the other people, they'll start sending armies out to aid them.
Yeah.
Then we can batter them army.
Yeah, in the field and open, yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
yeah, we'll use the other pathetic losers to drag the other first load of pathetic losers out.
I wonder.
I'm not slightly bitter. I'm completely bitter.
I wonder if we could theoretically have. I don't want to say the best of both worlds, but like we've got.
Did you have a room saying this might go slightly wrong?
Yeah!
We've got the Petronegs,
Who can
who
go
are obviously
up
horse
north and we go down
archers, right?
south.
And we are more
Heavy
like
foot.
a standing heavy
Yeah.
foot. So like actually, if we train some of their dudes up to be heavy foot,
Yeah.
then we can have a half and half. That's the best both worlds potentially. You know, fight, lure people in. Right now, the heavy foot
Yeah.
go in. Like I'm thinking long-term battle
Flanking or that
situations.
flanking is a
Because that's really cool, but like, if that's all they do,
But that's so what you're thinking is a pure murder.
Yeah.
well, but long-term murder.
Yes, that's fine. I'm in.
I'm not thinking like let's just fucking stab Dave Byzantium in the face. I'm thinking how do we make the Petronegs the best fighting force in the world and slaughter all of their enemies over
So-
the next kind of
so
50
it's
to 100 years.
So it's just constantly stabbing people in the face for 100 years instead of just doing it once.
So,
Well, that's
We've
what
got-
happened in certain places.
we've got
You
and the Tree of Life, and that kind of symbolises protection and
Well, we fucked that up.
and new beginnings.
And the Tree of Life is where Odin hung to gain knowledge. He went through pain to gain knowledge, which we have done. We have gone through pain.
What you actually the only thing was you weren't ever supposed to die. Because he didn't want you to die. He wanted you to go survive. This is what you think. Kamu or Grau will say, we were going to get the blame for this. You were supposed to survive, go back to your lord and tell him that the Pechenegs killed his daughter. Then he would have had no thought about allying with us, and he may even allied with the Seviers against us.
Yeah.
We were supposed to get the blame for that.
You will not be. We will burn every fucking sphere in this
But
on this
we'll make
goddamn
sure
earth.
that-
Byzantium auxiliary cavalry Khazars, some of the Khazars work for them and they give them these nice
Yeah,
little
'cause
suits of metal.
We've had some stuff in what
Fucking
proves
having-
that.
that's
the
it.
message
I'm
comes
I'm
from
not
the
having that. I'm
someone
not
else
having
as
that.
well.
I don't care what history says. We're going to fuck them up. We're going to fuck them up. So at this point, we better wrap the videoing up, and then we can just sit there and be angry. So,
Broken down.
so right, party. We're looking
consider that.
am deeply saddened.
We will do
Not
what
gonna
we'll
lie.
do let's do
This is
the
not
ending
fun.
bits.
This is not-
We've still got
Role playing's supposed to be fun, Nick. It's supposed to be fun.
Educational.
It's supposed to be
Right.
enjoyable experience for all parties.
Educational.
No, I always say it's meant to be educational. I
Yeah.
feel shit after that.
It's
Yeah.
alright, I won't work out different
horrible,
because it's
isn't
one
it?
operation in
You know, that's when you know your GM has done a proper job. When at the end of the game
feel
you sit there
emotional.
and you think, what a cunt. What sort of wanker?
Hey, I didn't kill Chris's son.
Yeah, that,
Twat, that would be a bonus.
that would have made the game already really
You
sort
know,
of like, oh,
when a
fuck.
GM can do that to you and you sit there and think, wow. It's just.
What would you have done if she was about to walk forward and we just went, hang on a minute,
Oh,
and
no,
got the shoes
oh,
on
shot.
fucking
So what
minute.
would you done? Okay, so you'd have stopped there. They would have pretended to be nice guys,
And then there's
and then they'd have still shot her in the face. They actually shot her in the
We
face.
didn't
with the
have
armour.
anyone who could tell us otherwise.
No.
And then you just waited for Grohl to come off at the last minute anyway.
You were screwed.
What happens if we just put we weren't that safe about that?
They would have still shot you. But the point was they were trying to leave you alive because they wanted you to take word back to the king of the Pechenegs betrayal.
Yeah,
What's that?
but-
GM writes a fucking game like that and fucks up the
Right at the start! The fucking. Oh, she's gonna make it. Yeah, she
She
is!
did make it.
She made it!
I know, but he said that's all he got from it. All he got was that she would make it. She would make it to the lands of the Pechenegs.
If I could flip this table at you, if this mighty 8x4 foot table full of stuff,
The priest emoji said she would make it. She did. He didn't say she'd live for 5 minutes longer than she made it, did he? He didn't ask his god that many questions. But the,
Yeah, that's why you follow up questions.
the omens were shit. And, you know.
Right,
I
so.
will reach over. When you're driving your home, I'll reach over you, grab the steering wheel, plough us into the fucking side of the road just to spite you.
I'm not sure I want to give him a lift home.
Right, so on that note, fuck, hope you guys enjoyed that. That
I'm
was,
sure we're going to be playing next time this week.
that was fucked up, Nick. You've got a lot more research to do. Parker, what can people do?
Don't forget to like and subscribe if you liked it, want to subscribe if you don't like it, don't want to subscribe, you don't have to like and subscribe, but we would like it if you liked and subscribed. Until next time, stay fucking.
Honestly, boys, that's gonna go fuck off.
Oh, he was gonna say, and until next time, fuck you, Nick. Right, say goodbye, say goodbye. Okay, can you turn it off, Nick? Oh my